Welcome into Steelers Talk's live coverage of Day 2 of the 2025 NFL Draft. I'm your host, Jack Sperry. Thank you to all the real ones tuning in at the beginning of today's live stream. And we're going to be live for every single pick during Day 2, which is rounds 2 and 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft today, where the Steelers only have one pick. It's at number 83, but things could definitely get interesting. Could they take a quarterback today? Could they take a really nice running back? Could they potentially trade up from number 83 today? Could they trade down? Everything seems to be on the table. We'll talk about some possibilities here in just one moment. But first, I want to give a big shout out to our presenting sponsors today, starting with Game Time. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time today. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS. That's one word, all caps, CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms do apply. You can create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS. It's one word, all caps, CHATSPORTS. That's CHATSPORTS for $20 off that first purchase. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. And then also we have Prize Picks today. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Run your game. And with that, we'll bring on our producer, Mr. Jeffrey Cooperstein. Coop, how are we doing today? And what's the vibe for the Pittsburgh Steelers this afternoon?
I am well. I don't know what the vibe is. I got to be honest with you. I hear the smoke about Shedeur Sanders at 83, and I don't know if I like it or I absolutely love it. I have no idea what to think. I think it's a possibility they could trade up. I think it's a possibility they could trade down. I really don't know what they're going to do here. I think they have a lot of options, and that's what makes the draft so great.
Yeah, they got a lot of options. I think that, with taking Derrick Harmon yesterday, you're probably considering quarterback, and I think you're considering running back today. If you can get value at quarterback, if there's somebody that you really like, I've heard that the Steelers really like Jalen Milroe, but they also like Tyler Shough is what I've heard. And, obviously there's been the reporting that's been out there that they do like Shedeur Sanders as well. So I think that if any of those three quarterbacks fall to you at number 83, I think there's a good chance the Steelers pull the trigger on a signal caller, but also running backs. There's some pretty darn good backs that are still available here. Travion Henderson, Quinshon Judkins, Caleb Johnson, I think would all fit in well here with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then there's other guys, DJ Giddens, Bashal Tootin, RJ Harvey that this team met with. I think that the Steelers are going to be looking at those two positions. But let us know down there in the comments section. Our live poll asked today, will the Steelers take a quarterback today? About 70% of you guys have said yes to that question. Now, talking about the quarterback position here, Coop, my preference would be Jalen Milroe because you especially at a third-round value, like he's got superstar upside with the way he runs the football and the arm strength that he brings to the table, the size, high character, leadership, all that stuff. But he's going to need a year or two to develop. With a third-round pick, like working behind Kirk Cousins or Aaron Rodgers for 2 seasons, I think that could absolutely work out well for the Steelers in the long term.
Are you operating under the assumption that Rodgers is here? If he's not here, would you still take Milroe?
I would consider it, okay. Absolutely. Now, maybe if I know it's Cousins, who I'm less high on than Rodgers, maybe I would prefer Tyler Shough because I think Shough could
play right away.
I think he would be more successful to play right away than Milroe would. So if Cousins stinks, you can just plug in Shough, and then that's your franchise quarterback from that point forward. Whereas with a guy like Milroe, I want to make sure that I feel really good about him sitting for at least a full season, maybe even 2 full seasons, depending on how the Aaron Rodgers experiment goes. And then kind of go from there. I will say, though, if they do take Shedeur Sanders at 83, this might surprise some people. I won't hate it. All right,
I wouldn't hate it either.
I think the value is there in round 3 for Shedeur. All right, I didn't think it was there in round 1. I think it would be there in round 3. Charmander and Froki says, "Hey, how's your guys' day? I'm just hoping this draft Steelers get Milroe instead of Shedeur." Like I said, man, I think the way I would rank those 3 quarterbacks, if we're picking a quarterback there at number 83, I'd first want Jalen Milroe, then I'd want Tyler Shough, and then I'd want Shedeur Sanders, followed by like Kyle McCord, Quinn Ewers, and Will Howard as like middle round guys. That's kind of the way that I rank these guys in terms of my level of interest for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So if you have a chance to get Shough or Milroe, I think that is the move that I would make. But hey, if those guys are off the board and all the top running back prospects that you like are off the board, I'm not going to complain if it's Shedeur Sanders, who I do think has some starter upside. I think that he's got a ways to go, and he's going to be needing to sit for at least a year.
It's much easier to take him at 83 than it is at 21.
Yeah, exactly. I completely agree. I think it's pretty clear that Milroe's the better prospect because Milroe's got the insane upside and he's not ready to play. In my opinion, Shedur's not ready to play and doesn't have super high upside. I think he's got mid-level starter upside, but it's not like top 10 quarterback upside like Milroe brings to the table.
I just want to point out that you've been low on Sanders throughout the whole process, and you probably feel pretty validated right now that everybody passed.
I mean, I just watched the film, and I trust my eyes. And by the way, Tyler Shough has been the riser of this class, and I've been saying since the beginning of this process, Coop can attest to this. All right?
True.
I have been on like the Shough, I don't know, on the train. He's my number 3 quarterback in this class, but I think that he's got a chance. All right, so if the Steelers have a chance to take him in round 3, reminds me a lot of Ryan Tannehill. I mean, Arthur Smith got a hell of a lot of production out of Ryan Tannehill.
Very true.
So I think that he would fit what the Steelers would like to do. So, $10 Super Chat raffle today. We gave away a Steelers draft hat yesterday. Steelers dad, I believe, was the one that won the draft hat yesterday. $10 gets you in on Super Chat. So appreciate you guys. So Charmander and Froki, put in another $5. We'll put you into the raffle to win the Steelers draft hat. And then we're going to be giving away another Steelers jersey today. $20 Venmo raffle. If you put in a 20 yesterday, it does not apply to today's raffle. I want to make sure that that's clear. Today is a new raffle that we're starting. So if you guys want to get in on the Steelers jersey raffle, it can be a Derrick Harmon jersey. It can be, if they take Jalen Milroe today, I'm guessing it would be a Jalen Milroe. If it's Shough Sanders, it would be Shough Sanders. Kind of depends on who the Steelers take today, but we are going to be giving away a Steelers jersey at the end of today's show, and it's Venmo only, guys. So you guys can go Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal only, I should say. So at Jack-Sperry on Venmo, money sign Captain Jack 19 on Cash App, or at Captain Jack Rabbit on PayPal to enter into our Steelers jersey raffle today. And these jerseys, Coop, I mean, they're well over $100. Well over $120. All right, so for a $20 donation, you guys get a chance to walk away with a brand new Steelers jersey of one of the Steelers rookies, and you get to help out our channel here, which we greatly appreciate as well. So $10 Super Chat raffle for the draft hat, $20 Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal raffle for the Steelers jersey. This is a report that we got earlier today, an update on Aaron Rodgers here, Coop, and it kind of contradicts the report that we got from Josina Anderson yesterday, who claimed that the Steelers gave Rodgers a deadline, and obviously Rodgers didn't sign. So this report kind of contradicts that. It says the Steelers have been receiving calls about the availability of wide receiver George Pickens. Oh, no, never mind. This is not the Rodgers update. This is the Pickens update. Pickens is open to conversations, or Pittsburgh is open to conversations as it navigates Friday night without a second-round pick as they traded for DK Metcalf. So, Coop, what is your thoughts on a potential George Pickens trade? It certainly seems like the Steelers are letting everybody know that they're open for business.
They absolutely. If it was me, if you don't get a day 2 pick, I keep on to him. If he's a Steeler by the end of the night, I'm holding on to him, and I want to see what it looks like with DK on one side and Pickens on the other. Now, if you're getting a day 2 pick tonight, I think I'd be willing to move on from him.
Well, listen, man, I think 2 things. Number 1, has to be a day 2 pick. Number 2, you need to have a plan for what receiver you're taking to replace his spot.
Absolutely. That's a good point.
You have to be like 100% sure that this player is going to be able to be a legit number 2 receiver in the league from the jump. All right, and you look at some of the wide receivers that are still available. You got Jaden Higgins, you've got Jalen Knoll, you've got Savion Williams, you've got who else? Alec Iamaner is another guy that they talked to. Kyle Williams out of Wazoo is still available. Like they could maneuver this to make it workable, but like I've said time and time again, Coop, I don't want them to trade George Pickens. I want them to try to make it work with him and DK for a season here. Because I think it would be awesome, especially with Aaron Rodgers throwing them the football. And then the other thing here, B, is I don't think they're going to. I don't know if there's a team out there that's going to be willing to give up a day 2 pick. And I think if we do see a trade today, it's going to be for a 3rd-round pick of some variety. I would say watch out for the Las Vegas Raiders potentially, maybe the New York Giants. Maybe the Giants want to reunite Russ with GP. I think Russ would absolutely love that. But we're going to see throughout the course of the evening what happens here. Bob Locke, $20 here, my man. Says 1 entry for me and 1 for Coop to give away. So, Bob, you are in the raffle.
I already have one that I'm going to give away, and it's going to my guy, Boxy.
Voxy, you are in the raffle tonight, my friend.
As is Charmander.
As is Charmander. He gets in with another 5 here. Says, which QB you like that can be the next Big Ben? Listen,
Riley Leonard.
No, not Riley Leonard. Listen, man, a lot of people out there are like, oh, Will Howard reminds me a lot of Big Ben. Will Howard is wildly inaccurate.
Let's also remember this. Big Ben's a top 10 pick.
Yeah, and Big Ben was a top 10 pick. I mean, like, you're asking me which quarterback in round 2 or round 3 that we're going to find that's going to be the next Big Ben. I think the guy that has the best chance is Jalen Milroe. All right, because we've seen raw quarterback prospects that need some time to develop in the league. We saw it with Lamar Jackson. We saw it with Josh Allen, both in the 2017 class. We saw it with Patrick Mahomes when he was coming out of Texas Tech, threw way too many interceptions coming out. We saw it with Justin Herbert, who a lot of people were convinced was going to be a bust, and almost immediately was a success. So like these guys all developed and became some of the best quarterbacks in the National Football League. Jalen Milroe and also Jalen Hurts. He had a lot of issues coming into the league, and then he just won a Super Bowl after multiple years of development. So I do believe that Jalen Milroe probably gives you the best chance at getting a star-level quarterback that's still available. Justin says, I think running backs are going to fly off the board today. Which running back would you have to trade up for if all are coming off the board? I would love to trade up for, if you're going to trade up for a running back, Caleb Johnson out of Iowa. He is a perfect fit for the Pittsburgh Steelers offense with the outside zone style run scheme. He's got great vision. His one-cut ability is insanely good. And then he's got some good long speed where, he's super hard to bring down for defensive backs to handle, man. Like, he is a bigger body and he's got some wheels for that bigger body, and he's just tough to bring down once he gets past that second level. So I love Caleb Johnson, and I would love to bring him in. Then we did also get some sad news here, guys, today. And our thoughts and our prayers and our hearts go out to Derrick Harmon and his family, a Steelers first-round pick. His mom passed away after he went to the hospital, and he told her that he got drafted by the Steelers. Really sad story, but I think, looking on the bright side here and looking at the positives, he just got drafted to a great organization where he's going to have a new family here, where that's going to support him and is going to have his back and all that great stuff. And I think that his mom might have been holding on a little bit there just to see her son realize her dreams, a beautiful moment there. And our hearts and our prayers just go out to Derrick Harmon and his family. Welcome to the Pittsburgh Steelers family, Derrick. We love you and appreciate you, man. All right, so let us know down there in the comment section, will the Steelers take a quarterback tonight? Just so you guys know, we're going to shift to our simulcast with our NFL Daily stream like we did yesterday. And
in about 60 seconds.
In about 60 seconds here, we're gonna shift over, and then then around pick 65. So right when the third round kind of begins is when I'll shift back over here, and Coop and I will react to the third round. We'll see if a trade happens. Of course, if GP gets traded, well, I'm coming right back over here. But for the time being here, we're going to be going back over to NFL Daily to react to the second round picks. We'll see which quarterbacks go in round 2. We'll see if the Steelers make a trade or if they trade up or something happens here. But it's going to be a lot of fun here. Browns have a couple picks at the top of the second round here.
Official prediction.
My official prediction. The Steelers trade up and they take Jalen Milroe out of Alabama. I got to stand on business. If I said that they're going to take him in round 1, I got to say they're going to take him here in day 2, right?
Absolutely.
Who knows what's going to happen? There's a lot of different things that they could do. But I would love for Jalen Milroe to be drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers today. All right, so we're going to shift over here to our simulcast. Are we ready to get things going? You're going to give the call? Okay, cool. So we are going to be shifting over here momentarily. But yeah, man, if the Steelers take Tyler Shough tonight, I'm cool with it. If they take even Shedeur Sanders, if both Milroe and Shough are off the board, I'm cool with Shedeur too. All right? Like, I just want them to make the best pick at the right time. Like, if they have Caleb Johnson on the board and they take Shedeur Sanders, I'm going to be a little bit upset by that. If they have the choice between Jalen Milroe or Shedeur Sanders and they take Shedeur, I'm going to be a little bit upset by that decision. So, I think that it's going to be completely dependent on who's on the board and then who they take. So it's going to be an interesting next couple of hours here, guys. Don't go anywhere. Again, $20 Venmo, Cash App, and PayPals will put you into the jersey raffle. $10 Super Chats, and you guys are going to be able to get into a raffle to win a Steelers draft hat this evening. We will do both of those raffles at the end of the show today. All right, so at the end of all the hoopla that happens today, all the picks, once round 3 is over, we will have the raffle, and we'll have a couple more winners for the Pittsburgh Steelers Talk family here. We got over 350 people watching already. I appreciate you guys watching here, and we're going to have a lot of fun on today's stream. Yeah, what's up, Sam? Good to see you, pal. Yeah, he's waving. Everybody say hi to Sam in the chat. But we are currently waiting to say F Sam in the chat. $20 Super Chats, I'll slap Sam with a tortilla. I hope he heard that. I hope he heard that. But let us know down there in the comments section, will the Steelers take a quarterback tonight? We have over 230 people that have voted, and 65% say yes. So let me know down there in the comments section. Tristan says, do we even have a second-round pick? We don't have a second-round pick because we traded it for DK Metcalf. All right, so pretty much the Steelers draft so far, round 1, you get Derrick Harmon. Round 2, DK Metcalf. That's a pretty damn good draft to start your draft here. So we'll see what the Steelers end up doing here. Oh my goodness. So Ali the Reaper said his brother passed away yesterday. Ali the Reaper, that man. Okay, Ali, we're gonna put you in both raffles today for free. How about that? All right, so we are going to shift over to our simulcast with NFL Daily. I'll be over there momentarily.
Sports to be eligible to win. We also at this time welcome in our Steelers live audience. Jack Sperry will be tuning in here or returning, I should say, in just a second, so stay tuned for that. But if you're just now tuning in, about 12 minutes to go until we get to the start of the clock, I should say, in round 2. We are doing a giveaway for you guys. House of Atlas Razor Kit and before and after set is the giveaway. Share today's live stream on Twitter. Hit that share button within the YouTube app side so it tracks the share properly. Tag @ChatSports. And then our CEO, James, is in charge of tracking all the entries and the shares. He's logged into the account. Got to get 25. The deal is, if we don't get 25, it is not allowed to be given away. So I would love to be able to get there well before we get to the actual pick in round 2 and I step away and then I don't get to see who ends up winning because it's always fun to see who wins. That's entertaining. Got some in there? Good. Good start. Good start. There's 2,800 people watching, so we need a percent of you guys to do it. So share the video on Twitter. Make sure you tag @ChatSports as well. Once we get to 25 shares, we will pick and announce the winner here on the Day 2 coverage of the Chat Sports live stream. Got a lot of picks to get to today. It is a long day, a tight turnaround the next morning. We will be live an hour before tomorrow's live stream as well. So again, one more time in case you're just now tuning in. Share today's live stream on Twitter. Tag @ChatSports. And we will then pick the winner after 25 shares. The winner gets a House of Atlas Razor Kit, the before and after set. So if you haven't already, why not enter for free? Hit that share button for me on Twitter. All right, we'll bring on Jack Sperry here momentarily. But who do you think will be the first player drafted in round 2? It kind of flipped on you last second there, Jack. Yeah, it caught you when it was doing the auto-rotate graphic. It's okay, it happens. First player taken in round 2. Get your predictions in for me here. I have a bold one that we'll bring on Jack Sperry for, and I'll let Sperry answer first, and then I'll give my own take. First player drafted.
First player drafted. How about we go Caleb Johnson, running back out of Iowa?
Right position, I'm going to go Trayvon Henderson.
Yeah, I mean, it could be Henderson, too. I think that they run a lot of outside zone in that Kevin Stefanski offense. I think that Caleb Johnson might be the best outside zone runner in this class, where he's just so good seeing those cutback lanes. He's so good putting his foot in the ground, and then he's so tough to bring down the field. I kind of hope the Steelers get him today because they run more outside zone than anybody else.
Actually a great fit.
Yeah, and I think that would be terrific.
If he gets there.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think that they might trade up for him potentially. They have some comp picks that they're slated to get next year, so I think they might be willing to trade future mid-round draft picks tonight to move up for maybe a quarterback or maybe a running back as well. Certainly seems like those are the two positions they're sniffing around here in round 2. But my prediction, Caleb Johnson goes to the Cleveland Browns. I hope it doesn't happen, but that's my prediction.
I'll go Henderson there. I'll get some shout-outs here, and then I'll hand over hosting duties back to Sperry here. Will Johnson, Shadur Sanders, Luther Burden, the safety from Carolina, so Nick Emmanwori. Will Johnson again, Shadur Sanders, Jalen Milroe. Sorry, I lost my spot. Nick Emmanwori in there as well. Mike Green, Ariante Ursary to the Browns as well.
By the way, it just came to my mind here. Do you have my $5 for the bet? Do we have it?
I was going to.
Can we have the official handoff?
I don't have it on me. It's
for those of you that don't know, Tom and I had a bet where I said Walter Nolan would not be there for the Steelers at 21. He said that he would be. We bet $5, and I won the bet. So I just want everybody to know that. I'm sorry, Tom, but that's part of the reason why we made the bet is I wanted to be able to kind of gloat a little bit here.
I got him at plus money to go top 21, so it's fine.
All right, man. So we got a bunch of stuff to get to here before we get into the start of the 2025 NFL Draft. Day 2 coverage here. We're less than 10 minutes away now before the Cleveland Browns are officially on the clock and we get this party started yet again. So let us know down there in the comment section who you think the first player will be drafted. We got some supers to get to here. And these are from Cowboys, so Tom, I'll let you take them.
You want wide receiver or running back? I want Henderson if he's there. If Burden's there, I'm taking Burden. Otherwise, Henderson would probably just outright be my best graded player left on the board at that point. So Henderson would be my – Burden would be my first pick. I don't think he gets there. I'd be really happy if he did. I think that's a lot of teams are probably saying that right now.
Yeah.
So I would take Henderson if he's there. I also don't think he gets there. I think you probably won about 4 too many games to get that one. About 4 too many games there. And there is also Ben Jr. Miramontes, or Miramontes, however you pronounce it, on Cowboys. Do that one here too. Says swap second to give the Browns a 5th. Who says no? I really want Luther Burden. You want Luther Burden? You want to pick swap with the Browns? Got to give them a 3rd. 3rd, or the Browns are not gonna take a 2nd round swap for a 5th. You got to move your 3rd. It's not that dissimilar in the end to all those years ago the DeMarcus Lawrence trade, a 2 and a 3 to move up and take Tank. So you got to give up a lot to move up there.
This one's from Maine. Dylan Heck says talks, saying Tyler Shough, first quarterback gone tonight. Tom, my man Shough. I've been higher on him since the beginning of the process. Now, I don't have an astronomical grade on him. I think I'm just higher on him than the consensus.
What's up, Jack?
What's going on, Jack?
There actually is a report from Ian Rappaport that Tyler Shough is in the running to be the first quarterback tonight. And he's connected to the Saints.
I mean, I know Schefter said he would not be shocked if Shough goes.
I'm sorry.
And, the Saints are looking for somebody that could probably play right away. I would say Shough can certainly make an argument as the most ready to do that with Derrick Carr's situation.
But that's just like everyone but Milroe at this point. That's what it is.
I mean, I think Shough is a whole level more ready than Shadur is personally. But
he's 30.
He's old, but that's part of the fun is that he's ancient and he's more mature, ready to go. So I do think actually Tyler Shough to the Saints could happen at 40.
I would not be surprised.
If you want to make another $5 bet, I'm
not doing that bet. One I don't like.
I would be willing to bet that he goes by pick 40 tonight.
No, I'm not doing that one.
I think I'm going to do
that. One might happen.
Yeah, that one might actually happen. We got our super chat menu here for you guys to consider here. Every 100 likes. Did you do a Bean Boozled? I'm guessing you did. How many did you do while I was gone?
When did we do it for? Is it for 300 or 400?
I don't remember.
Okay, I'll do one for 400 then.
Okay, cool. Because I've done 2 so far.
Okay, then I guess I have 2.
Boom.
No, I've done 1, so I saw the 1. I saw the 1 then. Okay.
Okay, cool.
Top banana or wet dog? Great. Great. That's toasted marshmallow. Yeah, it's this one.
Quick reminder.
Here's the thing. There's no difference between the booger and the pear and the top dog. They're all the same.
Quick reminder on the deal that we're running until the draft starts. Double entries for the hat raffle. So every $5 is 2 tickets.
One, right?
Yeah, that's booger.
Okay.
Yeah, that's booger.
Well, every top banana or wet dog is the one I want.
Jack just can't get a word in here.
You guys are just too busy talking about Bean Boozled. I'm trying to get this deal out.
All right, give us the deal, Jack.
Every
What am I not seeing here?
Check the live stream, bro.
Look on Maine, bro.
IQ
IQ barbecue! Bang! Barbecue! 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 That's one of my. That's the Commanders fan right here.
I get my Red Bull bong.
One of the all-time MVPs of the Commanders report right here. IQ Barbecue. It's raining money on NFL Daily because of IQ Barbecue. Bang!
My worst pour ever of a Red Bull.
Let's go, Red Bull bong.
There we go.
God, that thing
Here
is
we
filled up.
go.
Woo-hoo-hoo, IQ Barbecue, my man. Yeah.
There we
So
go.
IQ Barbecue, you just took the lead to win this NFL Daily MVP football. 20? $10?
Another one! Anthony Fuller!
Oh, this one's rolling in from Anthony Fuller. Bang! King Yinzer, one of our Steelers Talk legends. Coming in with a $100 super chat. Make it rain, baby. We're not worthy. We're not worthy. Anthony Fuller. I'm losing my voice already today, boys. This is not a good sign. We got 5 minutes, or less than 5 minutes. We got about 2 minutes to go.
Another beer bong.
Another beer bong.
This one's a happy day because I don't think I should have back-to-back Red Bull.
Yeah,
that's probably bad for my heart.
That's a real.
This was just bad for my liver. It's fine.
We don't need you to collapse on screen here, Tom. Let's go, Anthony. I love it. All right, Tom, I got a question for you.
Yeah?
Kyle Williams, does he go in round 2?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be shocked.
I got him in the 3rd, but
Yeah, I think he goes tonight sometime.
I think he definitely goes tonight.
But Chris Sims is number 2 receiver. We'll see if he ends up going here in round 2.
Kiss of death. Who said that?
Yeah, exactly. All right, man. Appreciate you, Anthony. Appreciate you, IQ Barbecue. I'm ready to go. Woo! Let's get the goes going. Less than 2 minutes to go till we're on the clock. Type those goes in the chat if you're excited for day 2 of the 2025 NFL Draft. Come on, baby.
When should I head over to Cowboys, by the way, boys?
All right, so
when should I step off to go to Cowboys here? Step off? Sweet. Cowboys watchers, stay tuned. We're going to let Sperry take over solo. We'll do the entire Cowboys report live stream here in just a second. Me and Chris on that one. So, Sperry, take it away.
Bye, Tom. All right, now we've got less than a minute to go. Spam those goes, baby. We're almost on the clock again. We got to bring the juice. We got to bring the energy here, folks. Come on. Spam those goes. I see Dre. I see Idek. I see Papa. I see Kenneth Walker. I see IQ Barbecue, my man. We've got, there's a lot of talk about Tyler Shough right now. Schultz just put it out too. We got David. We've got Daniel. We've got Never Abandoned. We got Timothy. We got Nolan spamming his goes. We got Carl. We got LJ Foster. We got T. We got Steel City Mafia. Come on, baby. We are ready to get things going. In Green Bay. Number 33 overall, the Cleveland Browns will be on the clock. They do need a quarterback. Question is, do they take one? I will say, Jack, I do kind of agree that I think Tyler Shough is going to be the first quarterback off the board tonight. I have a weird feeling. Let's go, baby. Does it just keep switching? Sounds good. All right, we're going to reset right now. Our live coverage of Day 2 of the 2025 NFL Draft starts right now. It's day 2 of the 2025 NFL Draft, and here on Chat Sports, we got you covered with live coverage of every single pick in round 2 and in round 3 of this year's NFL Draft being held in Green Bay. I'm your host, Jack Sperry. Welcome into NFL Daily. And yesterday, very exciting, round 1 in Green Bay, where we saw Cam Ward go number 1 to the Tennessee Titans. Travis Hunter in a crazy move and a very exciting move by the Jacksonville Jaguars, moving up for the two-way player. Abdul Carter, Darth Vader, going to the New York Football Giants to be their new number 1 edge rusher of the future. Will Campbell going to be the new left tackle of the New England Patriots to protect Drake May. And then now we get to the point here where on the clock is going to be the Cleveland Browns at number 33 overall. All right, they have possessed that pick for a while now, but the kind of change in dynamic here is that they added the number 36 overall pick in that trade down with the Jacksonville Jaguars last night. So they have 2 picks in the top 4 to start day 2. And they've got a lot of needs that they need to address here, and we'll talk about those here in just a moment. Then after that, there are some whispers, according to Ian Rappaport, that the Las Vegas Raiders are quote-unquote discussing potentially taking Shedeur Sanders as early as number 37. So keep your eye on Shedeur to the Raiders at 37. 38, the New England Patriots. Producer Jack pushed me a little too early there. Then watch out for Tyler Shough out of Louisville at number 40 to the New Orleans Saints. The Saints, they don't really know what's going to happen with Derrick Carr and his kind of shoulder issue. They may need a starter ready to go week 1, and Tyler Shough, in my opinion, is the most pro-ready quarterback left on the board. Then the Bears will be picking 39 and 41. The New York Jets are at number 42. The 49ers will be at 43. The Cowboys will be on the clock at number 44 in kind of the first half of round 2 of our coverage here of the second round. Now, we got this report here from Jordan Schultz saying that there could be some movement at the top of round 2 today. He says sources, several teams picking in the high 30s and 40s are calling the Browns at 33, the Texans at 34, and the Titans at 35, but potentially trading to try and come up. Wide receiver and edge rusher are viewed as having tangible drop-offs in a wide range of evaluations. Would expect both positions targeted early in the second. Should be another fun night in Green Bay. And then we just got this from Jordan Schultz when it comes to quarterback out of Louisville, Tyler Shough. He says there's a growing belief that Louisville QB Tyler Shough has a legitimate chance to be the first quarterback selected tonight, ahead of Colorado's Shedeur Sanders, sources tell NFL on Fox. We can take a look at Tom Downey's best available right now. Will Johnson dealing with a knee issue that some teams have flagged, and some teams have probably just taken off their board entirely. But he's a really good player, really good zone defender out of Michigan. He is the number 8 overall player on Tom's big board. Mike Green, he's got some character stuff and some off-the-field stuff that definitely concerns NFL teams. He would have gone in round 1 if it didn't. Then Luther Burden III, wide receiver out of Missouri, is Tom's highest-rated wide receiver still left on the board. Nick Emmanwori out of South Carolina. A lot of people thought he would have gone round 1. He's still available. Donovan Ezeraku, 16.5 sacks last year for Boston College. He's an absolute technician. Then you got Travion Henderson, running back out of Ohio State. Could go very early. Could even be this first pick at number 33. And then Carson Schlesinger, linebacker out of UCLA, and Xavier Watts out of Notre Dame round out the top 8 on Tom's best available. So here we go. Roger Goodell is on the stage. Type those boos. Yeah, Sam said something I can't say on this stream. But yes, F Roger Goodell. I think you guys can tell what he said. But make sure you get those boos in the chat. I see Luis. I see Fella. I see William. I see Logan. I see Colton. I see Luis. I see C-Wag. I see Attack. I see Jargon. I see Fella. I see Logan. I see Jen, Justin, Jordan, Shane, Jackson, Mighton, Cody, Kiefer, Jorg, Jesse, JJ's, Lorenzo. Spam those boos in the chat, and we are officially on the clock here. The Cleveland Browns, 7-minute clock here for the second and third rounds. And now the Browns, who took Mason Graham last night, number 5 overall after trading down, now are on the clock. And there's speculation about potentially quarterback. They currently have Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett under contract for them. Could they take a quarterback here in the first few picks? It's certainly possible. They could certainly take a running back as well. Travion Henderson, Caleb Johnson, Quinshawn Judkins, some really good backs still on the board. They could still go corner. They run a lot of man coverage, so I'm not sure if I'm expecting this to be Will Johnson. There's also Trey Amos. There's Savone Revel. There's Benjamin Morrison. I wouldn't be shocked if this is Benjamin Morrison here, guys. I really wouldn't. All right. All right, sounds good. So we have a winner here for our giveaway for the House of Atlas giveaway. What were the I wasn't here when we gave the details of this, so what was the details here, Producer Jack?
Here's what we're rocking with, okay? And here are the details. So listen up, okay?
Okay.
And I've got the details right here. You share the video on Twitter. You have to physically hit the share icon on Twitter.
Okay.
I'm not on Twitter, excuse me, YouTube.
On YouTube.
You have to physically hit the share button on YouTube and share the video to Twitter. Okay? When you do that, tag @ChatSports. And then if we get to 25 shares, we will give away a
Not a Mando.
No. Excuse me. House of Atlas razor kit.
Okay.
And before and after set, which includes calming aftershave and the shaving cream.
Very good. I mean, House of Atlas is awesome, man. They've got super sleek design. They've got that little hook that you can put on your mirror so that it just so elegantly goes on your mirror. Excuse me, guys. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for the NFL draft. I can't contain myself, Producer Sam. So if you guys want that razor from House of Atlas, let me tell you, man, once I started using House of Atlas, I have not used anything else for my shaving needs. It's absolutely fantastic stuff. So if you guys want to get in on the raffle today, share the video on Twitter, right below this video on YouTube. Tag Chat Sports in that post on Twitter, and then we'll pick the winner after we get 25 shares. How many shares are we at, Jack? Do we have that number? Jack's looking.
I think we're almost there.
Okay,
we're very close.
Okay, we have a report here from Mike Garafolo. Browns are not moving. All right, the Browns are picking here at number 33. We don't know the player as of yet. We will get you guys the information once it comes in. But the Cleveland Browns are making the pick at number 33. Could this be Shedeur Sanders? Could this be Tyler Shough? Could this be Travion Henderson, Caleb Johnson? Who will the Cleveland Browns take to go along with Mason Graham? Again, the Browns pick again at pick number 36, which was the Jaguars' original second-round pick. So we will await word here. I think that corner is another one that they could go here if they really wanted to. Now, obviously, they didn't feel like corner was like a huge need for them because they didn't take Travis Hunter. And they have Martin Emerson and Greg Newsome. But apparently they've been shopping Greg Newsome, so I could see that being the case. I could see this being edge rusher. They might want to add somebody on the other side of Myles Garrett. Could this be Mike Green? Could this be Donovan Ezeraku? They've got some needs here. They've got some needs on the offensive line. Obviously, they need quarterback. It's a lot of different things that the Cleveland Browns need here, so it's going to be interesting to see who they take at the top of day 2. All right, it looks like somebody's coming out to make the pick. I don't think Goodell makes the picks in round 2. All right, I think this is Goodell or somebody. No, this is Joe Thomas. Joe Thomas is making the selection for the Cleveland Browns. Let's see who it is. Oh, man. Okay, I know who the pick is, and I think I kind of nailed that this guy was going to go early. They are taking linebacker out of UCLA, Carson Schlesinger, to get JOK, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, a running mate there at off-ball linebacker. And listen, man, this is not a good off-ball linebacker class. It's just not. So if you needed a linebacker in this class to start for you right away, you need to get them early because there's not many of them. And Schlesinger is definitely one of the guys that is more than capable of doing that. He's got excellent instincts, both in zone and in man coverage. He reads the eyes of the quarterback extremely well. He's a good athlete. I wouldn't say he's a special athlete like a Jahad Campbell who went late round 1 to the Eagles last night, but I do think he's a starting caliber player right away. And, I think that coverage linebackers like this are starting to be more of a dying breed where you really have to have special instincts to play the game the way that Schlesinger does, and he's going to be an impact player for them on defense immediately. All right, this is a defensive culture that they have built in Cleveland. Even though they have an offensive head coach in Kevin Stefanski, they really invest a lot of their resources on the defensive side of the ball, whether that's giving big contracts to guys like Myles Garrett, or whether that's using high draft picks on guys like Denzel Ward. This is an organization that likes to invest in players, and especially 3-down players like Schlesinger that's going to be able to play all 3 downs. He's going to be a starter. There's not many of these types of players in this draft, and the Browns just wanted to make sure nobody else got their player at this position. I like the pick for the Cleveland Browns. They're beefing up their defense a little bit, going Mason Graham at number 5 overall, and then getting Schlesinger here at number 33. And they still could take a running back. They could still take a quarterback when they're going to be on the clock at number 36 in just a few picks here. But the Houston Texans pick is in. This is the Texans' first selection of the draft so far. They traded down But before we get to the announcement of who the Houston Texans are selecting here, make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Make sure you click that subscribe button because we're going to be live for every single pick of the NFL draft here, guys. All throughout today, all throughout tomorrow. We're going to have extensive coverage for you guys right here on NFL Daily. Make sure you click that subscribe button if you haven't already. And all throughout the NFL schedule, guys, we are going to get you guys videos every single day, breaking down the latest rumors, the latest news, going into the nitty-gritty, talking about all of your favorite NFL franchises and what's to come in the future. So really do appreciate all of your guys' support. Looks like the Texans pick is in, and they're going to be having somebody walk out to the podium here shortly. I will be joined by T-Moose. Trace Moustakis is going to be joining me here in just a moment. I'm really looking forward to talking to Moose here today because I had a great time talking football with him yesterday. So here we go. The Texans' first selection is coming up here. And we've got it. And it's one of my favorite players in this entire class. I love this pick for the Houston Texans. Jaden Higgins, I thought he might sneak into round 1. He ends up going very early, round 2. I love this wide receiver out of Ohio State, guys. He does everything fast, all right? He ran a good 40 time this year for his size, 6'4 1/4, 214 pounds, but really oily hips, really great athleticism, runs pristine routes, and he can win at the catch point in contested catch situations. I think that he reminds me a lot of Nico Collins. So you're getting somebody that you can really translate the game to Nico Collins. You're getting 2 of these guys in the Houston Texans offense. So I love this guy's skill set. I think he's going to be an absolute stud. He was my number 4 wide receiver in this class. The only guys I had higher were Travis Hunter, Ted Aurora McMillan, and Matthew Golden. I think that this is an absolute slam dunk pick for the Houston Texans, who are going to be missing Tank Dell, most likely for the entirety of the 2025 NFL season. And I think you're getting a damn good football player here if you are a Texans fan. So I know there's some Texans fans that wanted offensive line here, but with the run that we saw on offensive line yesterday, I think this is the good value pick. I think that Texans fans are going to see Jaden Higgins play, and they are going to be absolutely stoked to have this guy in their wide receiver room for the next half decade plus while he's on his rookie contract. So really excited for Jaden Higgins to the Houston Texans. Now we have the Seattle Seahawks on the clock at number 35. And with that, actually, I'll give Jack a little second here to get T-Moose all trade away. We got to trade. So Seattle moved up with Tennessee here. So now Seattle is on the clock, just so you guys know. So we'll see what Seattle is targeting here. I doubt it's quarterback, but they might be looking for a wide receiver. This might be another wide receiver here, so we'll see what happens with Seattle. And there he is, Trace Moustakis, Moose.
Day 2, here we go. I am so unbelievably excited. Mr. Sperry, how are you?
I'm doing great. It's great to be joined by you. Your thoughts on the first two picks here. Carson Schlesinger, linebacker out of UCLA to the Browns, and then Jaden Higgins, Iowa State wide receiver to the Texans.
I love what the Browns are doing, loading up this defense and just kind of stacking the roster so that next year when they decide to go after a quarterback, because I don't think they're going to go after a quarterback in this year's draft.
I mean, we'll see in two picks here. We'll see in a couple picks.
They could say that Shadevland is going to be a – I don't know if that's how you would say it. Shadevland. But listen, I love the pick for the Browns there with Carson Schlesinger, but I also love Jaden Higgins as well. Did you say he has oily hips?
Very oily hips. Very oily hips. Like
that's crazy.
Fluid mover is another way to put it there. But yes, that's he's got great athleticism for his size, and I think that when you look at the way he separates versus man coverage, I think he's got the potential to be a number one wide receiver in this league. I'm really high on him, and I'm excited to see what he does in the league. All right, so we got a trade here that I just discussed. Seattle is on the clock right now. And they flipped their second-round pick, so they move up from 52 to 35, but they also give Tennessee one of their third-round picks at number 82 overall. So Seattle definitely moving up for somebody that they really, really want. I'm trying to rack my brain of maybe edge rusher here, maybe wide receiver. We'll have to see what happens. Obviously not quarterback, because they just signed Sam Darnold. I've seen some people say if Shough goes to the fourth round, they might take him there. But
could this be Luther Burden the third right here?
It wouldn't shock me. But in my opinion, I think Seattle needs more of a true X wide receiver because you got JSN and you got Cooper Kupp, and those guys can play the Z and they can play in the slot, but they're not true downfield threats. I feel like, all right, we have the pick here, guys, and it's a safety. Nick Emmanwori out of South Carolina goes to the Seattle Seahawks. And this guy's an athletic freak, Trace Moose. He got a perfect 10 out of 10 relative athletic score. Really similar to Jeremy Chin in terms of his body composition and his explosive athleticism. I thought for somebody that was so big, though, I thought that he was really slow to diagnose the run. And he was somebody that I thought really underwhelmed me as a run defender. So if you're hoping that he's going to be a true run defender in the Seattle Seahawks defense, I don't know if I see the vision there, but hey, it's Mike Macdonald here who helped develop Kyle Hamilton in Baltimore. I think he sees a lot of Hamilton in Emmanwori, and he certainly believes in his skill set, and that's who the pick is here.
Yeah, I would like to see Emmanwori throw his weight around a little bit more. Like you said, he plays a little bit too light and finesse for my taste, especially given that size. But as you alluded to, unbelievable athlete, a freak. I've even heard some comps of him going maybe playing an inside linebacker role or an outside linebacker role with his size and his athleticism, but I think safety is the perfect position for him. I've seen him going as high as 13 in some drafts, so the fact that he's falling to 35 is a great value pick here for the Seahawks. Love the play. They're going to solidify that defensive backfield. I think he's going to make an excellent addition up in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, I'm a little bit lower on Emmanwori personally. I have Kevin Winston Jr. out of Penn State and Xavier Watts ranked above him on my big board just because I think that he still has a ways to go before he can reach his potential. But if you're going to tell me, all right, Seattle's going to take him, I'm like, hell yes, because Mike Macdonald does a fantastic job at developing these safeties. All right, this is what he does. And this is what he does, Moose, where he likes to rotate coverage post-snap. And Emmanwori has the type of body type and the type of athleticism where you can use him as a chess piece. All right, you can move him all around the formation. Like you said, almost like a hybrid linebacker role. I think that as kind of like a bandit safety type, he can really be a really good player. So I love the fit between talent and player here. I have no problem with Emmanwori going this early because of the team that he's going to. Moose, tell us about our sponsor today. We have the winner.
We have a winner.
We have a winner for a giveaway here. So we have 25. We have 25 shares. So who's the winner here, producer Jack, of the House of Atlas?
Here we go.
One more time, what we're giving away. We are giving away a razor set with a razor kit with the before and after set from House of Atlas. We have our winner, ladies and gentlemen.
Who is it?
Our winner of the House of Atlas set is... Whoa, what happened here?
Come on, Jack.
I got it.
What we got?
A lot going on here.
I see
Our
that.
giveaway winner is at Brandon Altman, 82.
Brandon,
Way to
you
go,
are the
Brandon.
winner. Here we go. Yeah. Let's go, Brandon, baby. I love it.
So here's what we need you to do, Brandon, okay? If you're still watching, here's what we need you to do. DM us at Chat Sports on Twitter. We need your address and your email address so we can get in contact with you. So once again, Brandon Altman, 82 on Twitter. Make sure you DM us. We need your address for shipping and your email address so we can have easier conversation back and forth between each other.
All right, we have our next pick here, ladies and gentlemen. The Cleveland Browns were back on the clock, and they take a running back here, but maybe that I predicted it was going to be Caleb Johnson.
Yep.
Tom Downey predicted it was going to be Travion Henderson. It's neither one of those guys. It's another Ohio State running back in Quinshon Judkins.
Wow.
And I love Judkins. He just looks like a Brown to me, man. He really does. He plays with a really high floor, in my opinion, Moose, because he's got a great body type, 5'11 and 5'8", 221 pounds, so he's got some size to him, but he's got some great athletic tools, great athleticism, acceleration, and, of course, the long speed is pretty darn good as well. Really good vision as well, which I think really sets his floor at a really high level. And then because he's got the physical tools that you want, I think that he's got a pretty decently high ceiling as well. So the Cleveland Browns obviously are a team that wants to run the football in that Kevin Stefanski offense. They don't have the best quarterback room right now, so it seems like they're going to be leaning into Judkins quite a bit. But I like the fit here. I like the running back, and I think he's going to be a hell of a running back for the Cleveland Browns.
Well, I'll tell you what. I got to watch him every single snap of that national championship game against my Notre Dame Fighting Irish, and yours as well.
Our
Fighting Irish. I apologize there. And I have to say, the one thing that I noticed when I was watching him play is that violence out of the backfield. That initial burst in that first step is so explosive with Quinshon Judkins. I think he shows excellent field vision. I think he understands patience. But once he sees a hole and identifies it, he is off to the races, and he's almost impossible to stop. He's a violent runner. He's got great breakaway speed. I think he fits the Cleveland Browns perfectly. I thought they were going to go Travion Henderson, maybe go with a little bit bigger body, but Quinshon Judkins, welcome to Cleveland, my friend. You are going to make an excellent addition to that running back room with Jerome Ford.
Yeah, well, Judkins was the number one running back there at Ohio State. So, a lot of people thought Henderson was going to be the first Ohio State running back taken, but it's like he wasn't even the first guy in the rotation for the Buckeyes last year. So it's like, Judkins was the guy they brought in because they didn't trust Henderson enough to be a true number one guy. They had a fantastic relationship, and they obviously won the national championship, and they did that because they were so dominant on the ground. But Judkins has been more used to that number one running back workload that he had at Ohio State. So I'm very excited for Quinshon Judkins to the Cleveland Browns. Right now, we are on the clock for the Las Vegas Raiders, and Ian Rappaport said, last four, cool. So Carson Schlesinger went to the Cleveland Browns. We got Jaden Higgins going to the Houston Texans, and Nick Emmanwori, great fit between player and coach there, going to Mike McDonald's defense in Seattle, and Quinshon Judkins just went to the Cleveland Browns. Now we're on to the Las Vegas Raiders pick here, where there's been some rumors here, Moose, that it could be Shedeur Sanders here.
I'm thinking it might be Shedeur here.
Gotcha. All right, so we got some from our Steelers channel here. We'll get through these real quick. President Nitty, my man, $2 says, good seeing Tom. Sup, Spare Dog. What's up, President Nitty? Good to see you. $10 from Norm Brown. Norm, you are in the draft hat raffle. Again, guys, for all my Steelers listeners out there, $10 super chat gets you into the draft hat raffle. $20 Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal gets you into the Steelers jersey raffle. Norm sent in another 2. Appreciate you, Norm. You are real. And then sent in a 5. My
Nice
man,
little
Norm.
fox.
My man, Robert Locke says, put Ali the Reaper in the hat raffle, please, Coop. Much love and so sorry for your loss. Unfortunately, one of our listeners, Ali the Reaper, lost his brother yesterday. So our thoughts and our prayers and our hearts go out to you, Ali the Reaper. You've been one of our most avid supporters of our channel. And Robert, that's a really nice thing of you to do right there, giving a free raffle entry. By the way, Ali, you already had a free raffle entry, so you get another one here from courtesy of Robert Locke. So appreciate you, Rob. All right, and then 2 more 99 centers from Norm. Appreciate you, Norm. You've been a real one today. All right, sounds
It's a little
good.
banana peel there, right?
Yeah, a little banana. Is that supposed to be a message or?
I have no idea what that's supposed to be.
I don't know.
But
So this is from Maine. Drew Seiling says, "Let's go Cowboys."
how about them Cowboys?
How about them Cowboys? That's right. 5 from BC Studios says, "Is it just me, or are the Browns pretty much this the staring? Is that what I'm reading there? The staring
I
domino?
think it's starting domino.
Starting domino
Starting
of
domino.
chaos in the first 2 rounds of this draft. I mean, yeah. I mean, yes, they were the one to trade down yesterday, and then they were the one to take the 2 players at the top of round 2 today. So I guess you could say that, BC. Thanks for the $5 super chat. Do we have a trade here?
We do have a trade here. It looks like the Dolphins are trading
For nothing.
for 0.
The Raiders are just giving away the pick.
They said we don't even want it.
What a
Screw Shador.
What a brilliant move by the Las Vegas Raiders to give away their 37th overall pick. They were just they felt sorry for was this Jalen Ramsey maybe?
Our friends in Miami.
It's not Jalen Ramsey. Okay.
We're going to wait on what the actual Raiders did receive here.
So by the way, the pick is in. We'll get to it here in just 1 second. But the Dolphins are on the clock at number 37. We're going to have to see what the trade compensation is. So it's not Shedeur Sanders here.
No,
Moose.
it is not Shedeur Sanders unless
Unless they're moving down to take him later in the second round.
Who knows?
So we'll see
Here's the pick.
we will see what the Miami Dolphins do here. They took Kenneth Grant out of Michigan, defensive tackle.
I have to think Will Johnson here, don't you?
I think that's what it is. Will Johnson played in this defense his entire college career. This has got to be Will Johnson. No, they took Savaiinaea. They took a guard. How did they not?
This is insane.
How did they not take Will Johnson there?
We were all thinking that Will Johnson was going to go to Miami at 13, and they're not even taking him at 37.
Look, I don't hate the pick. He's a damn good player.
Sure.
I would have gone Will Johnson here. I don't know the extent of the knee issue stuff, but, like, they need a number 1 corner, and Will Johnson was still on the board, and, like, this is a lower value position, offensive guard. This is a position that Miami and their GM, Chris Greer, hasn't really prioritized as of late, but now they do, trading up for the big guy out of Arizona. And listen, man, he is stout, 324 pounds.
He's big boy.
You're not bull rushing this guy,
Yeah.
and he does move pretty well, in my opinion, for his size. Our scouting report from Tom Down, he says he has good frame and fantastic length, which is absolutely true. Especially for a move to guard, can absorb and engulf defenders like we talked about. You're not moving him. And then he struggles to recover. So, yes, he doesn't have the best foot speed in the world, so he's not going to be a tackle or anything. But I think he projects as an excellent guard. It's a really good pick, and he's particularly really, really good as a pass blocker, Moose. I think it's a good pick for Miami, but maybe not the one I would have made.
So here's what I have to say. I was talking to one of our draft analysts here at Chat Sports, and one of the statistics that I found very interesting was back in 2023, Tua Tagovailoa had the highest success rate of any quarterback in the NFL under a clean pocket.
Yeah.
So drafting somebody to make sure that he gets the ball out quickly seems to be working in favor of the Miami Dolphins. And like you said, just take a look at the guy. He's gigantic.
He's huge.
There is no chance that you put your, feet forward, your momentum going forward, and you bull rush this guy because you're going to run into a brick wall. So I love the pick here. I think it's an excellent addition to this Miami offensive line. Tua needs to stay healthy. We've seen concussions very, very recently, which has been scary. We saw the fencing of the fingers. So making sure that he stays up on his feet seems to be the highest of priorities. Otherwise, you'd have to start looking for a new quarterback. But I'm still shocked that they didn't attack that cornerback 2 position with Will Johnson or any of the other cornerback prospects in this draft. It just doesn't make sense to me, although I do really like the pick, like you said.
All right, so tell us about our sponsor today here, Trace Moose,
Our
which is
sponsor?
Mando Whole Body Deodorant.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, spring is in the air, and I love to get on the golf course around this time of year, especially in Dallas. It's right in that peak prime season of like 85-degree weather. And listen, I'm a hairy guy. I sweat, I stink, and that's where Mando comes into play. Their whole body deodorant is unbelievable. And by the way, it's safe to use anywhere on your body. your pits, your undercarriage, your thigh folds, anywhere you need to put that Mando whole body deodorant. I actually have a stick at home right now for when I go and work out as well. It was created by a doctor who saw firsthand how normal BO was being misdiagnosed and mistreated. It's clinically proven, by the way, to block all odor all day long and control odor for up to 72 hours. You are stink-free for 72 hours. All products, like I said, are baking soda free and paraben free. You can choose from a variety of fresh scents like bourbon leather, which is my personal favorite, Clover Woods, Mount Fuji, or Pro Sport. And right now, $5 off of our Mando deodorant when you use code CHAT. That's CHAT. Chat for $5 off Mando's starter pack. Thank you to Mando for sponsoring today's video. We appreciate it, Mando, and thank you so much.
All right, so right now the Patriots are on the clock at number 38 overall. Of course, they took Will Campbell at number 4 overall yesterday. So, could go wide receiver. Maybe they did add Stephon Diggs. Yesterday you added some protection for Drake. Maybe get him a weapon here.
Yeah, I'm thinking Trey Harris or Luther Burden III. Now, I personally like Luther Burden III. I think he's a little bit better with the ball in his hands. That yards after the catch is where he seems to really excel. Although, Trey Harris, when it comes to the deep ball, there is probably not a better wide receiver on the board when it comes to vertical passing threats than a Trey Harris. So I love both of these picks for different reasons, but if I'm going with my gut feeling here, it's got to be Luther Burden III.
Yeah, Trey Harris, something that's interesting about him, you compare his numbers to Matthew Golden, who went in the first round of Green Bay yesterday. He played half the games, and he had more catches for more yards, had double the yards per game, and almost had as many touchdowns. So he was like the most efficient wide receiver in all of college football last year with Jackson Dart throwing him the football in that Lane Kiffin offense at Ole Miss. So I think that whoever gets him today, and I do think he's going to go sometime in round 2, is going to get an absolute steal because, like you said, he is an absolute monster coming down with the football in contested catch situations down the field, true deep threat. And I think he's better after the catch, and I think he's a better route runner than people give him credit for as well. Brings great size to the table. So I think that would be a great pick for the New England Patriots here at number 38 with now Jaden Higgins off the board. But, I think that would it be crazy here if they take another tackle?
No, because listen, that offensive line, it couldn't stop a nosebleed last year. Only second worst in the league to the Chicago Bears, who gave up, 67 sacks, which is
so
just
bad.
Insane work. So I think solidifying the offensive line as the pick comes in is probably the move here, but I could absolutely see them going a weapon.
All right, so the pick is being made right now, so we'll see who the Patriots take. I think it's going to be wide receiver is what I got to say it's got to be.
Goodell comes up to the stage.
So
they're letting someone announce it.
They're introducing a couple people that are going to be making the pick here. So defensively, I'm not sure if they have a ton of big needs. Maybe they could add another edge rusher.
How about this? We'll make a little quick bet here. I'm going to say offensive tackle or offensive line. You can say weapon, or we can flip-flop.
I'll say wide receiver, yeah.
And here's what I'll do. If I'm wrong, I'll open my first beer of the night, and I'll start drinking.
Okay.
I'll start drinking.
All right, we have the pick in, and it is neither wide receiver or offensive line, but it is an offensive weapon, so I think I was closer there. Travion Henderson comes off the board, Ohio State running back. I actually really like this fit because he can be their third down back right away, Moose, where you got Ramondre Stevenson, who's going to be your every down kind of thumper type, and then you got Henderson, who's an excellent pass protector from the running back position. He's a plus receiver as well, and he's got game-wrecking speed and acceleration, world-class acceleration and long speed to hit home runs. When he's curving the corner, people just can't catch him. But in my opinion, the vision needs to be better. I think that it's spotty at best. And I think that if he's going to be playing in a system where he's asked to do a lot of outside zone or he's going to be asked to identify cutback lanes, that's not necessarily his game. It's more a see it, run it kind of deal with Travion Henderson, but he's an explosive player that I think is going to be a really, really good third down back right away in the league.
Yeah, no. So one of the things that I was kind of concerned with when it came to Travion Henderson was, did we see enough of him last year to really get an idea of what kind of a player he was because of that 50-50 split with Quinshon Judkins? But as you mentioned there, he thrives in that Chip Kelly-style offense. I think you're absolutely spot on. Now, you did say that this was a weapon, so I did crack open my first beer because I'm a man of my word here. But when it comes to getting even more, help in the backfield there, I know that the Patriots have always been kind of a running back by committee team, usually going with 3 or 4 backs that they kind of rotate with. To have a solidified RB1 right now in that room seems to be an excellent move here, and I love what Vrabel's building with this new era of New England Patriots football.
Yeah, and producer Jack is in shambles because that means Cam Scatabo won't be a New England Patriot.
Oh, no!
Are you just in shambles over there, Jack? What do you have to say about this pick? Because I know you wanted Scat. You're wearing the hat. You're wearing the tee.
Now look, there's a lot of conflicting thoughts here because one, I'm a Michigan guy.
Yeah.
So I hate anyone that comes out of Ohio State. I hate anyone that comes out of Ohio State. Did they need a running back? Yes. Would I have loved for it to be Cam Scatabo? Yes. There's a lot of conflict here.
Yep.
That's all I'm going to say. There's a lot of conflict. They filled a need.
Fair.
They filled a need, which is great. Do I love who they filled the need with? I don't know about that one, Jim.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that we're going to get a run on running backs here. I wouldn't be surprised if your Chicago Bears, who are on the clock here, take Caleb Johnson out of Iowa, who's kind of the next guy that's slated to go.
Listen, I was on the board for them taking either Henderson or Judkins. So if it's not Caleb Johnson, I don't know what the pick's going to be here because I was all about a running back here with these first few picks.
Let's talk about another potential possibility coming up in the next few picks, which is Shedeur Sanders going to the New Orleans Saints. Now, Shedeur has fallen past the first round, as I predicted, by the way.
Right.
I had a day 2 grade on him, a true day 2 grade. And, I think that he does have a ways to go in terms of his pro readiness. And then I do think he has limited physical upside. I think teams are looking at him and saying, well, he's not that ready to play now, and we don't get a ton of star level upside. So why are we, going to spend a first round pick on him? I think that, the NFL is telling you exactly what kind of prospect Shedeur Sanders is here, and there's rumors that he's going to fall into late round 3 to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So I think the NFL is telling us exactly what type of prospect Shedeur Sanders is at this point, which is a day 2 prospect, and that's okay, all right? He doesn't have to be an amazing prospect. He is what he is, and to me, he's a day 2 guy.
Well, listen, interviews matter. We have heard the narrative that has been going on with Shedeur the past 24 to 36 hours, and he is not a good interview. He's entitled. He's cocky. He's got this air about him, and I feel like for these younger kids, especially when they get this NIL money, because look, Shedeur is one of the highest paid college players in the entire college football landscape last year. So he's making a ton of money. They come in with this, I'm already better than you kind of attitude. Not always. There's a lot of kids that are still humble, but it's clear in this case, his interviews didn't go necessarily the way that teams thought they were going to go, and I think that's really hurt his draft stock. So hopefully a team is able to kind of look past that. Maybe it's Shedorlins coming up here in just a few picks.
See, I know that's what Trizzy Trace, our Saints
Great
host,
for the
wants.
Great for the company, but I think pairing with Kellen Moore, a rookie quarterback and a first-time head coach, I think it's a match made in heaven. I think that's what's going to be the pick.
I think they're going to take Tyler Shough at 40 out of Louisville. I think he's more pro-ready than Shedeur is right now. Played in a pro-style offense at Louisville. He has a great deep ball. And I think that he's got a chance to be the first quarterback off the board today. Who's going to have the best career? I mean, I think the NFL is telling you it's not going to be Shedeur, but, let us know down there in the comment section. Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, or Jackson Dart. Spam it down there in the comment section. The Bears pick is in, and they are making their selection. So while they are announcing this pick, make sure you guys let us know down there in the chat. All right, it's
nice.
Also the new pin poll, so go vote. Right now, Cam Ward is the leading vote getter, but Shedeur is down quite a bit.
Oh!
Do we have it?
We've got the pick!
Oh, Luther Burden the third, another weapon.
Round 2, pick 39 for your Chicago Bears. Luther Burden the third, and all is well again. Good Lord, is Chicago building a star-studded offense. Think about this room. Just listen to the weapons the Bears have currently. DJ Moore, Roma Dunze, Cole Kmet, Colston Loveland, DeAndre Swift, and now Luther Burden III. How is Caleb Williams going to get the ball to all of these guys? I just don't understand it. But let's talk a little bit about Luther. unbelievable with the ball in his hands. Now, the route running is something that a lot of people have been skeptical about. He doesn't have the best route tree. But when he is open and he gets that ball in his hands, good luck stopping him. He's shifty. He's fast. He's got all of the spin moves, the juke moves that you're looking for. A very much a highlight player, in my opinion. Kind of had a dip last year in production at Missouri, but still, for what you're getting on an upside player, I think this is an excellent addition for the Chicago Bears as their wide receiver 3.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm a big fan of watching Luther Burden of the third on film because he's so dynamic with the ball in his hands, like you said. The modern NFL has a lot to do with getting the ball in your playmakers' hands in space, and a lot of it is short passes, screens at the line of scrimmage, and allowing your playmakers to work in space. And that's exactly what Luther Burden III is going to be able to bring to the table. We have seen Ben Johnson work with guys like Amon-Ra St. Brown in the slot, and I do believe, with DJ Moore, who might play a little bit in the slot, but then Rome Odunze probably not going to play much in the slot. You got Luther Burden III here, who I think could be a really good slot weapon for them to get the ball out on bubbles and get the ball out on screens and on drags and all these different things that Ben Johnson likes to do, get the ball in his hands in space. And, if you got to worry about covering Rome Odunze deep and DJ Moore deep, and you got the intermediate level with the 2 tight ends that they got there in Colston Loveland and Cole Kmet, and then you have to deal with the underneath stuff with the dynamic Luther Burden III in this offense. I mean, it certainly seems like they might be looking running back at some point to pair with DeAndre Swift here. I thought they probably would have gone Caleb Johnson here, but I can't say I hate the pick for the Bears here at number 39. You like this a lot more than the pick at 10.
I love this so much more than I loved the pick at 10. I love Colston Loveland, the prospect, but I think it was not the right fit there for the Bears. Now, coming in at pick number 39 to get a wide receiver who had round 1 grades for a lot of different teams and a lot of different organizations, I think this is an excellent pick. I'm going to stake my claim right now. Bears to the NFC Championship in 2025. Bear down, Chicago Bears.
Where they will lose to the Washington Commanders, and
Don't say that.
and Jaden Daniels will be Caleb Williams' daddy.
The real ones know how Moose felt about this team in their draft about 10 hours ago, or whatever it was.
Yes.
That was a different man.
This guy was
That-
yelling about Colston Loveland, and now you thought that the Bears are just God's gift to football.
They
Come
are.
on now.
So
This
now-
is God's team.
Get over yourself.
Now we're on a very interesting pick here at number 40. With the New Orleans Saints on the board, all right, and they're on the clock, could they go quarterback? Whether it's Shadorlands, whether it's Tyler Shough, who a lot of whispers have said is going to be the pick here at 40. Do we have the pick, Jack? People in
This is
Slack are
crazy.
reacting.
I don't think we should look at. Don't look at Slack.
I'm not going to look. I'm not looking at anything. Answer the pin question down there in the live chat. Who's going to have the best career? CW, Cam Ward, type SS for Shedeur Sanders, or JD for Jackson Dart. I'm not looking at Slack, all right? I just got a peep of something, but I don't think I got the full thing. I just saw Sperry Psycho.
I saw that too. Now, that probably doesn't mean that it's Shedeur.
I only have one quarterback.
Oh!
Oh my gosh. Well, I was right, folks. I've been saying this. I nailed it, folks. Tyler Shough out of Louisville is a New Orleans Saints. And I have been predicting this for weeks, and he went before Shedeur Sanders. I'm going to take my victory lap around Chat Sports Studios right now. I have been I was the first guy on this guy since the beginning of the draft process. Pause. Exactly. The thing about Tyler Shough is that outside of Cam Ward, he is the most ready to play an NFL football game as a starting NFL quarterback. He played in a pro-style offense at Louisville. He's got a strong arm, stronger arm than I think Jackson Dart and Shedeur Sanders. He's got a great deep ball with and great touch, all right? He can mentally process a defense. His eyes are in the right place consistently. He doesn't take sacks. He doesn't throw interceptions, all right? Just 7 turnover-worthy plays last year, 1.8% turnover-worthy play percentage. All right, this is somebody that reminds me a lot of Derek Carr, which is kind of ironic here because the Saints are replacing Derek Carr with, wait for it, Derek Carr. He panics in the pocket too much. That is his downside to his game, is that he'll have some Looney Tunes level panic throws in the pocket when there's immediate pressure. But if you're looking for somebody here to play day one, and it sounds like the Derek Carr situation, certainly leaning towards him not playing at the start of the 2025 season, I believe Tyler Shough will be the starting quarterback of the New Orleans Saints when they suit up in week 1 this year.
Well, listen, over his 7-year college career, a 7th-year senior, he's definitely racked up the reps and the games that you wanted to see. So day one as a 26-year-old starting rookie, just say that out loud. It sounds absolutely crazy. I think you're absolutely right. I think he's the most NFL ready to play. I could absolutely see him having a rookie of the year type season if he starts week 1. But with that being said, I can't believe they didn't go Shedeur here. I would have loved Shedeur, not only for the company, but just for
I know
the
Triz would too. Triz did not want this.
He did not want this at all.
I have been warning him for weeks that they were going to take him because they need a starter week 1, and he just refused to believe me. But here it is, folks. Tyler Shough, 40th overall to the New Orleans Saints. The fact that I've been saying for months that Shough is better than Sanders, and then the NFL just confirmed that to us right now, that they believe the same thing. I think it's a little bit of vindication on my part here that Shough ends up going at number 40. Make sure you guys grade the pick of Tyler Shough, quarterback out of Louisville, to the New Orleans Saints, A, B, C, D, or F. I think a lot of people hate Shough because of the age, because of the injury history, because of that terrible throw he had last year where he was like underhanding it to the defense, one of the Looney Tunes type of panic throws that I've been talking about. He had that terrible rep at the combine where he's like trying to do this weird like pocket motion and throw sidearm.
Trying to show that he can do it.
And it was like way off target. But, like, I like his off-schedule playmaking. I think some of his best plays is when he's rolling out to his left and then dropping his arm angle while he's moving against his body. This guy's got some good tools, great size, great arm strength, big playability, will throw the ball down the field, played in a pro-style offense. There's a lot to like about Tyler Shough, but like I said, the pocket toughness is a question mark, and he does tend to be a little bit conservative, all right? So those are the negatives on Tyler Shough. We got F in the chat from Rooster. D. Wills giving it an F-. We've got Joe 2 times giving it an F-. JJ's giving it a G. Not a lot of love for Tyler Shough here, man. People don't like their old rookie quarterbacks. That's for dang sure. I see some A's, some C's, some F++, a million A's, a million F's. I mean, there's listen, man.
A's.
I know Shedeur is very polarizing. I think Tyler Shough is one of the most polarizing quarterbacks in this entire class.
I think so too, and I think simply because it's that age factor that we talked about. He's so old. I mean, we're only 3. Yeah. I'm only 3 years older than this guy, and he's going to be a rookie in the NFL. It just makes it's crazy to me. But listen, I think it's a C+. I would give this. And we do have a trade alert coming in. The Chicago Bears are trading their number 41 overall pick to the Buffalo Bills for the details that we are going to get here in just a second. But the Bears clearly said we are going to trade down, gather more draft capital, and the Buffalo Bills now are officially on the clock. Sperry, I have to think that they either go defensive line here or they're going to go another defensive back, maybe a safety like Xavier Watts, but I could absolutely see them attacking that defensive line, although in free agency, adding guys like Larry Ogunjobi from Pittsburgh, adding Michael Hoyt, adding Joey Bosa to pair aside on Ed Oliver, A.J. Epinesa, and Terrell Bernard. This is starting to look like a very scary Buffalo Bills defensive line who was atrocious last year against the run. So where do you think they're going to end up going here? Are they going to go defense, or are they going to add another weapon on offense?
Yeah, if they like a weapon enough, I think that they could pull the trigger on a weapon here, but they could also go Xavier Watts, our Notre Dame Fighting Irish captain. I think that he would be fantastic in this defense. He's a ball hawk. I think he'd play really, really well with this off-zone type of system that they run there in Buffalo, and I think he'd be a great compliment to Maxwell Hairston, who they took in late round 1 last night. So I would say my pick is going to be Xavier Watts, but I could certainly see this being an edge rusher as well. Donovan Ezeraku still on the board. Mike Green still on the board. We'll see how they feel about those 2 guys who are still on the board. Trey Amos, another really good fit with this team, but they already took corner, and they have Christian Benford, so I'm not sure if they go in corner again. I would say right now my best guess is Xavier Watts out of Notre Dame.
Well, keep in mind this name right here, Landon Jackson, edge out of Arkansas, who is 6'7", 267 pounds, a huge dude. And look, the trade details just came in. Check this out.
Oh, my God. So the Bears get another second-round pick here at 62 to move down all the way down to 56, and they get the fourth-round pick there. Bills get a third-round pick from Chicago at number 72 and a seventh-rounder at 240. As a Bears fan, your thoughts on this trade, Moose?
Listen, anytime you can get another second-round pick, I'm all on board. So I think we got, both of our weapons. Now the Bears are going to probably address defense. Colston Loveland, Luther Burden III. Now they're going to have to go with another edge piece or a defensive tackle to pair on the opposite end of Montez Sweat, who had a very big dip last year in production as he started to get double-teamed more and more often. He's not one of those players that, he's not a Myles Garrett or a TJ Watt, but given a one-on-one, he can still give you 10.5 to 13 sacks per year. So adding another edge, I think, is probably the spot for the Bears.
The pick is in, and it's an interior defensive pass rusher here in TJ Sanders, who's 305 pounds, and he's somebody that's got some quick twitch to him, and he gets after quarterbacks, man. That's what he's known for. What this defensive line, I think, kind of needed was more run defense. I'm not sure if Sanders is necessarily providing high-level run defense there, but I think that Sanders is a good player. And I think that, I do think he plays bigger than his weight. I agree with that with Tom and his scouting report there. But his pad level can be a big issue in run defense where he can get blown off the spot because he's not getting his pads down and he's not driving off the ball. But he's really good at getting after quarterbacks, and that's exactly what the Buffalo Bills want, trying to chase the Kansas City Chiefs as the kings of the AFC.
Well, he is going to Buffalo with the defensive-minded head coach in Sean McDermott. So having the ability to be coached and be coachable is something that Buffalo, I know, is very, very high on, especially the fans. They want guys that want to come in and learn under their head coaches. So I think this is a very solid pick for the Buffalo Bills. Wouldn't have been my first choice, but I'll give this a solid B- for sure.
All right, make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Help us get to 408,000 subscribers. Let's get it going, ladies and gentlemen. Click that subscribe button if you haven't already. The New York Jets are now on the clock. And Jack says we're doing something here.
I love doing things.
I love doing things too. He
One
says,
second it is.
Give me
keep
1 second.
Keep hitting that sub button. You know what? I'm going to keep drinking.
Tyler Shough is a New Orleans Saint. By the way, his age, the age concern there, if he becomes the starting caliber quarterback that some people and obviously the Saints think he could potentially become, like 26 years old, easily a decade of starter caliber football.
Oh,
So teams, if they really believe in him as a full-time starter, especially from year one, like the Saints apparently do here, I think that that's something where they don't really care about the age. So we'll see what happens there.
Uh-oh.
Well, we just put on subbed-only chats. Our bosses told us we had to go to sub-only chat. So if you're not subscribed yet, make sure you click that subscribe button. If you're in the chat right now, spam me in the chats.
Let's go.
All right, Trace, give some of those shout-outs.
Logan says me. Johan says me. Birch says me. Dallas says me. Cassie says me. JJ. Robbie. Maury. Logan again. Robbie again. We got a lot of Robbies here.
Abigail,
DJ.
Tony. Abigail, Tony.
Yeah. Michael.
I see you,
Fox,
Tony.
D-Rock. Matthew. Steven. MJ. Mr. Scout. D2. Julio. Mike.
Spam those me's.
Jordan,
Come on.
keep spamming me's, guys. Mason, I see you. Justin. Bull. Nicholas. Joshua. Richard. Terry. Kevin. Sam. Tony. Abigail. Tony.
Abigail, Tony.
Sam. Logan. McBride. Matthew. What's good? Mr. Noah. Caden. Fox. Good to see you guys. Keep spamming those me's, everybody. Keep spamming those me and hit sub buttons. I'm still drinking, having a good time with y'all.
Come on, baby. Keep clicking that subscribe button. Help us get to 408,000 subscribers here. Before we get to pick 50, that's what I want. Before we get to pick 50, let's get to 408,000.
That's a tall task right there.
Yeah,
and
but
you're pretty tall.
You want? Yeah, I am pretty tall, and you want to aim high. All right, you want to aim high right here. Hopefully, we can get there. Keep clicking that subscribe button if you haven't already. Really do appreciate all of your guys' support. All right, man.
Jets pick is in. So Sperry, let's talk about what the Jets' positions of need are. I personally think they need to go weapon here. They lost Devontae Adams. He's gone now. It's just Garrett Wilson pretty much by himself. So, I mean, I know they re-signed Alan Lazard, but he's getting up there in age. Wasn't a big factor last year. So who do you think they should go with?
Well, I don't have to speculate. I know who they're taking here. Mason Taylor, tight end out of LSU, is the pick here for the New York Jets. Now, there's a lot of speculation that they might take Tyler Warren at number 7, but apparently they really like Mason Taylor, who is a very, very good athlete at the tight end position, and that's something that's very important to this style of offense. Sam Laporta was drafted because he is a phenomenal athlete, and that is exactly what Mason Taylor brings to the table. He's more of a receiving tight end. He's not going to be playing much in line, which is a little bit surprising to me because the Jets are going to be playing a lot of inline stuff with all the run game that they're going to be doing. But maybe they feel like he can fill out his frame and be better against the run. But he does bring good size, so the frame is there to work with. He just needs to do a lot better with his technique as a run blocker, in my opinion.
So one thing that's great for Mason Taylor is when Justin Fields was in Chicago, outside of a DJ Moore, who was his number 2 target? It was Cole Kmet in those earlier years of Cole Kmet's career. And he had a career year when Justin Fields was his quarterback. So it's clear that Justin Fields likes his safety valve. Like you said, is a middle-of-the-field type of player, not going to do a lot of blocking, so you're not drafting him to be a power, blocker like a Gronk, somebody that plays a little bit more like Travis Kelce. You can line him up in the slot. I like this pick. I think he's a very solid player, and I think he's going to have a very, good, solid year for the Jets year 1, especially with Justin Fields, new quarterback for the New York Jets. I think they're doing the right thing, building around the quarterback that they believe they can sustain and maybe give a 3rd contract to after these next 2 years are up.
Absolutely. The San Francisco 49ers will be next up on the clock. Could they go Will Johnson here? They play a lot of off-zone coverage. Johnson certainly fits their scheme, and I think that Johnson would be a phenomenal fit in that defense. So keep your eye on Will Johnson here to San Francisco, but there's still Mike Green. There's Donovan Ezerako. I don't think San Francisco will go edge rusher here because they took Michael Williams to put on the other side of Nick Bosa yesterday. Xavier Watts is still available. Savon Revel Jr. out of East Carolina still available at corner. Shadur Sanders still on the board. Tyler Shough went ahead of Shadur Sanders. Then you got Trey Amos, really good cornerback out of Ole Miss. I love Amos's game. And you got Caleb Johnson now getting into the best available graphic at number 8. Then we can take a look at 9 through 16. Ariante Ursary out of the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Then at number 9, Benjamin Morrison. I really love Benjamin Morrison's tape, man. I think if he didn't have the hip injury issues, then I think he would have been a top 15 pick. I think his tape is that good. I think that he could, whoever's getting him is going to get a steal, Trace Moose. Then we got JTT at number 11, the edge rusher out of Ohio State. Excellent run defender. Azarie Thomas, who ran a 4.6 40-yard dash time as a press man corner. I don't know any example of a 4.6 player that has been a successful press man corner in the league, ever. All right, so he's going to have to change his game in order to be successful. Nick Scorton, edge rusher out of Texas A&M, still available as well. Tate Rutledge, the amazing mullet out of Georgia at 14. Princely Emmanwori, edge rusher out of Ole Miss. He's a slow speed rusher, Trace Moose. He's not very fast, but he's got great bend and can get around defenders. And then Alec Ayamanor, wide receiver out of Stanford, one of the only receivers I saw absolutely embarrass Travis Hunter during his college career. So that's where I'm at with those guys.
Hey, listen, all of these picks and all of these players have some serious upside there. Each of them have their own kind of unique negatives, but let's go back to Benjamin Morrison for just a second. I think you absolutely hit the nail on the head. When it comes to tape, there is not a better cornerback, at least in my opinion, that had such good tape as Benjamin Morrison. But that hip injury is such a big question mark because the ability to flip your hips and keep up with the wide receiver as he goes downfield is one of the biggest assets a corner can use. And I just don't know that mobility is still there. It might be a little tight. It was a really nasty hip injury. Caused him to miss the last 10 games of last year's season. So I love Benjamin Morrison as a prospect, but obviously with that injury caused him to slide all the way down to the second round.
Well, it's concerning because his special trait is hip fluidity. And then he has the hip injury, and it's tough. So we got, are we going to the super chat? Are we going to the pick here? Let's go to the pick, and I love this pick for the San Francisco 49ers. What a steal for the Niners here. I said yesterday they might have to draft 2 starting caliber players at defensive tackle because they didn't address it during free agency. Well, they just got their 2-gapping nose tackle here with Alfred Collins out of Texas. The massive nose tackle that's phenomenal at two-gapping. He takes on double teams better than any other defensive tackle in this entire class, in my opinion, and he's arguably the best run-stuffing nose tackle in the entire group. Kenneth Grant, I think, has the potential to maybe have a little bit higher of an upside. I think he's a better pass rusher than Collins is, but I think that Alfred is just an absolute beast in the middle of the defense, and this San Francisco 49ers defense is going to be trying their very best to have a really good run defense unit, and this is the opening kind of act to that. I think later in the draft, they're going to get more of a penetrating three-technique type to attack pass rushers. Now they get their nose tackle of the future, and I absolutely love the selection. He was a Sperry psycho this year.
Well, so I think you definitely hit the nail on the head there, Sperry, when it comes to stuffing the run like he is. He's a big human being. But that pass rush doesn't really have, a lot of effect. It's not really something that there's a plan for quite yet for him. But to put him on the defensive line and just kind of be a tree stump right in the middle and just kind of plug up a hole, I think you're drafting him for a very specific purpose. And that's okay for right now. If there's an ability to develop those pass rush skills, then that's great. But to have him solidified on that defensive line, especially with all of the players that San Francisco lost in free agency, I mean, they lost a bunch of dudes. So to keep adding back to that defense is something that I'm sure Kyle Shanahan has been eyeing at least, and is number one to do on his priority list.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing that's interesting about Collins is that he had a higher pass rush win rate last year, according to Pro Football Focus, from the nose tackle position where he's getting double teamed more often than at three technique. So I think that is something that is going to be a really good asset for this team because they like to go four down fronts very pejoratively. They play a lot of nickel there at San Francisco, and you're going to need somebody that can two-gap. I think Alfred Collins is one of the best, if not the best, in this entire class at doing that. We got some super chats to get to here. Gwendolyn Plays says Sanders will be Mr. Irrelevant to the UFL and CFL.
The DC Vipers have made their selection.
I mean, this is going to be a draft fall that we're going to be talking about for a long time, Moose, because just because of the name recognition, because of the family pedigree, everything, this is a huge storyline that he is at the very earliest, the fourth quarterback taken when everybody for months was saying he was going to be the second QB off the board. This is a major storyline.
But do you remember back before the season started and even right in the beginning months of September into early October, there were some serious rumors about Shedeur Sanders going number one overall.
Yes.
And now he's slid all the way down to pick 44, and the Cowboys aren't going to take him.
Nope.
So he might slide to the third round. This might be one of the biggest falls from grace we have ever seen.
Keep your eye on the Los Angeles Rams. I would like to see Shedeur in that Sean McVay offense. I think that if he's going to succeed anywhere, it's going to be with an elite offensive play caller. You would have time to develop behind Matthew Stafford. If I'm Shedeur, I'm praying that Sean McVay gives me a call here in a couple of picks. Here at number 46 overall. Do we have any more super chats?
Thank you, Gwendolyn, by the way, for your super chat. We greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate the 5, Gwendolyn. Thank you so much. And I'm with you. I'm not that high on Shedeur Sanders either, which apparently the NFL agrees with me on. $10 from Demindar says Deminder? Oh, whatever. Says, what is the best team in the NFL and why is it the Chiefs? I mean, listen, man, until proven otherwise, the Philadelphia Eagles are the best team in the National Football League. They kicked the Chiefs' ass in the Super Bowl last year. And it's all because of trench play, right? Like their offensive and defensive lines are just so good. Kansas City just couldn't keep up with that, which is why they took Josh Simmons yesterday, because the Chiefs need to catch up to the Eagles in that regard to have a shot next year versus that awesome Eagles team. But listen, man, every year it's different. Things are going to shift in 2025 that are unexpected, as they always are. But until proven otherwise, the champions of the world are the Philadelphia Eagles.
No, it's so true. And I'll tell you this. There was not a single Super Bowl that I remember where defensive line play was as dominant as it was. And the Chiefs lost some players. Joe Thuney got traded to the Bears in free agency, or right before free agency. So having the ability to restack that offensive line, especially as Mahomes starts to get older, takes even more hits, it's going to be something that's very important.
All right, so we got the pick coming up here for the Dallas Cowboys. Let's see who they take.
Who is Jerry taking?
They took Tyler Booker at number 12, and now they're getting an edge rusher, one of my favorite players in this entire class, Donovan Ezaraku out of Boston College, 16.5 sacks last year, an absolute technician, great burst off the line, really good bend, and then he pairs that with really good finesse rushing. Moose, I think that he is an awesome player, and after losing DeMarcus Lawrence, you add somebody to put on the other side of Micah Parsons here.
Listen, I don't mind the player and I don't mind the pick for who you're getting as a prospect. But can we ask what is going through Jerry's mind? Why are we not attacking the opposite end of CeeDee Lamb? What? Trey Harris is still out there.
Maybe they're targeting George Pickens.
Maybe they are targeting George Pickens, but we keep hearing all the time about how the Cowboys love their homegrown Dallas Cowboys. You know, people that we build in the draft. That's why they don't do anything every single year in free agency. But back to Donovan Ezaraku, I want to take away from his moment of glory. 16.5 sacks is nothing to laugh at, especially in the ACC last year. He had some dominant performances.
60 pressures.
That is nuts. And 21 tackles for loss. So he's also doing it at the run-stopping level as well. So not only are the pass rushing skills there, but that kind of, as he shifts to that defensive end, I think that's another really, really excellent edge piece for Donovan Ezaraku. So having now Micah Parsons and Donovan Ezaraku on either side of that defensive line is scary good. But it just still begs the question for me, why on earth are they not going offense, especially after hiring an offensive-minded head coach? They had their offensive coordinator last year, Brian Schottenheimer.
Yeah, obviously, neither their offense or their defense was good enough last season, and they're trying to address their needs. And, I think that Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones, those guys are very controversial drafters at times. They kind of dance to the beat of their own drum at times. And, obviously they're prioritizing trenches here. You get guard, which is a low-value position in round one. Then you take an edge rusher here when you still need wide receiver help. So that's where we're at this point in time. Then we got another pick here, and it's another edge coming off the board. JTT out of Ohio State going to the Indianapolis Colts, which is this is a weird pick to me because you got Kwity Paye as a really good run-defending edge rusher, and that's really all he does. To me, Tuimoloau, I'm probably butchering that pronunciation. My apologies, but he is somebody that, to me, is a very, very good high-floor player that is more of a run defender than a true pass rusher.
Well, so look, I mean, obviously drafting Leatu Latu last year, they kind of saw that he needed a little bit more time to progress. It was not exactly something that he took naturally to the NFL last year. So I actually think this is a pretty good pick. Getting even more edge rushers, and especially with that middle of the field already locked up with Zaire Franklin, who every single year seems to lead the NFL in tackles. I think this is an excellent pick here for the Colts, and especially after what he did in 2024. JTT was a monster, 12.5 sacks, 22 tackles for loss, 51 pressures, and, like you said, can still stuff the run. So I think, again, fortifying that defensive line, something that the Colts have not had in recent years. I think this is an excellent pick, B+, A- for the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, so this guy here, he's going to be probably their fourth edge rusher in the rotation, and you're taking him in round 2. You have Kwity Paye, you have Leatu Latu, who you took in the first round last year, and you have Samson Ebukam. So, you have somebody already like this on the roster in Kwity Paye, and now you're putting another one on there. Now, maybe, it's good depth. I'm not saying it's bad depth, but, with all the players falling in this draft that maybe, could fill some of your other needs. I wouldn't say edge rusher was a true need for the Colts, but obviously this is somebody that's high on their list and they think is going to be a contributor moving forward. So that's where we're at. $20 from Norm Brown. This one's from Steelers, by the way. Shout out to all my Steelers fans out there watching our stream on Steelers Talk and on NFL Daily. 20 from Norm. Norm's been a real one today, man. He's been lighting it up. He's been lighting up those super chats. All right, there is more from Norm, which you love. $5 from Useless Wrestling Knowledge says, do you think Steelers focus more on defense or offense in this draft? Well, they just focused on defense. Now I think their focus shifts to the offense. I think they're going to draft a quarterback and they're going to draft a running back with probably their next 2 picks. So keep an eye on that. Useless.
Caleb Johnson.
Another one from Norm with the diamond in there, $1. What's that? Somebody's here.
Who's here?
Somebody. Oh! Kurgan Gold, the legend, is here. A 6 and a 9. Nice is in the chat. Kurgan Gold. Kurgan, I appreciate you, man. Yins Nation Rise.
That's awesome.
Kurgan, let me know in the chat. How did you feel about the Derrick Harmon pick, man? I love the pick. Let me know what you guys think down there in the comment section. And then we got another one from Norm. We got $4 $1 from Norm.
Norm is just sending in the emojis like crazy.
Dude,
Look at these
Norm
things.
Norm is getting it done today, man. With a $10 super chat here.
This is like hieroglyphics.
From Norm.
He's typing in a new language.
Norm, man, I love you. I appreciate you. Kurgan, you know I love you and I appreciate you. This one's from Mame. What is it again? Deminder?
Yes, Deminder.
Deminder. Imagine hiring a new offensive head coach and then giving him any offensive players to use. Couldn't be the Cowboys.
That's what I'm saying.
Listen, man, I think the Brian Schottenheimer hire was a dumb one. And, I think Cowboys fans really wanted weapons, and for good reason.
Yes.
And they haven't done it yet. So it's like, I understand you guys, Cowboys fans. I would be wanting weapon too, and they're not doing it. So I don't get it.
I just don't get it either. I really, really don't. And I feel bad for Cowboys fans. I really do.
So the Rams have made their selection, and this is where I wanted Shedeur to go.
Oh, I love
it's
this
once
pick.
again not Shedeur, and it's Terrence Ferguson, who I do like a lot as a tight end out of Oregon in this class. Helped out Dylan Gabriel a lot this past season, in my opinion, as a safety blanket for him. And I think that he's going to be a really, really good player. Tyler Higbee's he's not phenomenal as a tight end. I think that this kind of offense really does best when you have a really good tight end that you can rely on down in and down out. I think Ferguson brings that to you here in LA.
No, 100%. And it's been clear that they have been putting it out there to the media, the Rams have at least, that they are trying to add more to that tight end room. It's been clear that Sean McVay has said it. It's been clear that Les Snead has said it. So every single pick that I had in the second and third round was the Rams actually taking a tight end, and I love Terrence Ferguson. I think he's an excellent pick. Excuse me. Like I said, his size suggests that he could be a good blocker, but those skills just aren't as developed yet. But under Sean McVay, anything is absolutely possible. So I love this pick for the Rams.
All right, make sure you guys click that subscribe button right now. Where do we have to get to here?
Yeah.
47.5. So we're almost there. What are we doing if we get there?
I'm still drinking until we hit that number. 13 subscribed. I'm going to keep drinking.
How about being boozled for Moose?
I'll do both. How about that?
I've already
I'll
done
do both.
I've already done 2 today. All right, so he needs to catch up. All right, we need this to be fair. Okay, because you guys know how much I hate these jelly beans, and these producers over here keep making me eat them, and it's not okay. Yeah. It is the producer's fault. And
Man, you guys must really hate me.
I'm gonna say,
hey,
Moose is.
How about we do a promotion here? $20 super chats. I slap Sam with a tortilla. How about we do that? I would love that promotion. We're 7 away. We're 6 away. Keep clicking that sub button.
I also just want to say for the record, we're 10 likes away from 1,000 as well.
Okay,
so
10 likes away. Click that thumbs up icon. Come on, baby. We're 4 subs away, 3 subs away. We need to get there here. 2 subs away. Can we get there? 1 sub away. Who's going to get us there? Yeah, baby, yeah. Let's go.
Oh, my God. That was freezing.
The happy dad was freezing?
And it's not that happy.
All
it's
right.
pretty sad, actually.
Bean boozled time.
It's a pretty sad dad right now.
All right.
I'm not going to lie.
Bean boozled time.
Okay, here we go.
All right, so Sam's going to do a Bean Boozled as well here.
All right, here we go. I'm going to flick the, what is it?
Don't say flick the bean. Goodness gracious, dude.
I'm going to, the wheel, the wheel, Sperry.
Oh, my God, dude. That was crazy.
You said it, not me.
That was crazy.
You said it. Oh, my God, I cannot.
Don't break it
Hold
now.
on,
We only have one.
Hold on.
We only
there
have
we go.
one.
It does. All right, there we go.
What do you got?
It's the
Looks like
pomegranate or Old Bandage.
Yes. It's so bad. All right.
Is it terrible?
It's so bad. Have you not had it?
Well, I'm hoping it's pomegranate.
Yeah, let's hope it's
all right, here we go.
Here we go.
Nope. Do I have to finish?
Trash can.
Oh, God.
It's so bad. Get it out of here. I don't want to smell it. I don't want.
That's terrible.
Sam,
it's terrible.
Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. Yeah, and you guys make fun of me for gagging.
Ooh.
All right, wait. I think Okay, I think Sam should do the old bandage
That
too.
is awful.
Because if you're going to make fun of me for gagging, you got to do the worst one.
I hope it's dead fish.
All right, dead fish. I hope it's dead fish too.
Oh, God.
All right, Sam. Producer Sam, big Broncos fan, big Bo Nix enthusiast. Yes!
Yes!
Yeah, you can't even finish it. You can't even finish it.
Dude,
I take pride in finishing every one that I make. It's so bad. Yeah, pause. Pause is correct.
$50 right now.
$50, Devinder, to shotgun a beer.
$50. $50, I'll shotgun one right now. We actually have a shotgun tool in the bullpen right now that I have on my desk.
All right, so we'll do a shotgun, or Moose will. I won't, but Moose will for a $50 super chat. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. And here we go, Trace Moustakis. Will Johnson comes off the board here to the Arizona Cardinals.
Excuse me,
at number 47 overall. And I got to say, I really like the fit. All right, Jonathan Gannon runs a lot of quarters, a lot of off coverage, and Johnson fits perfectly into that system because that's pretty much all he ran at Michigan over the last several years that he was a national champion with the Michigan Wolverines. Obviously, that knee issue is a bit of a concern, especially long-term, which is why he fell so far. But this was a big need for the Arizona Cardinals. Shut up, Producer Sam. I've been talking a lot, all right? But Will Johnson, awesome length, awesome football IQ, great instincts. His click and close ability is phenomenal, and he's also a great tackler. So I love what he brings to the table for Arizona. I think he's going to fit right in. He's going to have a chance to be the number one corner in that team.
Well, everybody talks about the IQ, and that's the thing that I want to bring up as well, is that his football knowledge, the way he sees the field, is just perfect. I think, at the beginning of this last college football season, everybody was talking about this guy could be a top 10 pick. Now, that knee injury, definitely a concern, and it obviously caused his draft stock to slide. But when it comes to a guy that understands the position, understands leverage, understands where he's supposed to be at what time, and defensive schemes, I think Arizona is getting a very solid day one cornerback one, and I think he's going to be a starter in this league for years to come. I don't necessarily know that his upside, to me, Sperry, is all pro, but I think a franchise cornerback one, solid for the years to come, is what you're going to get for the Arizona Cardinals. Welcome to the desert.
Welcome to the desert, Will Johnson. He's going to help them try to be a winner because Jonathan Gannon, he's on the hot seat heading into this year. They got to play well, and they need another corner. They get one of the best ones in the draft, in my opinion, in Will Johnson. All right, we got a trade here, by the way, that we'll get to in momentarily. But Gwendolyn, $10. Houston trading up, I believe, right? Yeah, Houston trading up with the Las Vegas Raiders. So we will get to that here in just a second. But Gwendolyn says, in my grades, Sanders is lower than every other quarterback, with my main issue is bad character as Matt Corral, but without talent. Listen, man, I have him ranked as my 5th quarterback in this class, ahead of guys like Kyle McCord, Will Howard, Quinn Ewers. I have Tyler Shough, I have Jalen Milroe, I have, of course, Cam Ward, and then Jackson Dart ahead of Shedeur Sanders on my board. I see where you're coming from there, Gwendolyn. But I do think he does have some starter upside. I don't think he's completely hopeless.
Yeah, no, and I completely agree with you there, Sperry. But again, the concern is I don't think he has character concerns in terms of he's a bad person.
Yeah,
I think people confuse this.
Yeah.
I think everyone's like, oh, you guys are just hating on him. No, it's not hating. We don't think he's a bad guy. We just think that the air in his head might be a little inflated, and he's kind of got to have to be brought back down to earth. I still think that in terms of all the quarterbacks that have been in this draft, I think he's the most NFL ready. I have said that multiple times. So if I were an NFL franchise, I would have already pulled the trigger on it, but it's clear something has caused him to slide, and I think it's the fact that his interviews were so bad.
$10 super chat from Ant Mafia. Appreciate you for the 10 there, Ant. $2 from Demender. Says, how much to watch Trey shotgun a beer? $50.
$50, but you know what? As I'm thinking about it, I might lower that. We'll let it breathe a little bit.
Let's see.
Like a good bottle of wine, we'll let it breathe for a little bit. But I'm thinking about maybe potentially lowering that price.
Is this Steelers or Maine? This is Maine. Kermit is my god. He's one of our Steelers talk listeners.
Kermit the Frog.
Jack, do you think the Steelers pick more than one tonight and make a trade? So we'll see what happens here. They might trade George Pickens, which might net them another pick today. They might trade down, or they might actually trade up for a quarterback if they particularly love, like Jalen Milroe or even Shedeur Sanders. We'll see what happens with the Pittsburgh Steelers. But certainly it's looking like Jalen Milroe or Shedeur Sanders for the Steelers if they take a quarterback here in round 3. But if I had to guess, Kermit, I think they just make one pick for today. So, Trace, we got a trade here. You want to break it down?
Yeah, we have a little trade between the Texans and the Raiders. So the Raiders report with Jeremy Chuggs is going absolutely ballistic right now. But the Texans are receiving the 48th overall pick, and the Raiders are going to be taking pick number 58 and number 99 in the 3rd round. So they just kind of go back a little bit, but they also get another 3rd-round pick. And it looks like the pick is in, and this is what we've been waiting for, Mr. Sperry. I love this pick. Ariante Ursary going to the Texans to start at left tackle for Laramie Tunsil, who was traded away. I think this is an excellent pick from the University of Minnesota, our old stomping grounds. I got to tell you, from a player perspective, I think this is one of the most underrated offensive linemen in the entire draft. He's gigantic, and he's got some good athletic ability for his size. But he's like that power gap run blocker, which I think is going to absolutely solidify the offensive line for C.J. Stroud, who last year was running for his life at times. You just saw him get so frustrated. Now, the PFF grades don't necessarily do it justice, but it's not the Holy Bible. You don't have to take that verbatim. It's just kind of a guideline to tell you how players performed last season. And everything that I saw leads me to believe that he is going to be a very solid plug-and-play player on the offensive line. What do you think?
Yeah, and, there was a lot of talk about Josh Connerly Jr. potentially for Houston last night. They decided to pass on him and trade down, and now they get, Jaden Higgins. This is kind of the two biggest needs that they had, right? Wide receiver and offensive line. And Ariante Ursary coming out of Minnesota, like you said, massive frame, long arms. He's going to be able to, have the physical skill set to be a legit left tackle in the National Football League. He doesn't have to play right away either, which I like. You have a couple stopgaps in there, Cam Robinson, Trent Brown. So if Ursary's not ready to go day one, you can kind of ease him in. And plus, if you need him to play guard year one, I think you can ask him to do that as well and see how he fares there. But if he wins the job outright in camp and he, is the best left tackle on the team, that's great. All right, so I love the pick here for the Houston Texans. I thought Ursary was one of the better fits for the Houston Texans for their need at offensive tackle, and I think that's a pretty darn good one right here. So, Moose, take us through the picks that we've had so far in round 2.
So far, round 2 has been very, very event-filled. Carson Schweisinger going first to the Cleveland Browns with that first pick in the 2nd round at number 33, followed by Jaden Higgins. With the Texans, the wide receiver out of Iowa State, Nick Emmanwori, going out and solidifying the backfield of the Seattle Seahawks as they traded up with the Tennessee Titans for that pick. So Nick Emmanwori, the huge safety out of South Carolina, heading out to Seattle. Then Quinshawn Judkins went to the Cleveland Browns. He stays in the great state of Ohio. Super electric back, got that fiery good burst out of the backfield that you love to see. Then the Dolphins traded with the Raiders. So the Dolphins moved up to take remind me here. It was Savaiinaea, the guard out of Arizona, followed by Travion Henderson. Luther Burden III going to the Bears, wide receiver out of Missouri. Tyler Shough, the first quarterback in round 2 taken, going to the Saints, followed by TJ Sanders, the defensive tackle out of South Carolina. There was a trade with the Buffalo Bills and the Chicago Bears. They basically just swapped a bunch of picks. Mason Taylor going to be adding another weapon for Justin Fields now in New York. Alfred Collins, the defensive nose tackle, going to the San Francisco 49ers. Donovan Ezraku, the high edge out of Boston College, going to the Dallas Cowboys. JTT heading out to Indianapolis. Terrence Ferguson, the tight end out of Oregon, going to L.A. with Sean McVay. Will Johnson finally gets his home in the desert with the Arizona Cardinals. And Ariante Ursary, the last pick, the tackle out of Minnesota after the trade with the Raiders.
So the Raiders have traded down twice here, and they're going to be picking at 58. So, it kind of seems to me like they know that nobody's going to take Shedeur. And they continue to trade down, get more picks, and then they're eventually going to take Shedeur. That's the sense that I'm getting. I don't know. I guess we're going to have to say. All right, so.
Are we not allowed?
You can't say Shedeur in the chat, says producer Jack. We can't do it.
Are you just getting tired of it, Jack?
Can't say Shiloh. Can't say Shadur. We've been talking about him too much.
Can we say prime time, baby?
We can't say prime time either. Prime time.
Yes, prime time, baby. Do not spam
Shadur, people. Please don't put Shadur in the chat. It is.
You can spam Shadon't.
All right, we have
Bengals
the
pick is in?
Bengals about to make the pick here.
Who's this guy making the pick, and why does he have such aura? Look at that. That's crazy.
He's got black button-down shirt, charcoal jacket with the bluest blue jeans I've ever seen in my
Those
life.
are very blue jeans.
That's a terrible look right there. They take a linebacker
Whoa.
here, Demetrius Knight Jr. out of South Carolina. The Gamecock linebacker goes to the Cincinnati Bengals. I'm a little surprised here, Moose.
This is a huge reach.
They didn't take Xavier Watts.
This is a huge reach. Every mock that I've seen, Sperry, has seen Demetrius Knight Jr. going in the 4th round.
Yeah, around third round is where I had him. But, yeah, I mean, like, this is somebody that's got the physical tools to get it done. It's just he's got some development he still needs to make. And listen, man, I get it, okay? This is a terrible off-ball linebacker class. If you need one, you got to go get one. But this was an area of the Cincinnati Bengals team that I thought really didn't need that much improvement. Like, you've got Logan Wilson. You've got Oren Burks, who you brought in from the Eagles this offseason. You've got Jermaine Pratt, who's been a good starter in this league for a long time. I question why they're reaching on a guy like Demetrius Knight Jr. Now, as a Steelers fan, I love that they're making stupid decisions, especially after they took Shamar Stewart last night. But listen, man, this is a new regime in terms of the defensive coordinator that's from our Notre Dame Fighting Irish here. But honestly, I'm not loving the picks that the Bengals are making on defense.
No, not at all. And listen, there's nothing against Demetrius Knight. There's not a single thing that I didn't love. That, you know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't like, oh, I saw a huge hole here or I saw a huge hole here. But he didn't do anything particularly well, in my opinion. He's an average athlete. He's got average size, average length, and average production. So the whole thing just speaks to me, and it just, like, one word comes to mind, mid. Like that, I think that's a very mid pick. But at round 2, I think it's a huge reach, and that's why I'm saying this is a really dumb decision by the Cincinnati Bengals. So far, I give both of those picks D's or F's. I hate both of them. I didn't like Shamar Stewart, and I didn't like Demetrius Knight here with this in round 2. I just don't love it.
All right, let's have a word from our sponsor here real quick, from our friends at Game Time. I'm someone who likes to go to baseball games on the weekends to relax and get my mind off of work, you know, when we're not shacked away here during an NFL draft. And thanks to our friends at Game Time, I can always get guaranteed low prices on tickets to whatever event I want to go see, whether it's a baseball game, whether it's a comedy event, whether it's a concert, whatever the case may be. I know I'm getting the lowest price guarantee with our friends at Game Time. Game Time is the official ticketing partner of NFL Daily by Chat Sports and makes getting tickets to any event faster and easier. All on your phone as well. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to first pitch with killer last-minute deals, all-in prices from views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee. Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying MLB tickets. And let me tell you guys, this is the easiest to use interface I have used for a ticketing app I've ever used. It's super easy to use. They got a bunch of great features on there as well, like Game Time Picks, which does the research for you to find the best possible seats. And with Game Time, man, I absolutely love going to Rangers baseball games on the weekends to kind of take my mind off of things. And with Game Time, I can get the lowest price guarantee whenever I get those tickets, and I can go see the Rangers play more often. So download or take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time today. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms do apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS. It's one word, all caps. CHATSPORTS at CHATSPORTS for $20 off that first purchase. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed.
Norm coming in with a $5 super chat here.
So my man Norm just keeps coming in, man.
Hieroglyphics.
Hey, if you're watching us on Steelers right now, I want everybody to chant Norm, 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 Norm,
Norm.
So is this Steelers again? Playboy the Beast officials is Caleb Johnson, or get the F out. LOL, how realistic do you think it is that he'll still be available? Steeler Nation, I think you might have to trade up for him. I think he's the next guy that might come off the board. Maybe we get a surprise with Cam Scattaboo, but I think Caleb Johnson's probably the consensus #1 running back on most people's boards at this point. So if the Steelers want him, they're at 83. They have some comp picks coming their way next year. Could they move one of their slated 3rd round or 4th round picks next year to move up to take Caleb Johnson? I think he's a perfect fit for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I think that that's something that they could potentially think about. Another 20 from Norm
with the woot, woot, woot.
And then another
Norm.
Wait.
Oh! Norm, baby!
Coming in with a $50
Super chat!
Hey, I think he's put over 100, so let's go with a Norm Brown Bang! Norm. Let's go, Norm. I love it, man. Pick 50. The Seattle Seahawks are up.
Woo!
Woo. All right. Could this be Shough?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Not with Seattle. We get a little happy birthday to his son.
All right, man.
You guys are heartless.
Yeah, Jack. He's just saying happy birthday to his son. Sean Alexander making the pick, and it's Elijah Arroyo, tight end out of Miami. Another athletic tight end here, Moose.
Yeah.
I'm lower on this tight end class, if I'm being completely frank with you. But I think that Arroyo and Taylor were probably, and then Ferguson were kind of the guys that were like that middling tier behind Warren and Loveland in this class. And, I think that people understand that after kind of this group of 5, 6, maybe tight ends, maybe Harold Fannin Jr. is the last one of this kind of tier. It really drops off quite a bit, in my opinion. But Arroyo, really impressive athlete. He dominated at the Senior Bowl in the one-on-ones. People could not cover him. Really good route runner. And, a decent blocker. But I don't think he has a ton of play strength. All right, so he's going to have to build into his frame and be a better blocker in that way. But I think that with 1 year production, that doesn't really worry me as much. Players grow and they develop and they get better. And the fact that Arroyo did last year makes me think that he could be a pretty decent pick here for the Seattle Seahawks.
So look, one of the things that I think is really cool about him as a prospect is, did you know that he played his youth ball in Mexico? So he actually learned a different way of playing football when he was down there. Now, it is the same game, but they play a very different style, he said. So being the biggest player on the field, he didn't have to necessarily work as hard. Now, coming back into the United States, where he went and played in high school and then back to the University of Miami, I have a feeling that he's only growing as a prospect, and that's exactly what I have to say about him. Like, the one word I would use to describe him, he is a prospect, a project, somebody that you can develop with those skills. So with Sam Darnold now in the building, Cooper Kupp in the building, I think the pressure is off of him to have, an amazing season. I think he can learn the game, learn the system, and I think he can end up becoming a very, very solid player at the NFL level. So I really like the pick. I'm going to give it a solid B here for the Seattle Seahawks. I think it's a really, really solid play.
All right, we have a trade here where the Carolina Panthers have moved up to the number 51 overall pick, and they're actually making the pick right now. Chuba Hubbard, their running back, is making the pick. And it is Nick Scorton, Texas A&M edge rusher, coming off the board. What's that, Jack? Okay, so the Panthers get a third-round pick, number 85. They swap third-rounders with the Broncos. The Broncos moving up a little bit in round 3. Then they also get fourth and sixth-round picks at 122 and 208. Then the Broncos get a second-rounder. They move down a few spots, but they upgrade in the third round. And then a couple pick swaps as well here in the fourth and late rounds, number 11 and 230 on their way to Denver. But then we get to Nick Scorton here, who is going to be going in, and Carolina needed edge rusher. I think a lot of people were surprised they didn't take an edge in round 1, Moose, but Scorden is a really, really interesting player because he's cut weight, he's put on weight, he's played different alignments, he's got a very versatile skill set. I don't know if he has true number one upside, but he's played in a bunch of different spots and has been productive at a lot of different spots. I think that that breadth of experience is going to do him good at the National Football League level.
And I'm going to disagree with you here. I thought that both of the Texas A&M edges last year were huge disappointments. I thought he had a lackluster 2024 season. I watched a lot of Aggie football. My brother goes down to school there. So watching these guys on the field, heading out to Kyle Field and actually getting to see them in person, I just didn't love what I saw. I thought, all of the traits that you want are there, but it didn't necessarily.
He was big. He was too big last year. He was too big.
But even cutting weight, does he maintain some of the strength that he had? I mean, he had some decent production in the run-stopping game, but the pass-rushing skills, I think, still need to develop. So I don't think it's a terrible pick. I don't think it's a great pick. Again, I'm going to give this a solid C just because, again, both of these players I was not very high on, both him and Shamar Stewart.
Yeah, I have a day 2 grade on him. I think that at best he's a number 2 edge rusher.
Yeah.
I don't see number 1 stuff with him. But, he's played in a bunch of different alignments, which can be helpful with a league like the National Football League where people are always getting injured. Mm-hmm. And we'll see if he cut weight for the draft. We'll see if he puts it back on. We'll see if he plays at his weight, and we'll see how he plays at that weight. Got the next pick here, and I think the Washington Commanders are pretty upset because I think this is the guy they wanted. Oluwafemi Oladejo or Oladejo? Oladejo out of UCLA. And the thing about Oladejo here, Moose, the thing that I love about him is his cross-chop move, and that is the most unstoppable speed rush move there is for any edge rusher ever. TJ Watt is a master of the cross-chop. All right, Leatu Latu, another UCLA edge rusher, was a master at it coming out of UCLA last year. Now, Oladejo, former off-ball linebacker, moves to edge rusher this year, and because of that, he's still raw. He's still learning the position, but the Tennessee Titans are setting the foundation for the future, and they see this guy as somebody that could really grow into being maybe even potentially a number 1 edge rusher someday. He's already developed some of the balance, and he's got the long arms that you look for. He's got a lot of really good stuff on his film. Physically, he's got a really good profile. I think the Commanders really wanted him, so I think they're upset that the Tennessee Titans jumped him here. But let me know what you think.
Yeah, so he reminds me a lot of Austin Booker last year that the Chicago Bears took, in the sense that you take him as a project. Austin Booker last year was taken, didn't have a ton of snaps, was still learning how to play the position. I feel the same way with this pick. But in Tennessee, I think this is an opportunity with a defense that was actually very, very good against the run. I think he has the opportunity to learn under some really good coaching and develop into a really good pass rusher. So, like you said, with the cross-chop move, I think he has an ability to, with his athleticism and, his skill set, his length, his quickness, I think everything about it says he's going to learn how to do it at the next level at the very best. I like the pick for the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, and you look at the picks that they've made, Cam Ward and then Oluwafemi Oladejo there, or Oladejo, sorry. I keep thinking I don't know why I keep calling him that, but that's just the way I guess it's just what my brain sees. Like. I still think they need to add another weapon at some point during the draft. I kind of thought they might go weapon there, but edge is another need that they have. They don't have Harold Landry there anymore. So I don't hate the pick whatsoever, especially for a team that isn't really expecting to win that many games this year. They're still building for the future with Cam Ward heading into his rookie season. All right, we got some super chats from, I believe, Steelers here. Yinzer Jake says, Jack. This is from Maine.
Whoa.
From Yinzer Jack says, Jack, Milroe or Sanders if both are available? Milroe, because he's got the higher upside, and the Steelers are trying to develop a quarterback. All right, I just don't think Sanders. No. $2. Snyder says, how do you feel about the Ravens' first pick? So Malachi Starks, love Malachi Starks, think he's going to be a stud. I think that he can play in the slot. He can play free safety, incredible ball skills. Really love what he brings to the table, and he can be a chess piece for that defense that loves to use post-snap rotations. Hate as a Steelers fan that they got him. He's one of my favorite players in this entire class. Rob says college divas always get humble in the NFL. I mean,
I wonder who he's talking about.
Oh yeah, I wonder who Rob's talking about here. We can't say his name. His name's banned.
Yeah, we can't say
in the
his
chat,
name.
so we can't say his name, Rob. But I think we understand who you're talking about there. Hey, Gwendolyn with a 20. Says another reason blank, can't say his name, is a very low grade. It's genetics issues to his father's side.
Cody, next time, put something in, my brother.
Cody, if you got a message, listen, holy voice crack. Holy voice. Listen, man.
Double puberty. It's a real thing.
Listen, man, I've been talking.
Medical phenomenon.
Nonstop for like, oh my goodness, this next pick, I like it, Mr. Trace Moustakas. I think you're going to like this next pick. Coming in at number 53 with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Shout out to my man Cody with the $20 super chat. If you got a message, Cody, let us know. We'll put you in. But here he is, our Notre Dame Fighting Irish cornerback, Benjamin Morrison, coming off the board for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, here's the thing. Tampa doesn't really need a corner. Like, they got Jamel Dean, they've got Ryan McCollum, who's played very well, and they got Tyke Smith to play the slot. So Morrison's going to be put down the depth chart a little bit here, I think. But I think long-term, they're going to check out how his hip is. They're going to make sure that's fully healed. And then in the future, they're probably going to let Jamel Dean walk in free agency, and then they're going to let Morrison kind of come in and be their kind of cornerback of the future. I think he's got phenomenal hip fluidity. Now, he's got that hip issue with the injury, so, the mobility and stuff like that, it's a question mark. But his film is top 15 level cornerback film, in my opinion. If he didn't get hurt, he would have been taken there.
Yes, absolutely. And you said it exactly right. Tampa doesn't need a cornerback, but this is an opportunity for him to sit for half the year, maybe a full year, learn the position at the next level, test out that hip, see how it fares against NFL wide receiving talents. I think this is an excellent, in 2023, Benjamin Morrison was the best player on Notre Dame's defense, by far. I watched every single game, and I knew, I was like, this kid is something special. It was just so unfortunate to watch him go down with that hip injury. But with that being said, from a hands perspective, from a zone coverage perspective, from a press coverage perspective, I love everything about this pick. I think he has a year now to take a breath off and not have any pressure on him. I think he's going to end up being a great player for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
$5 here. We got some Steelers super chats here. Appreciate everyone on Steelers sending in those supers. $5 says Rodgers will be there tonight to announce Milroe or Sanders to Steelers. How crazy would that be if we see Aaron Rodgers go out there for the Steelers?
The internet would
pick?
shut down.
Is
he really?
Well,
wow.
Well, did he show up today? Really? Oh my goodness, man, that's a little embarrassing. He might be the only one, right?
That's crazy.
He might be the only one that showed up. So hopefully he gets picked today. If he doesn't get picked today, that's kind of embarrassing. But my man Norm again. Norm. My man Gary Frank, $2. Says rank the season. Who finishes where in our division? So I can't answer this question accurately until I know who my damn quarterback is.
Cleveland.
What?
It's Cleveland.
Cleveland's not winning. No.
No. You said who finishes last.
Who finishes where? Well, Cleveland's last. We can
Yeah,
assume that.
that's what I was. Okay, I thought that's what you were asking.
Listen, man.
Cleveland's not winning it.
And
No,
then
God, no.
between, I'm going to put Cincinnati third. I think people always assume because Burrow is there, they're going to be higher. But like last year, he was awesome, and they still sucked. All right, and their defense is still in shambles, and I think it still will be in shambles. I'm going to say, I'm just going to go with the same ones last year. I will say Steelers at 2, wild card berth, and then the Ravens number 1. But hey,
fair enough.
Anything can happen during the season. Injuries happen. You never know how players are going to grow, how they're going to regress. At this point, I'd still say the Ravens are the favorite because they're the reigning AFC North champions. So until that changes, I'm going to say the Steelers number 2. Gwendolyn, $5.
He who shall not be named.
Says, can't say his name, had a family history of blood clot problems.
Is that true? Is that true? Did we fact check this?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
What's
Deion's
wrong with Deion's foot?
He had blood clots in his foot?
Did he have a club foot? Did he have turf toe? Was it the gout? Like what?
I am unaware of this, but
have you ever had gout? Sucks. I've had gout before.
You've had gout?
I've had gout. It's awful.
So the Green Bay Packers are picking right here. Nope.
It was horrible.
Oh, 2 toes
Wait,
amputated.
he's missing 2 toes?
That's crazy, man.
Prime time. The greatest corner in NFL history is missing 2 toes.
I guess so.
That's crazy work.
So here we go. The hometown Packers. The hometown Packers. See who they take here. They took wide receiver Matthew Golden last night. You know who I think this is? I think it's Trey Amos out of Ole Miss.
God, they would be taking another receiver? No way.
No, Amos is a corner.
Oh, Trey Amos. I'm sorry. I thought you said Trey Harris.
Not Harris, Amos. I think he'd be a great fit with them.
That'd be actually a really good pick considering they're probably going to move off of Jair Alexander.
Yeah. I like the energy of this kid. Oh, they're
Anthony
taking
Belton.
an offensive lineman here.
Okay.
Anthony Belton. This guy, my pro comp for him, Trace Moose, is a brick wall because you're not running him over.
That's an NFL comp.
He doesn't move great, but he is impenetrable to the bull rush. He has one of the best anchors I've seen in a very, very long time. Now, they run a lot of outside zone and that kind of McVay-style offense that Matt LaFleur runs there in Green Bay, so I don't know how great of a fit he's going to be as a run blocker there, but he projects more as a guard to me because he doesn't move fantastically, but you're not moving him. So they took Jordan Morgan out of Arizona in the first round last year. They have Aaron Banks, who they brought over from San Francisco. I think that this is probably a move for the long term here, but he is a monster. You can see it on screen right there. Big body, and he's got the best anchor out of any offensive lineman in this class.
6'6" is huge. And listen, one of the things that after I spent some time in Green Bay, lived up there for about 2 years, one of the things I can confidently tell you is the Green Bay Packers fans love to watch their team run the ball. They know that Jordan Love has a turnover problem. So having an offensive line that can create space for Josh Jacobs to do his thing is something that they love. And he had a great season last year, especially down the stretch. Jordan Love needs to work on his accuracy a little bit. He needs to work on his turnover-worthy plays because he throws a lot of really ugly picks. I think this is actually a really solid pick for the Green Bay Packers, as much as I hate to say it, because as much as you said, I don't know how he's going to solidify in the run game, I do think that adding that anchor is something that is going to create space simply because he's just taking up space at 6'6", over 330 pounds. So I'm going to give it a solid B for the Packers.
Yeah, not bad. Is it possible they also put him at left tackle? They have Rasheed Walker, who's been okay, but he's like a 7th-round pick, and he's very average. So I could honestly see the Packers doing whatever they want to do here with either guard or tackle. I think he's more of a guard because I don't think he moves fantastically, but I think he does have to develop some technique stuff. But at the end of the day, I think pretty decent pick and a good player. Like I said, a brick wall going to the Green Bay Packers. All right, Moose, tell us about a promotion we got here at a giveaway for our friends at Manda Whole Body Deodorant.
I think we are going to be doing that right after pick number 55 because the pick is – okay, gotcha. So, all right, so we're going to give this giveaway out here for our Mando Whole Body Deodorant. So, Mr. Jack Lotteray, what are we doing for our giveaway?
So here's what we're going to do. Okay?
Yep.
Everybody ready?
I'm
excited.
Ears.
I'm excited. This is great. I love Mando. Mando's the best. We have a pinned tweet on Chat Sports.
Okay.
Okay? It is talking about tonight's watch party. We are putting it in the YouTube chat right now.
All right, we're putting it in the chat
so
right now.
here's what we're going to do.
Link.
Here's what we're going to do. Retweet our pinned tweet. If we get 50 retweets on our pinned tweet, we will give away a Mando starter pack to a random retweeter.
Okay.
So
50 retweets.
We're going to let this go. We'll have the winner by around the end of the second round.
Okay.
So that's the time frame.
Okay.
All right? So go click that link in the chat right now. 50 retweets. We will pick a random retweeter, and they will be going home with a Mando starter pack. Which is fantastic.
You got the stick deodorant, you got the cream tube deodorant, you've got the body wash and the deodorant wipes. It's all fantastic stuff from our friends at Mando.
And I got to tell you, listen, if you are a hairy guy like me, and I'm telling you right now, everybody in this room has seen me with my shirt off. They can tell you that my back looks like an Amazon rainforest. So trust me when I tell you this. If you're a hairy man like myself, Mando helps so much. I have not had a singular whole body deodorant that I trust more when I go out for my long runs or to the gym. So make sure that you're going to X right now and retweeting this, reposting it so that you can win this, especially if you want to take your health to the next level.
All right, we have our next pick, and I love it, man. Trey Harris, one of my favorite wide receivers in this class, a Sperry psycho this year, going to the Los Angeles Chargers. I think a lot of people thought that they were going to go, offensive and defensive line, tight end even, because that's kind of Harbaugh's style. But they needed weapons in this offense. It was so apparent last year when watching Chargers film that they needed more people that they could trust for Justin Herbert to throw the football to. They get Omari and Hampton in round 1 to pair with Najee Harris, so they got their running back duo. Now they add Trey Harris to this wide receiver room that includes Quentin Johnston, who has a big drop problem. You got Mike Williams that's coming back to the team this year, and Ladd McConkey. I think long-term, Trey Harris and Ladd McConkey have a chance to be a really great duo for the Los Angeles Chargers. I think Harbaugh's going to love the way that he blocks his butt off in the run game because he's a big, strong receiver. I do think he was very limited in the route tree that he ran at Ole Miss, but that's part of just the scheme. He was the deep threat there in that offense. I think he actually has more juice to be a better, more versatile route runner in the league. I think he's got the athletic juice to do that. But this guy's a big body, deep shot type of receiver that's going to make incredible contested catches down the field. He's better after the catch than he gets credit for, and his efficiency was off the charts in that Ole Miss offense. Like I said earlier, Moose, he had half the games that Matthew Golden played in last year, had more catches, more yards, and almost as many touchdowns as somebody that went in the first round this year. This is an absolute steal as far as I'm concerned.
100%. I was talking to Joey Peterson after you left yesterday, and we were talking about the Chargers potentially taking a wide receiver. And I said they don't want to take a player like Golden because they have Ladd McConkey, who can kind of duel as an X receiver but also play in the slot with his size and his quickness. Having a player like Trey Harris who can stretch the field is exactly with someone like Justin Herbert, who's got a cannon for an arm and likes to show it off, can do. This is, again, like you said, not necessarily someone who's going to be a great route runner that has to develop over time, but with his ability to track the nose of the football and to go up and get it, I think this is a great pick for the, I almost said San Diego Chargers, the Los Angeles Chargers. So I like the pick.
Yeah, Mike Williams isn't going to be around forever. Trey Harris gets compared a lot to Mike Williams. I think he's a better player than Mike Williams, but hey, I think that this is an excellent pick for the Los Angeles Chargers. Now we got another trade. All right, the Detroit Lions are coming up to number 57.
Whoa.
Just moving up a couple spots here, so they obviously have somebody in mind, and they trade a 4th-round pick. They get a 7th-round back, though. They get a 4th-round pick to the Denver Broncos, who moved down just a couple of spots. Good deal for the Denver Broncos here to get an additional 4.
Very good deal for the Denver Broncos right here, especially if they don't love a particular prospect coming up with that pick at number 57. So the Lions moving up obviously want to take someone that they have their eye on, but the Bears pick is officially in. Offensive tackle Ozzie Trapillo out of Boston College. And again, all is right with the world when the Bears decide to go offensive line and solidify what I believe is going to be a replacement for Braxton Jones. That's the biggest question mark right now on the Bears offensive line. And he's not a bad player. He's just very up and down, a roller coaster of a left tackle. So I love Ozzie Trapillo. He's a multi-year starter, so he's got the reps that you're looking for. A very technical player with good hands. He's got length. Stiffness is a little bit of an issue, so he's not the most athletic player, especially with that lateral quickness. But with his hands, his technique, I think you are basically saying we don't need you to be great at left tackle. We just need you to be consistent at left tackle. And I think that's exactly what the Bears decided to do here. Giving it an A because it's the Chicago Bears, the greatest team in the NFL.
Yeah, his arms are just over 33 inches, which is like the bare minimum. So he's not the longest offensive tackle in the world, but he is somebody that I think was very up and down at Boston College. I think he plays with pretty good technique, and he does have the best athleticism, in my opinion. And I think that, he is pretty stiff as an athlete. So I think that I love his technique. I think that he's somebody that's going to be relatively pro-ready. But, Braxton Jones is already fine. I felt like more if they were going to go for an offensive tackle, somebody with maybe a little bit more upside than this guy. I think he can play guard, too, because he does have slightly shorter arms than maybe you would want for a tackle. So I just think that, Ben Johnson knows offensive linemen, all right? And he sees the toughness that he brings to the table, the savviness he brings. He just passes the eye test on film, which is what I like. He's not the best physical profile in the world, but apparently Ben Johnson likes him, so that's all the vote of confidence I need to like this pick from the Chicago Bears. Then we get to another offensive lineman, the beautiful mullet out of Georgia, out of Athens, Tate Ratlage, going to the Detroit Lions. This guy is a kneecap biter through and through. He looks like a kneecap biter. He looks like a Dan Campbell kind of guy. And, of course, they want to keep replenishing that excellent offensive line there in Detroit. They don't want that to go awry because they got a quarterback there in Jared Goff that needs good protection. So it's very important to keep up their ranks. Maybe Ratlage doesn't play right away, but I do think the power that he plays with is excellent. And I think that he's going to be biting some kneecaps off there in the Motor City.
This is exactly what I believe is the definition of a Dan Campbell offensive lineman. Just take a look at him. The mullet is flowing. The power is there.
He's got the neck roll.
He's got the neck roll. Everything about him screams, I am ready to dominate the offensive line.
I mean, it's just so good.
Pause.
It's so good.
I love Tate Ratlage. I thought, last year he brought a lot of energy to that offensive line. I think that's why you're bringing him in, because he gives you that look. He gives you that power. He gives you that balance that you're looking for. And especially because we know the Lions have one of the best, if not the best offensive line in the NFL right now. So even adding to that, even as a depth piece, awesome.
So now the Raiders have made their next pick, and it's not Shedeur Sanders. So once again, Sanders continues to fall down the draft board. But the Raiders take Jack Besh, a very physical, big wide receiver out of TCU who's great after the catch, 214 pounds, over 6'1". And I like Besh's machine gun feet is what I like to call it, because he's got quick feet. His change of direction isn't fantastic, but he can stop and start on a dime, which I like. So I think that he's really good with yards after the catch, rushing ability. He's tough to bring down for corners because he's so physical and so big. He gets some Puka Nacua comps. I think that's overblown, but he's a phenomenal run blocker, probably the best run-blocking wide receiver in this entire class. That's going to be important to, of course, the team that just took Ashton Genty. So I love the pick.
So would you say, though, that this might be a bigger, more physical version of Hunter Renfrow?
I don't hate that at all. I think he's better after the catch than Hunter was. I don't think he's as versatile of a route runner as Hunter was either. But I think they even look alike. It's just a bigger version.
Do. Yeah.
So I see where the comp is coming from there. But he's a smart player, blocks his butt off, and high effort player that is going to fit right into the culture that Pete Carroll's going to try to establish there in Las Vegas.
Well, and I know that the Raiders fans, they love themselves a good route runner and somebody that can absolutely do it on third down. They called him Third and Renfrow when he was there, so I love Jack Besh to the Raiders. Great pick.
All right, so once again, we're going to remind you guys here to go retweet the pinned tweet at the Chat Sports X account. We're going to put the link to that in the comments and description of today's show again. Excuse me. Producer
you.
Jack, do you have anything you want to say about this promotion here?
Yeah, so at the time that we saw this, we were at 16 retweets.
Okay.
So I'm going to give some shout-outs. Now, that was a few minutes ago, but I'm going to give some shout-outs.
We have to get to 50 to get away the
We have to get to 50. Yes, we have to get to 50. So I'm going to give a few shouts. Matt Scruggs, Israel Avila, Anxiety, Josh McMurdo, Eric, I see Jessica, I see Dad or at the 10 Judge, Jaime Quino, I think, I'm sorry if I butcher that, Joshua D, I see KK, I see Yinzer Jake, Bryce Hotop, Beck, Sergio, Jonathan James, C-Tacker, Robert Locke, Misunderstood Jay, just some of the people that have retweeted the pinned tweet. So,
all right, guys, our goal is to get this winner done by the end of round 2. All right, that's what we want to do. We want to get to 50 retweets on the pinned tweet. We just got some more. Thank you guys so much. So our goal is by the end of round 2 here, which is what, pick 64?
Yes, pick 64 at the end of round 2.
So we got a couple more picks here. Go retweet the pinned tweet. We greatly appreciate your guys' support.
I'll give shout-outs to Joshua Parsons Sr., Mal as well, just retweeted it. So thank you guys for retweeting that. Keep it going. Eric Peterson just retweeted it as well. So keep it going. When we get to 50, we will give away a Mando starter pack, which is, again, I think, awesome. I love the Mando starter pack.
And listen, if you don't want to take his word for it, take my word for it. I use Mando every single day, and I smell like a daisy every single day, in my opinion.
You smell specifically like bourbon leather.
But that's exactly right. And I look like bourbon leather, too. So.
Yeah, exactly correct. All right, we got some supers here, Mr. Jack.
Yeah.
All right, here's some on main 10
Cody.
from Cody. Cody, you've been a real one today. Says thoughts on Seattle's O-line problem. What do you think they need to do besides Gray Zabel? I think he'll be good, but it's still a big problem.
Well,
And
it
yes,
sucks.
every Seattle Seahawks fan knows that this is the area of concern. Geno Smith had to deal with so much quick pressure
it's terrible.
over the last several seasons. And Sam Darnold, as it showed in the playoffs last year in Minnesota and then the season finale against Detroit, you get quick pressure on Sam Darnold, he crumbles. He throws interceptions. He takes sacks. It can't happen. So you got Charles Cross at left tackle. You got Abraham Lucas at right tackle. I think they're probably pretty okay with those two.
Sure.
Zabel's going to slide right in at probably left guard to start.
But he's so versatile.
Yeah, and he's so versatile. He can play center if you want for him.
Right.
So I think they're going to take at least one more interior offensive line player in this draft to start. It could be as early as round 3 here. And then they might even take 2 more. I wouldn't even be surprised if they take 2 more interior offensive linemen.
I would certainly hope so.
Cody, I think you'd agree. This is a big problem that needs fixing.
Thanks, Cody.
Thanks, Cody. $5 from Gwendolyn. Blank, can't say his name, was 13-11 in Colorado, barely 500, none games versus SEC.
I still don't know who they're talking about. Who is this person that they keep mentioning?
that we can't say their name.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Probably somebody.
Is it Joel Klatt?
Probably somebody right now that's falling in the NFL draft. You know, something that I kind of thought would happen, and I'm feeling pretty vindicated right now. That's actually
You must be on cloud 9.
I got Tyler Shough in the top 50 and Shedeur Sanders outside of the top 50.
Yeah.
That's like the Sperry dynamic duo right there. $5 from Justin Yankuski from
Steelers.
Says trade Pickens and a 5th for Hall. Talking about Breece Hall and a 3rd. Get a wide receiver and a quarterback in round 3.
Interesting.
Listen, man, so Breece Hall and a 3rd for Pickens and a 5th. That's an interesting trade idea right there. So that obviously assumes that Pickens is the more valuable player there because you're getting the lower draft pick. I don't know, man. He's got 1 more year left on his deal. I would be somewhat interested. I just don't think Pickens is a Aaron Glenn type of guy. They specifically did not want Aaron Rodgers back in New York because they didn't want drama. George Pickens is the definition of drama.
So is DK Metcalf. So you guys have got the 1-2 punch of drama.
That's okay. Tomlin likes the chaos, all right? I'm not sure Aaron Glenn would. So honestly, Justin, I'm not sure if that's something New York would necessarily do. I hate the Baltimore Ravens, folks. Mike Green to the Ravens. Finally comes off the board.
59 is wicked work.
I mean, the Baltimore Ravens are winning the NFL draft, and I hate to say it. I love Malachi Starks, who they got in round 1. And then Mike Green, who needs kind of a strong culture to kind of rein it in. He gets one of the strongest cultures in all of football with John Harbaugh and the Baltimore Ravens, making their defense even more dangerous because I think he's going to be a number 1 edge rusher in the league right away. He's a top 10 player on my big board, wins in so many different ways. And the fact that he goes 2 picks before the Washington Commanders or a couple picks before my Commanders at 61, oh my gosh, I was hoping he was going to fall to Washington at 61.
This is my favorite player in the draft. I have said this multiple times on multiple videos that I've made. He is literally my favorite player in the 2025 NFL draft. Why? Because one of my favorite players of all time is Khalil Mack, and get this, both 6'3", both 251 pounds, both played at small schools. The only difference, Mike Green is faster than Khalil Mack. He's a sleeker version of what one of the greatest edge rushers in NFL history is. So I think straight
sacks.
out of the gate, you are getting a player that has elite talent. The off-the-field issues, which we're just going to leave at that, are concerning. But as a prospect, as a player, the Baltimore Ravens are getting a certified baller. Mike Green, welcome to the flock.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's a phenomenal pick. It really is. I would have been
I
thrilled
love it.
if the
I
Washington
love
Commanders would have gotten him. He needs a strong culture. Like I said, John Harbaugh is going to bring that for him. And as a Steelers fan that's looking for ways to unseat the Baltimore Ravens as the division champions, that's gotten a lot more difficult with guys like Malachi Starks and Mike Green making their defense better. And we already know how good their offense is. I mean, these are 2 hell of a picks here from Eric DeCosta.
Well, let me ask you this, because you know this division way better than I do. Weren't they number 2 or number 3 in sacks already last year?
I mean, they do such a good job with stunts and games, and you know, they do such.
This
a good,
is tough.
And
if
like
you're a
they
Steelers
rotate coverages, and they have super creative blitz packages. You know, obviously it was better when Mike McDonald himself was running this defense,
100%.
but you know, they still run that style of defense. So Mike Green It's going to be a perfect fit for them right away. They run a 3-4. He's perfect for a 3-4 system. God, man, I absolutely hate the NFL allowed Mike Green to go to the Baltimore Ravens. I hate you, other 31 NFL teams.
Grade the pick in the chat below. I have seen nothing but A's. I'm not even going to lie to you. Everything is an A.
It's an A+.
Everything's an A. I give it an A. I give it an A. This is great. The Ravens smashed it. They're having a great draft. I'm sorry to say that because I know you're a big-time Steelers fan. But
like I said, I hate to say it, but I have to tell the truth. Malachi Starks and Mike Green are some of my favorite players in this entire class, and they got both of them. And they didn't even have to trade up to get him. He just fell into their lap.
Just fell right into that lap.
Because of course they did, right? Of course he falls into the Baltimore Ravens' lap because the rich just keep getting richer there in Baltimore. But Lamar Jackson will still choke in the playoffs. I got you, Ravens fans. There we go. Mark Andrews, man. Take the gloves off, dog.
Well,
when it's a little snowy and a little rainy outside, game's on the line. Maybe
take the gloves off, dog.
Maybe take the gloves off.
Put that on a tweet and send
slippery.
it.
All right, so Tom Downey's best available. Our favorite safety in this class was Xavier Watts, still on the board.
I can't wait. I hope he goes to the Broncos here.
He could go to the Commanders. They need a safety, so watch out for the Commanders.
Too.
Savone Revel Jr., cornerback out of East Carolina, another guy that could go to Washington. Then Shadur Sanders, he's still on the board, Moose. And I hate to say, I told you. What's that?
Oh, who shall not be named.
He should. Yeah, being boozled. Yeah, Trey Amos, one of my favorite corners in this class. I would have been fine if a team took him in round 1. It's looking like he might slip to round 3 here. But another guy that could go to the Commanders, by the way. I like how the board is falling. But Caleb Johnson continues to fall down. Hopefully he goes all the way to the Steelers. I would love for him to be a Steeler. Azarie Thomas, not really that high on Thomas, if I'm being honest with you. Just his play style with the speed. It doesn't mix well in the National Football League. I think he's going to have to change his play style. He has to be more of a zone corner, in my opinion, to survive in the league. Princely Omemi-Yellen out of Mississippi. Really, like I said, the slow speed rusher is what I love to call him. He's very interesting. Alec Ayamaner, wide receiver out of Stanford. Really love what he brings to the table as well as a physical outside big route runner that runs a 4.4. So, I love his profile, man. I think he's going to be a hell of a steal for somebody probably in round 3. So let me know what you guys think down there in the comment section. Who's the best player left on the board right now? I love Xavier Watts.
It's Xavier Watts.
And I love.
And it's not close.
And I love Kevin Winston Jr. out of Penn State too. I actually have Winston slightly above Xavier Watts on my board. I thought his 2023 film was excellent, but he's coming off a major injury in 2024 where he only played 1 game. So that's the question mark with Winston.
Yeah, no, and I totally get that. But back to Watts for just a second. Everything about him is just he's so gifted as an athlete. The ability to not only play that center field type of safety, but to get up inside the box, play the run. He's got a nose for the football. He's got a ball hawk, good ball skills, everything about. I think he's going to be the best safety in the NFL in 3 years. I really think that. I think that's the truth. I think he's going to be the best safety in the NFL in 3 years. I said the same thing about Kyle Hamilton a couple years back. I didn't say he was going to be the best, but I said he was going to be a top 5 one, and I think I've been proven right on that as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's a really freaking good player, man. I won't go as far to declare him, the best safety in the world in a couple years, but I think he's going to be a damn good starter, and I think he's going to be that immediately, and I think that he might make multiple Pro Bowls, and with the right system, his instincts, his ability to catch the football, his leadership ability. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my God.
This is crazy. Number 60 is in with the Denver Broncos. They needed a running back. We knew it.
Can I take this one, actually?
Sure. This is might be my favorite running back in the class.
I was on the phone with my dad this morning. He called me, and he said this. This question that he asked me was this. Who is the one player that you believe has round 1 or 2 talent that is going to fall all the way down to 4, 5, or 6? I said R.J. Harvey out of UCF. This kid is insane. This is ridiculous. An unbelievable pick here for the Denver Broncos. Not only is he a shifty runner out of the backfield, but he can bounce left to right so fast. The one thing that I don't love about him as a player is his hands. He doesn't have the greatest pass-catching abilities. But you know what? You can always work on your hand-to-eye coordination and get better as a pass catcher. As a runner, this dude is insane. He's not the strongest. He's not the fastest and he's not the shiftiest, but he can do all of those things really well. A jack of all trades, a master of none. I love this pick for the Denver Broncos. Lock it in. RJ Harvey, welcome to Broncos country. Let's ride.
So he's an older player, 6-year senior, which concerns you about a running back prospect, but his film is awesome, man. He's got great vision and great patience. He lets blocks develop in front of him, and then he's got great acceleration to hit the hole, and then he's got really, here we go, Moose, oily hips to be able to move, change direction.
No diddy.
He's got quick feet, and he's got better long speed than people give him credit for. He ran a 4.4 flat at the combine, which is a lot better than people thought he was going to run, all right? So he's smaller. He's not going to be a power guy, but he is a big play machine. He was an absolute workhorse his last 2 years at UCF, super productive, and I wanted the Pittsburgh Steelers to get this guy, all right? I was hoping he was going to fall to the Steelers. He doesn't. He goes in round 2. I absolutely love RJ Harvey out of UCF, and I think, Sean Payton just got himself one hell of a running back to use in his offense.
Let's go Broncos country. God, I love this pick. And by the way, 22 touchdowns. Are we seeing a trend here that, like, this last season in college football, you had Cam Scadaboo, Ashton Genty, RJ Harvey.
He went ahead of Scadaboo.
All of these guys have 20-plus touchdown seasons. They're just putting in insane work over the landscape of college football. And the one thing that I will say is playing at UCF, he didn't play against the best competition, but he also dominated that bad competition.
That's what you want to see.
I am loving it, and subscribe right now. Hit that sub button. One thing that I have to tell you that I didn't realize was true, and I just realized it because I found out after I was paying for a subscription service, ESPN Plus is $120 a year, Mr. Sperry.
Yeah, it is.
I unsubscribed to that immediately because I subscribed to Chat Sports because guess what? It's free. So hit that subscribe button right now. Lock us in for all of the best NFL, NBA, and now MLB coverage as well. We've got the Red Sox rundown that we just started up for Mr. Jack Latteray on the 1s and 2s. So if you want baseball, if you want basketball and football content, we've got you. Keep hitting that sub button. Let's get up to 408,000 subscribers tonight before the end of the stream.
All right, man. So we got the Washington Commanders on the clock. Very interesting pick here because I do think there's multiple people that they would take. I wanted Benjamin Morrison here because I thought he would be just an absolutely perfect fit with this. Oh, there it is, and I love the pick. Trey Amos.
Go ahead.
Out of Ole Miss is a Washington Commander. They signed Jonathan Jones from the New England Patriots this offseason to a 1-year, $5.5 million deal. That's a perfectly replaceable contract right there. They have Marshawn Lattimore, who they traded for last offseason. They really like him, and they drafted Mike Sainristil out of Michigan last year to play the slot. Now that you get Amos, he's a day one ready outside corner that is scheme diverse. He's not the best athlete in the world, and because of that, maybe he's not going to be like a true number one, lockdown type of guy, but he's super, super technically refined, as in my opinion, and he's got really good press coverage ability, which is very important for the Washington Commanders in that press man-heavy scheme that Dan Quinn Jr. and Joe Witt Jr., their defensive coordinator, run there in Washington. This is a match made in heaven. I'm guessing that they were thanking their lucky stars that he fell to them here at number 61. So they get their right tackle of the future to protect Jaden Daniels, and then you get a cornerback that can start for you immediately in the nation's capital to help this defense be better than it was last year.
So one of the things that I like to say is he's the exact opposite of Maxwell Hairston in this draft. Like, Hairston's got this unbelievable zone coverage skills. Amos, like you said, in press coverage is going to bully you off the line of scrimmage. I love his aggression that he plays at the position, so I think you're right. I think with the scheme fit, it's a perfect fit, a match made in heaven for the Washington Commanders, who, by the way, not only crushed it in free agency, are also doing a great job in the NFL draft. And I'm going to tell you this, Sperry, I went on a Bills video a couple days ago, and I gave my way too early Super Bowl prediction. I have the Bills and the Commanders playing in Super Bowl, 60 now? I believe it's Super Bowl 60.
Is it 60 next year already? Oh, my goodness, man.
Super Bowl 60. Those are my way too early teams.
I mean, it seems like yesterday was Super Bowl 50 when Cam Newton didn't jump on the fumble, man. Like, goodness gracious, 10 years already gone by? So, Go Broncos.
Broncos country, that's right.
Is exactly right, producer Sam. Got some super chats to go over here with the Bears on the clock at 60. This has got to be Caleb Johnson. I mean, goodness gracious.
I really hope.
This is such a good, I mean, if they complete their offense right here if they get Caleb Johnson.
And if they do,
Gwendolyn says,
I'm replacing the Commanders with the Bears against the Bills in the next Super Bowl.
Gwendolyn
I'm just letting you know.
I'm playing chicken. I will tell you when I am ready. All right, Gwendolyn, I appreciate you. Says, I'm shutting down quarterback blank to Cowboys. Facts. They just got Joe Milton via
That's
trade.
That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
No
Shedeur is not going to the Cowboys.
And I got 60 other million reasons why they're not going to take he shall not be named. Dak Prescott being the main guy with his price tag on him.
Yeah, absolutely. 20 from my man Chad. This one's from Steelers. Steelers must take Shedeur Sanders if he's available. I have Jalen Milroe higher on my board personally because I think if you're going to draft a developmental quarterback to sit behind Aaron Rodgers or Kirk Cousins for a year or two, you want the guy with the higher upside. And I don't think there's any doubt that Jalen Milroe has the higher upside, 4.4 speed, big body, high character guy that's going to work his ass off to, try to make that leap in ability that Jalen Hurts has been able to, and he's a Super Bowl champion. So if you want to kind of do the Eagles route and kind of backdoor your way into a franchise quarterback, you take somebody that's a little bit more raw like Jalen Milroe, you develop him behind a veteran quarterback, and then, you put him out there when he's ready, and hopefully, it is a risk, but hopefully you find your franchise quarterback to compete with Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow in this division for the next several years.
Wow.
Because, you got Shedeur Sanders on a second. Drop. So let's say you have Shedeur Sanders, who is physically limited. I think we both agree on that.
Oh, yes. He has some limitations for sure, especially with that arm strength.
On his second contract, where he's making $60+ million per season, is he competing against Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson on a year-to-year basis?
No.
No. So do not take Shedeur Sanders is the thinking. If you get a guy.
Well, and that's a fair way of looking at it.
Yeah, and Jalen Milroe, he's a risk, but if he hits, he's somebody on his second contract that can compete with those guys feasibly with his physical skill set. So that's where I come down on the Milroe versus Sanders debate there. But, hey, if they take Sanders, I think the third-round value is fine. I would be okay with the third-round pick there.
All right, our Super Chat menu looks like this. Remember, every 100 likes, I'm going to do another Bean Boozled, which means we are 85 away from our next one. $5 gets you into this draft hat raffle. So if you want a 2025 draft hat or draft hat to get into this raffle, it just costs $5. $10, we're going to talk about your favorite team, and all you got to do, throw in your question, and we will answer it on that screen. Coming in with the pick for the Chicago Bears, another Texas A&M player that I didn't particularly love, Shamar Turner.
I don't love him either.
Yeah, no. Okay, so I have a couple of things to say about the Bears right now. I don't know why this is such a roller coaster draft. You had a reach at Colston Loveland at 10, in my opinion. Say what you want about his talent level, but 10 I don't think is where we should have taken him. But then to go with the great picks of Luther Burden III and then Ozzie Trapillo, both really, really solid picks. And then you do this. A kid that, again, didn't do squat at Texas A&M last year. In fact, was kind of invisible in multiple games, and that's kind of where I had him. I was like, when he's playing well, he's really good. But he's most of the time just a non-factor. So I don't understand this pick.
Yeah, he's an athletic freak in terms of his quickness and agility, but he's not very strong for a defensive tackle. His run defense is really an issue, and he doesn't play with a lot of, let's just say, savvy as a pass rusher either. So he's somebody that's a projection here, in my opinion. He's somebody that could be a very disruptive three technique in the league someday, but he's dealt with injuries in the past, and he doesn't play with a ton of play strength. So, listen, man, 21 pressures in 2024 ain't terrible, I guess. 2 sacks and 6 TFLs isn't, awful, pit of the earth, you're terrible player. But
it's not good.
He's had an injury history, and there's a number of defensive tackles still available that I have higher grades on. So, and you had Caleb Johnson waiting for you. How do you not take Caleb Johnson there? I don't get the pick. I don't.
If you're running with DeAndre Swift as your RB1 next season, you've got something wrong in the head because he's not a 3-down back. He's great in open space. He is not a bully back. He's too small and too light.
Well, he doesn't. He has terrible vision.
Yeah, he cannot find a hole to save his life. No diddy. As you drop the vitamin
It's
water
empty,
bottle.
thank
Thank
Christ,
God.
but-
Yeah, thank God. All right, let's just review what has happened so far in round 2 as we come to the very end of it. Carson Schweisinger goes to the Cleveland Browns with pick number 33, Jaden Higgins at 34, Nick Emmanwori and Quinshon Judkins, followed by Savaiinaea, Trayvon Henderson, Luther Burden to the Bears. Again, I really like that pick. Tyler Shough, the first quarterback in round 2, going to New Orleans. TJ Sanders, Mason Taylor, Alfred Collins, and Donovan Ezaraku going to the Dallas Cowboys. JTT, Terrence Ferguson, Will Johnson going to the desert. Ariante Ursary heading out to the Texans, followed by Demetrius Knight Jr., a reach by the Cincinnati Bengals. Elijah Arroyo going to Seattle. Nick Scorton. I don't even want to pretend that I know how to pronounce that. You know that way better.
Oluwafemi Oladejo.
Even better. There we go. Finally.
Finally got it right.
Finally got it right. Benjamin Morrison, Anthony Belton, Trey Harris, and Ozzie Trapillo. 53 through 56. Tate Ratlage, Jack Besh, Mike Green, and RJ Harvey. I love this grouping right here. These were 4 excellent picks in a row, followed by Trey Amos and the worst pick in the Chicago Bears 2025 NFL Draft, Shamar Turner, defensive tackle out of Texas A&M.
So now we head into the final 2 picks of round 2, Kansas City and, of course, the Philadelphia Eagles. The Chiefs took offensive tackle Josh Simmons, who I love his tape. Coming out of Ohio State. It's awesome. I think it might be arguably the best tape out of any tackle in the class. It was that good before he got injured last year. Football character concerns and then the injury with the torn ACL are concerns there. But, it's going to be interesting to see what they do here.
All right, so we do have our giveaway for this Mando. We have our winner, I should say, for this Mando giveaway. I got that backwards. We do not have our winner yet.
We need
we
20
are
more.
20 retweets away. We are not even close.
Then, hey, listen, shame on me for preemptively saying that. I apologize. Shame on Moose.
Shame on Moose. Everyone spam shame on Moose.
Shame on Moose.
So it's easy. We're spamming the link in the chat. All you got to do, it's this simple. All you got to do is just give that a little retweet.
Oh, yeah, that's
all you got. Just give it a little retweet.
It's one button.
It's one button. Well, it's like 2. You hit the thing, and then you hit the then you hit the thing. But it's
shame on Moose.
But it's
shame on Moose. Shame on Moose.
It's that easy.
That, huh?
We are 20 retweets away, and that's it. And then some lucky person is going to win again, I think one of the best deals.
It's a Mando starter pack, so you get a solid stick of deodorant. You get a cream tube deodorant. You get a body wash and then some deodorant wipes as well, all of which are great products. Listen, man, when we first started with Mando, I got a starter pack to start kind of my journey with this company, and now I have a big bottle of Mando body wash in my shower. I use their stick deodorant every single day, and once Coop started using it on Steelers Talk, let me tell you, my life absolutely changed for obvious reasons. All right, so big shout out to Mando for saving my life sitting next to Cooperstein here at my desk here at Chat Sports. So
and listen, before Mando, I smelled like a dumpster fire, and now I smell like bourbon leather. So trust me, it works, especially if you're a big gym goer like myself. You don't want to go home riding in your car.
Nice humble brag.
Well, you don't want to go, but I also said I smelled like a dumpster fire. So it's kind of a little bit of both. And if you don't want to be going home sweating in your car and smelling like the gym, I'm telling you, Mando works. So go over to our tweet, hit that repost button right now, and lock it in so that we can pick a winner.
So the Kansas City Chiefs lost Tershawn Wharton, defensive tackle, this offseason. Now they replace him with one of my favorite interior pass rushers in the entire class, Norman Lott. I mean, this guy would have been a better pick for Chicago if they were looking for kind of a twitched-up, smaller kind of defensive tackle. Listen, man, I start my process every year, Moose, watching the first-round caliber targets as projected. And I was watching James Pierce Jr., and I was like, who the hell is this 55 guy that keeps popping up on my film with incredible power and just, incredible ability to just collapse the pocket, really good athleticism. You put him on the other side here of Chris Jones. I mean, you're going to have to be able to get after quarterbacks up the middle, which they've witnessed firsthand is a way that you can win a Super Bowl, all right? Because Jalen Carter and boys were getting after Mahomes with their week. interior offensive line at that point during the season. Norman Lott is somebody that they're going to be plugging in at 3 technique, in their 4-down fronts, and he's going to be able to go to work. He is undersized. He might not be out there on early downs for the Kansas City Chiefs, but as a designated pass rusher, at least to start, he is absolutely electric.
I don't know what you mean by undersized. Do you mean his height? Because 303 pounds is not undersized, my friend.
He's a little undersized.
He's got a low center of gravity. He's a bowling ball with legs.
He is a bowling ball.
So,
that is right.
One of the things that I will say, though, is without that burst and without that strength that you're looking for, it is going to be hard to get around some of the best left tackles and, interior guards in the NFL. But I love the play because I think Lott is one of those players, like you said, he shows tremendous upside. And playing for a Super Bowl caliber team every single year like the Kansas City Chiefs, he's going to learn a whole lot. Great pick.
Absolutely. We got some super chats to get to here. $10 from Patrick B. One of Steelers Talk legend, Patrick B. here, says, how about the Raiders? This is having a very good and smart draft, thinking we go defense with the 3rd round. I tend to agree. If we can pull up their picks here, Jack. Gotcha. Okay, so we got a lot, but Raiders are doing good. How about that? $5 from Gwendolyn. Says blank have better odds than QB Jordan Travis to play in the NFL. So Jets is my best fit for Mr. Shedeur Sanders. Shannon here, $5, I believe, from Steelers. 5 from Gary on Steelers is in a bid to have a winning season and make it to the playoffs. Browns have announced they are moving to Pittsburgh. Very good one there, Gary Frank. Shannon again, Steelers take an offensive lineman. I don't think they will. I think they believe in their offensive lineman. They're going to take a quarterback or they're going to take a running back here with this pick, Shannon. We got, a $50 super chat from Robert Folsom. I love it, baby. Says, love the show. Been a Steelers fan since 1991 when they signed the late, great Kevin Green. And my all-time favorite Steelers player has to be TJ Watt. The person we'll take is Jalen Milroe from Alabama to sit behind Aaron Rodgers. Let's go get number 7. I'm right there with you, Robert. Fire me up with this $50 super chat. Let's go, Steelers.
Let's go, Steelers.
Woo! And I'm right there with you. Go get Jalen Milroe. Go get him, baby. Go get him, Omar. I absolutely love it. I love the 50 right there from Robert.
That's a fire.
Everybody spam Robert in the chat if you're watching on Steelers.
Robert.
Spam those Roberts, baby. I absolutely love it.
Love that. $50 super chat. Thank you, Robert, so much for sending that in. We greatly appreciate it.
So this is an interesting pick that's coming up here.
Yeah, the last pick in the 2nd round is to the Eagles, and the pick is in. Okay,
we are about to bring in our Dolphins stream here.
Cool. Now, here's the interesting thing. They lost Josh Sweat, so they could use another edge, although Jahad Campbell can kind of double as that middle linebacker / edge. So where do you think Philadelphia goes here?
I think they go safety.
Really?
I think they go either
Kevin
Winston or Makuba.
Do you imagine Xavier Watts?
Maybe Watts, but I'm going to say Makuba. I feel like he is a Philadelphia Eagle kind of like quarters, kind of safety. I just feel like he fits that beautifully.
It's going to be interesting. Let's see what the pick is.
Andrew Makuba. Do I know ball or what?
He knows ball.
Do I know ball?
He knows ball.
Or what? Andrew Makuba, fantastic instincts player. He's undersized. He's going to have to play free safety or in the slot. Not going to be able to play in the box.
Right.
But I love his tape. All right, out of Texas, helped that defense really turn into one of the best defenses in college football last year. And he was a phenomenal player playing alongside guys like Jahdae Barron, Verdon. There we go. We got Miami. The Dolphins today, crew. Everybody welcome
What's going on, Dolphins fans? Fins up.
Fins up. You are watching our coverage of this now 3rd round of the 2025 NFL Draft. Andrew Makuba just went to the Philadelphia Eagles, and I love the pick here, Moose.
Yeah, no, it's a great pick. Like you said, he's a little bit undersized, so he's not going to play up in the box, and he's not going to cover the run. But for what you're getting from a skill perspective, he just screams Philadelphia Eagles. He's going to roam around in that defensive backfield. He's going to do his thing. He's got good ball skills. Everything about him screams Philadelphia Eagles to me. The one thing that I do want to see is him put on about 10 pounds there, Sperry.
Yeah.
186 pounds to me is just way too slight, especially at 5'11". Again, for what you're getting from a skill perspective, I love it. From the scheme that Philadelphia likes to run, I love it. It's just a matter of putting on the weight. I mean, you look at him like I have kind of the same size shoulders as he does.
Yeah, and
I mean,
it's
he's
not
crazy.
going to be asked to play the run all that much, all right? Like, he's going to be, dual safety, shell type of defense, type of safety. So I think this is a good fit. They drafted Sidney Brown in the 3rd round back in 2023 out of Illinois. Some people thought he might start for them this year, but that's not going to be the case. Makuba will start for them day one, along with Reed Blankenship in this defense, along with Cooper DeJean in the nickel. So like this pick a lot for Philadelphia. Our Steelers audience here, Coop is going to receive you over at our other – pause. At our other studio. We are going to be breaking down round 3 here on Steelers Talk at our other studio as we prepare for the Steelers making their 3rd round selection. So I appreciate all of your guys' support. I'll see you guys over there. And here we go, Steelers.
Let's go! Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Welcome into Steelers Talk by Chat Sports. Jack Sperry will be here in just a couple of seconds. I'm going to hold it down for you guys while he gets back. I see all the real ones. What's up, Nick Roloff? Wrong studio. They're in G. What up, Shannon Cassidy, Exify, Isaac, Steve. I saw Bubby. I saw Kurgan Cold in there. Jim D. Yes, sir. It's our channel now. For the rest of the night, it's our channel now. It's like, what's it called in Captain Phillips? I'm D Captain now. Appreciate all of y'all for tuning in. What's good, Hot Rod? Anthony T. Blevins. The 2nd round has come and gone. Tyler Shough is gone. Shadur Sanders and Jalen Milroe still on the board. Let me know in the comment section. Will the Steelers take a QB tonight? They will not be taking Tyler Shough. They will not be taking Tyler Shough. We want Milroe anyways, says Jack Sperry. Oh, you're on screen. I'm taking you off. I can maybe do that. I will. What up, John? Caleb Johnson? He's not on the board, is he?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Trade up and get Caleb.
Make a move. Make a move, Omar.
Make a move. I saw our friends Kurgan Cold was in there. My guy Robert Folsom, we're going to get to your $50 super chat here as well.
Whew, okay.
Are you good?
I'm good.
All right.
All right. Can everyone hear me all right? I
can hear you.
I just came over to our Steelers Talk studio here. Thank you to everybody that's been watching our coverage over on the simulcast with NFL Daily. Shout out to Trace Moose and Jack and Sam and the whole crew over there. But now we shift our focus, Coop, to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Let's freaking go.
Still no word on a George Pickens trade, but if it's going to happen, it's going to happen in the 3rd round.
Which tells me it's not happening.
Which I don't think it's going to happen either, and I hope it doesn't. I hope that we see DK Metcalf and George Pickens play with each other next year because I think that would be so fun. But, some big questions here are they going to trade up? Are they going to stay put? If Shadur and Jalen are both on the board here, who do they take? I mean,
I think they take Milroe.
Do they take Caleb Johnson? I mean, I said at the beginning of this process here, the reason why I took Caleb Johnson in my final Steelers mock draft is I said one of these guys is going to fall, Coop, and it looks like my prediction that Caleb Johnson being the guy is starting to move down the board. Shout out to Robert Folsom. We showed your super chat over on Maine. Thank you so much. I also want to let you guys know that we're doing a Steelers jersey raffle. $20 Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal's get you into the raffle today. Oh, so Cassie is asking if I can announce the winner of the Mando on Steelers Talk as well. I'll send a message to Jack, our producer over on NFL Daily, to let me know who wins the Mando thing. So Coop's grabbing me some water right now. We'll go over some of the most recent selections here in just a moment. We'll also get to your super chats And we will prepare for the Pittsburgh Steelers to, I think they're going to take a running back or they're going to take a quarterback. All right, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens. All right, I'm going to send Jack a quick message here so we can see the message. All right. So we got a couple picks to break down once Coops gets back. Shout out to Robert Folsom for this awesome $50 super chat and a really lovely message there as well. He says he wants Alabama quarterback Jalen Milroe. And the reason why I would prefer Milroe over Shough, if they're both on the board here in round 3, thanks, Coop, is because of the division in the conference you play in. Okay? In this division, you have Lamar Jackson and you got Joe Burrow. You got to play him twice a year. All right? Then in the conference, you got to beat guys like Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen, and Drake May is just arriving, and Justin Herbert with some new weapons that he's getting in LA. Who knows how good he's going to be in the years to come. All right, you got super weapons at quarterback in this division and in this conference, and Shedeur Sanders, it's okay to admit this, he's a limited prospect physically. He has a below average arm strength for an NFL starting quarterback. I think that he's got maybe average athleticism, but he thinks he's a lot more athletic than he actually is. And that leads to a lot of sacks. That tends to lead to a lot of mistakes. And I honestly don't think he throws with a lot of anticipation, which is a big problem when you don't throw with a lot of velocity. You have to be able to play on time at the NFL level, and I don't think Shedeur does that at a very high level. Now, can he develop? Absolutely. But even if he develops, all right, his physical capabilities limit how good he can be. I think that at best, he can be a mid-level starting quarterback. And it's like, if you get to your second contract with Shedeur as your quarterback, are you really going to be able to compete with Joe Burrow at the same money? Are you going to be able to compete with Lamar Jackson when they're making the same amount of money per season? Are you going to be able to compete with Patrick Mahomes when they're making the same amount of money per season? Same thing with Josh Allen. I don't see the upside with Shedeur long-term, which is why I would rather play the long game here with Jalen Milroe, who's not going to be ready to play day one. But the Steelers expect to have Aaron Rodgers, and they expect to have Kirk Cousins. One of those two guys is their starting quarterback for the foreseeable future as they try to win a Super Bowl before Cam Heyward retires. Then when Cam retires and Rodgers retires and you can pass the torch, I would rather have the guy that legitimately could be a top 5 quarterback in this league or like top 10 star-level quarterback in this league in Jalen Milroe. He's a fantastic rusher of the football. He throws with incredible velocity. He's got some great downfield throws on his tape at Alabama, and he's a better mental processor than people give him credit for. I think if you give him 2 years to sit behind Aaron Rodgers, the most intelligent quarterback, one of the most intelligent quarterbacks in league history, who developed Jordan Love, by the way, I think that would be phenomenal and the most ideal situation for the Pittsburgh Steelers at the quarterback position. Just to kind of recap some of the latest picks, Darius Alexander, one of my guys in this class here, Coop, Sperry Psycho this year out of Toledo, goes to the New York Giants, a phenomenal pick for the G-men, so good for Marshall Green and the Giants Now crew. Then Ashton Gillotte. I don't even know if I'm saying that correctly.
Close enough. He's not ours, so it doesn't matter.
He's not ours, so it doesn't really matter. An edge rusher out of Louisville, very productive edge rusher out of Louisville. Not the only Louisville Cardinal that has gone on day 2 of the NFL draft, Mr. Coop. And
yeah.
I am ready for my apology.
I told you.
I know you've come around on Shough, which is a credit to you. But I have been getting shat on for the last 4 weeks because I've been higher on Tyler Shough.
I will say,
and he is the third quarterback taken.
The throw of him at the combine where he opened up his feet and missed the receiver, that's going viral again.
Well, duh. I mean, listen, man. Listen, that underhanded throw and that throw at the combine are going to be played on repeat for the next, many months as you completely shit on the New Orleans Saints and them picking him at 40. But
Trace was not happy.
I can't imagine he was. I've been warning Trace, by the way. I've been giving him fair warning that they were going to make that pick at 40, and he didn't want to believe me. But Sperry knows ball.
Here we are.
My man Zox, $5, says Jalen Milroe over Sanders, Jackie boy. I agree with you, man. Make the long-term play. Swing for the fences. All right. if we're a fan base here that wants to say we're tired of the mediocrity, we're tired of going 9 wins, 10 wins, and losing in the first round of the playoffs, Shedeur Sanders is the type of quarterback you win 9, 10 games with and lose in the first round of the playoffs. Jalen Milroe.
That's if you're lucky.
That's if you're lucky. If you get Jalen Milroe, you might be getting the next Lamar Jackson. You might be getting the next Josh Allen. You might be getting the next super weapon quarterback in the league. Coop, don't go into me. He was a better college quarterback than Lamar. Well, okay, he didn't win the Heisman Trophy, but Lamar's final season at Louisville, Jalen Milroe's numbers as a passer were better than Lamar Jackson's.
I'm not going to call him a bona fide superstar, though, like those three.
No, I'm just saying he has the potential to be there. I'm not guaranteeing he's going to do it. He's certainly not close to that right now.
He could do it.
But, like, we have to acknowledge reality of the division and the conference we are competing with here. All right, it's not going to be good enough to have a mid-level starting quarterback if we want to return this team to glory and we want to consistently win and compete for Super Bowls whenever we get to the second contract on this quarterback. Jalen Milroe has the chance to be a bona fide stud in this league if he develops, whereas Shedeur Sanders, even if he develops, he has, I think, no chance of being a legit stud quarterback in this league.
I'd agree.
Cleveland Browns take a tight end here, Harold Fannin Jr., and I kind of like this pick for them because I don't think they'll use him correctly. They use Fannin, I think, needed to go to like a McVay, a Shanahan, a Peyton, somebody that was going to use him in creative ways.
I will say,
physically limited tight end.
I like the picks the Browns made in the second round, but they easily could have just done the easy thing and took the best player in the draft at 2, and they didn't. So
yeah, I mean, I'm loving the Cleveland Browns draft. I'm loving it. They didn't take Caleb Johnson. They didn't take Travion Henderson. They took. I mean, I like Quinshon Judkins a lot. Don't get me wrong, but
they took Judkins over Henderson.
Are we doing back-to-backs here, or just
not back-to-back
full reads?
And then if you have any Venmos as well after the read, just send those to me.
Sounds good. Let's get into our sponsor read here at Game Time. I mean, guys, I'm somebody who likes to go to baseball games and, take in the weekend at the ballpark. I like the slow pace. And even though they've increased the pace of MLB baseball, I still just like, doing nothing for about 2.5 hours, watching a ball game develop. And thanks to our friends at Game Time, I can always get guaranteed low price tickets wherever I want to go watch a ball game, whether it's here in Arlington, at my home here in Dallas, Texas, to go watch the Texas Rangers, or whenever I'm in Latrobe, with my weekly Steelers or yearly Steelers training camp trip. I love to go to PNC Park when I'm in Pittsburgh. And Game Time is the official ticketing partner of Steelers Talk by Chat Sports. It makes getting tickets to any event faster and easier all on your phone. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to first pitch, with killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee. Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying MLB tickets. And let me tell you guys, it's super easy to use, the Game Time app. They have a super easy to use interface. They have views from your seat. They have great features on there like Game Time Picks, which do the research for you to find you the best seats with the best prices so you and your family can go see more live events and you guys can save some money. So take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time today. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS. That's one word, all caps, CHATSPORTS, for $20 off your first purchase. Terms do apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS. It's one word, all caps, CHATSPORTS. It's CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. All right, here we go. $5 from my man Jake Burgess. Says, I think Sanders can benefit better learning from Rodgers. He will come rather than Milroe. I do think Rodgers is probably going to sign with the Steelers. It sounds like Rodgers is pretty excited to play for the Steelers, actually, with the way he talked about DK Metcalf and Mike Tomlin and Arthur Smith. It's just he has some personal stuff in his life, helping his friends pretty much rebuild their lives after the California wildfires.
So we're calling Josie's report complete BS.
Well, it's Josie, so yes. Even though Diana hasn't exactly been on a hot streak lately, I'm going to call BS on Josina there because, listen, man, the Steelers, I think if that was the case and like they needed an answer from Rodgers before the draft, like she kind of implied, I think they would have taken quarterback.
That's fair.
And they didn't.
Send me those Venmos here. I'll take over for a second.
I don't think I have that many.
Okay.
So,
no worries.
Yeah.
Darian Porter, the corner from Iowa State, goes to the Las Vegas Raiders at 68. And the very nice pick is Kyle Williams. That's one of your guys as well, Spare Dog. Receiver from Washington State. And that is where we sit
go?
now.
Oh, excellent pick. Excellent pick for New
Great
England.
Pick.
Awesome pick. Great route runner. Reminds me of Deontay Johnson, only he's not a head case. Great vertical threat, really good after the catch.
You're calling Deontay a head case?
A little bit. That's why they traded him for pretty much nothing. So, yeah, that's where I'm at with him.
Norm Brown coming in with the $1. Appreciate you, Norm.
Appreciate you, Norman.
Appreciate you, Norm. The Steelers are about 13-ish picks away as we are at pick number 70 right
Dude.
now.
Milroe, baby, Milroe.
There's a better and better chance that Jalen Milroe could be a Steeler at 83.
Dude, he is my number 2 quarterback in this class, and he may fall to us here, which would just be a dream. We are getting really, really close. Okay, I'm sending this to you now. We only have one.
Okay, cool. We'll put your info up.
Yeah, well, just so you guys know, we are doing a jersey raffle today. $20 on Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal gets you into the raffle. We'll put up our information here. Shout out to Norm with the $1. Norm's been awesome all day long, putting in a bunch of super chats. So everybody give some love to Norm down there in the comments section. By the way, the Browns passed on Shedeur Sanders again. Obviously, the Browns don't like him at all because
the brother stinks.
They've had a lot of chances to take Shedeur, so that should tell you exactly how good of a. I mean, they've passed on Milroe too, but I digress. So you guys can send in a Venmo at Jack-Sperry on Venmo, $Captain Jack 19 on Cash App, or at Captain Jack Rabbit on PayPal. If you guys send in a $20 on any of these platforms, you get entered into a raffle to win a Steelers jersey of your choosing, but it would be nice if it was the rookie that we draft later on, whether that's Milroe, a Milroe number 4 Steelers jersey. I might have to get me one of those.
DK's wearing 4.
Oh, yeah. Does DK, he can't change his number, right?
If Pickens gets traded, Milroe wears 14.
Give him number 1.
Man.
Unretired the number 1, please. Milroe in the number 1 would be pretty darn good. Yeah, maybe number 8, maybe number 3. I don't know. Maybe number 11. 11 would be pretty sweet too. If you guys want to send in those Venmos, Cash Apps, and PayPals for a chance to win that Steelers jersey at the end of today's show, make sure you get that in. We're also doing a $10 draft hat raffle. So if you guys want to send in a $10 super chat, you guys can get into the raffle for the draft hat. The best available, according to Tom Downey, Xavier Watts, really good player. If he falls to the Steelers, they've been doing a lot of research on Watts.
You'd like it?
I would. If Milroe's there, I want him.
Not fair. Well, and you also...
If Milroe's there, I want him.
Is Xavier Watt similar to Deshaun Elliott?
What's that?
Is he similar to Deshaun Elliott play-wise?
Yeah, kind of. I just think Watts is a super solid safety that the Steelers have shown a lot of interest in. Zaire Thomas, please do not take him, Steelers. Please, please, please. He runs a 4.6 as a press man corner. There are a grand total of 0 corners that ran a 4.6 that are starters in press man systems in the modern NFL. Don't love his profile. I think he's going to have to change to more of a zone corner because of his lack of long speed. Princely Emmanwori out of Mississippi there. What's that? Why are you shaking your head?
Not a Steeler.
Well, obviously not going him. We don't need an edge. But, he's unique, Coop, because he's a slow speed rusher.
Arkansas wide receiver Isaac Tesla?
Yeah, Isaac Tesla there.
Who the heck is that?
Yeah.
He's not even on the board.
He's on the board.
I've never even heard of him. He stinks.
He's kind of seen as more of like a sleeper type of guy. But you're taking him here on day 2, so it's obviously not a sleeper pick that you're spending on him. Right now on the consensus big board, he was put at 168th. So this is
a hell of a reach.
It's very early for the Detroit Lions to take Isaac Tesla out of Arkansas. But there's a lot of people that like him. There are a lot of people that are very high on him, and apparently the Lions are as well. So the Saints are up on the clock here, right? If I'm not mistaken?
Yes.
And now let's see if they get Tyler Shough some help, because they got him an offensive lineman.
They did.
And what have I been saying for weeks, Coop? A team that needs a starter immediately is going to take Shough. And that's exactly the team that took him because of the Derrick Carr situation. So it's kind of funny because my mid-level comp for Shough is Derrick Carr. So you're replacing Derrick Carr with Derrick Carr. which is absolutely hilarious for the New Orleans Saints.
Great pick by the Saints.
Who would they pick?
Vernon Broughton.
Vernon Broughton. I love it. Vernon Broughton out of Texas. Really good player, defensive tackle. Steelers showed some interest in him during the draft process, but Alfred Collins goes earlier. Love that pick for San Francisco. I think he's going to be a stud in San Fran. But now Vernon Broughton goes to the New Orleans Saints. We just got a Venmo here.
I think you got a couple.
Did I?
Think so.
Let me see. Maybe I did get a couple. I did. Ooh, very nice.
Very nice.
Very nice. I like. King of the castle. King of the castle. I have a Milroe. I have a Milroe. I might actually go into.
I have a Milroe. You cannot afford.
You cannot afford. Oh, man. Listen, man. If we get to 83 and Milroe is on the board and they take Shough over him, I might crash out. I'm not going to lie. I'm actually okay with them taking Shough if Milroe's off the board. But if Milroe's there, the guy with the giant amount of upside, and you go ahead and take the guy with very severely limited upside in this division, in this conference, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what I will do, Coop.
Oh, you will crash out. I cannot wait.
If Milroe's on the board and they take Shough. Oh, my God. Please no. And especially if Caleb Johnson's on the board. If you pass on Milroe and Caleb for Shough,
that's a crash out.
That might be an F grade for me. Even though it's a great value, because I have a day 2 grade on Shough, it's a great value. There was 2 players that I felt like you just can't pass on. Especially for Shough Sanders. But Vernon Broughton, officially a New Orleans Saint. They went offense their first 2 picks, so they go defense here. And tell us a little bit about Vernon Broughton, one of your former Longhorns there, Coop.
Vernon Broughton, he really came on last year. He was a highly touted recruit, and he, started out as a freshman pretty slow. He came in pretty overweight, and he's really kind of reformed his body. He was a good run stuffer, but he's a good pass rusher from the DT position as well. And he's able to just get inside real quick on the guards, and he can play multiple positions along the defensive line, whether it's the 3, whether it's the 5. He's played a little bit of nose, but I think he's pretty versatile.
Yeah, he's not a nose.
I don't think he is. No, he played a nose in college. He's not a nose in the NFL.
Yeah. We got a Venmo here from Daniel, $20.
Shout out, Daniel.
Shout out to Daniel. Let me see if there's a message in there. He says, build the team to get a ring. Absolutely, Daniel. Completely agree. If Caleb Johnson's there at 83, I would have a very tough time passing on him, even for Jalen Milroe.
I agree.
I think Caleb Johnson's literally the perfect fit for this offense that runs so much outside zone. And he could be he could be what the Steelers were hoping they were getting out of Najee Harris, only he actually has good vision, and Najee does not. Caleb Johnson and Jalen Warren could be disgusting, man. As much as I want Jalen Milroe, I would rather take Caleb Johnson and then take the risk and see which quarterbacks make it to me in round 4. And hey, maybe Milroe does fall to you in round 4. Maybe Shough's there in round 4. I think if Caleb Johnson's on the board, I can't afford to not take him. He's just too good of a fit. He's just too much of a big play threat. He's too good of a scheme fit. I think I got to have Caleb Johnson if he's there at 83. $20 from Chad says Tesla is 6'4" and runs a...
Go to Marshall's first.
Oh, Marshall, $20 Cash App gets him into the raffle. Appreciate you, Marshall. And he said, Steelers jersey raffle. Keep up the great work, Jack. Thank you so much, Marshall.
I got Marshall.
For the big time 20.
Did Marshall Green enter the chat?
Maybe
the raffle?
Maybe. I think he's pretty happy that he doesn't have Tyler Shough. $20 from Chad says Tesla is 6'4" and runs a 4.4 and a great run blocker. Great pick. I think it's a reach. The consensus big board had him at 160 something. So even if you like him, which is a perfectly fair take to have, he is big and, he does run very well for how tall he is. The consensus on him is that he would have been a 5th round pick. And if you could have got him in the 5th round, why not take a player that's on the board that you can't get in the 5th round? You know what I'm saying? So, obviously they were very high on him and, to each their own, I guess. But I do think personally it was a reach. But hey, that's not to say that Tesla won't work out or that he won't be a good player. I certainly think that there's a chance for him. He's a big receiver. So, we'll see what happens with him in his career if they're in Detroit. $2 from my man Norm. He's been unbelievable today.
Shout out Norm.
I don't even know how much he's spent because he's spent like 10 here, 20 there, $1 or $2 here. He's been all over the place. But Norm, we love you. $5 from my man Justin says, hey, Jack, you're pitching an all-pro draft coverage performance this year. Chat Sports going to have to drop a bag on you soon. Respect. The bag came last year.
We'll see you in August.
We will see you yes, we will see you in August. That is when we get our raises here at Chat Sports. So Justin, you've been a real one, man. Thank you for watching all of our coverage. Appreciate your passion and your love for this football team, as well as all of you guys that watch our show regularly. You guys are the real ones. All right. Norm Brown once again. Norm just loves peppering.
He likes the pepper.
He loves the popcorn, as to quote Mike Tomlin here. Oh, my goodness. The Jets are idiots.
No way.
The Jets are so dumb.
They took Azaria Thomas?
The Jets are so dumb. The Jets just took, okay, but before we get to the Jets, Landon Jackson, I think good pick.
Good pick.
Run defender, physical freak, can learn behind Joey Bosa and Greg Rousseau. I don't have any problems with that pick for Buffalo. But then Azaria Thomas, a press man corner, that runs a 4.6. That's like Josh Norman level of speed.
So you better cover like Josh Norman.
So you better have the crazy anticipation skills that Josh Norman had in his prime, or else you're fucked. He reminds me a lot of Rasul Douglas, where he came into the league a really slow press man corner. And listen, man, Azaria has awesome tape. That's the thing about him, is that he's so good in press coverage. And
against those bums in the ACC.
He's got really good physicality, all that stuff. I think he can get burned at the next level if he plays that style of defense.
Well,
that's the defense he's going to be asked to play in New York. I think he's going to be a straight-up bust.
You think he'll have to be
and I'm not rooting for that. I hope he plays great.
You think he'll have to be a zone corner?
That's what I think he projects as, even though he played almost no zone coverage at Florida State. So it's a complete projection with Azaria Thomas. I think he plays with good technique, especially in press. But, there's certain thresholds that you just need to meet as an athlete in terms of straight line speed, so you just don't get cooked over the top if you're going to play press, as much as Aaron Glenn wants to play press, because he's a press man corner through a press man defensive play caller through and through. Comes from that, Dennis Allen type of school.
Jordan Schultz calls him a perfect Aaron Glenn type of player.
Well, it's because he's a press man corner and Aaron Glenn plays press man.
He doesn't.
But
he's not going to be able to do it.
You put Jamison Williams on this guy.
We'll see.
He's running by him every time. If you put George Pickens on him, he's running by him every time. If you put DK Metcalf on him, he's running by him every time.
What about
we play the New York Jets this year? If we play the Jets, which we do, and he's playing, I am putting DK Metcalf on him every play. And I'm saying just go run straight and just outrun his ass down the sideline. And Rodgers is going to throw a beautiful deep bomb to him. Touchdown Steelers. Azaria Thomas can't run with DK Metcalf.
What about Ben Skoranek?
Maybe not Ben Skoranek. He's almost like a tight end. James Mott, my man James, says, can Milroe be a slash if not ready to play QB? This is actually part of the reason why
that's why you pick him.
I like him. And, because even though he's not going to play as the starting quarterback in year one, or maybe not even in year two of his NFL career, I do think that you can do the Fields package type of stuff with him. In fact, they might be able to do the stuff with Fields more often than what they did with Fields. I thought they should have used Fields more last year. Short yardage, goal line situations. I think they underutilized his legs, which was one of the things that I was critical of Arthur Smith of last year, is that they didn't do that enough. With Milroe, he is so dynamic with his legs. As a rusher, he is almost identical to Justin Fields, where he's big, he's physical, and, I actually think his jump cut is better than Justin's was, but as we know, Justin's electric with the ball in his hands in space. But you can do kind of like that Taysom Hill kind of rushing quarterback package with Jalen Milroe absolutely from day one, that slash package, so to speak. $2 again from Norm. Again, the popcorn from Norm. You're a real one. my man. Now, this is very early. Pat Bryant is now they've made some reaches here in day 2.
The Broncos have, yes.
Now, I like RJ Harvey a lot, so I don't want to call that like a true reach, but they probably could have got him at this pick if they wanted to. Now they get Pat Bryant, who is currently 162nd on the consensus big board. So we have the 162nd player at wide receiver, and then Isaac Tesla was the 168th. So we have 2 massive reaches at wide receiver. Now, Bryant is a hands receiver. He's going to be a red zone threat, not much of a route runner. He's going to be more of just a hands type of guy. But this is a big reach for me. I mean, there's still really good receivers still on the board here, man. I mean, Emmanwori is still here. I don't know how you take Pat Bryant above Emmanwori. I just don't. That's good. Jalen Noel is still on the board. How do you take Pat Bryant, who doesn't really run routes, over Jalen Noel? I don't get it. Those are the top 2 wide receivers on Tom Downey's big board here. Jalen Royals and Torrey Horton are some other players.
I like Torrey Horton.
I like Torrey Horton too. Kind of long levered, long strides, makes some great catches down the sideline. Savion Williams, I think has a chance to be a running back in the league. He's just not a good route runner at this point in his NFL journey or his football journey. We'll see how he develops at the next level. Tez Johnson, Jalen Lane, and then Ty Felton round out the rest of the top 8 available wide receivers on Tom's big board. Anthony James, $2, says Richard Sherman ran a 5.6.
Meant 4.6.
4.6. Give that boy a chance. Listen,
Richard
man.
Sherman's going to be wearing a gold jacket.
Listen, man.
So
Richard Sherman played press bail in a cover 3 system. He wasn't a man corner. So Richard Sherman is not Azareye'h Thomas, at least not in play style. So this is why I say Azareye'h Thomas needs to play more like a Richard Sherman, where he's playing in cover 3 match, or he's playing in off quarters, or he's playing in off cover 3. Right? Those are the systems that I think that he needs to be in because he needs that extra cushion because he's not fast. All right? And Richard Sherman was so good in that cover 3 system, even though he wasn't very fast, but he wasn't a press man corner like Azareye'h Thomas is coming into the league. $20 for my man Justin Gordon. Appreciate you, Justin. Says, F them picks. We want to win now, right now. Go up and get Caleb Johnson now. Then circle back for a quarterback. SS, talking about Shedeur Sanders in the 3rd. I can't wait for Devin Neal out of Kansas. And don't forget my man Desmond Watson.
Yeah, give me Big Des.
No, I would take him as a UDFA. I would be thrilled if we're doing our UDFA video on Sunday with Desmond Watson on the thumbnail. I
don't know if he fits on it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just going to be like his number or whatever, or just his ass all over the UDFA thumbnail is what's going to be the background. So appreciate you, Justin. It's going to be interesting to see what they do here because we're at 75 and the Steelers pick at 83. Jalen Milroe, Shedeur Sanders, and Caleb Johnson are all on the board here. Now, before we get into the Steelers pick, we do have to talk about our sponsor here at Prize Picks. And Prize Picks is the best place to turn your sports knowledge into cash every single day. With millions of members, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. And you just pick more than or less than on at least 2 player stat projections for a shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks today. You can also turn your playoff hot takes into tickets to basketball's championship series, where every lineup you make on Prize Picks will enter you in the Takes-Two ticket sweepstakes, which could get you and a +1 a VIP trip to the championship. Sign up today and get $50 instantly when you play just $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks also offers weekly promotions that can lead to big payouts like Taco Tuesday, where every Tuesday, Prize Picks discounts like player projections up to 25% to provide even more value for your lineups. You guys can see here on screen. Full season projections are available on the Prize Picks app for football. I took the less on passing yards for Lamar Jackson because F the Ravens. Took the more on DK Metcalf receiving yards. And yes, I'm taking the more on receiving yards for George Pickens because he's going to be on this team next year, all right? No trading him, Omar. We got download the app today use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. All right, who is Pittsburgh going to take? Let me know down in the comment section. San Francisco 49ers take Nick Martin, linebacker out of Oklahoma State. This is the first pick. Let me see what my notes are here. This is the first pick here where I'm not a big fan of the pick. I have Nick Martin ranked as my 16th ranked linebacker, and I have a 6th or a 7th round grade on him. This is not a good pick at all. He's very athletic. That's the thing that I'll give him is that he is an above average athlete, but he's not very good in coverage. He's not very good in run defense. His tape is pretty brutal, if I'm being completely honest with you guys. Here's my write-up of him. Nick Martin has enticing run and chase speed, but his frame leaves him half caught in between being a safety and a linebacker. Yikes. And his game lacks the width to project as much more than a kick cover guy on special teams. This projection could change if he develops better route recognition, anticipation, and coverage to pair with his speed. But until this happens, his lack of size and wrap-up consistency as a tackler will make it very difficult to coach to trust him on the field, getting any sort of non-emergent snaps on defense. So not a great pick in round 3 from John Lynch in the San Francisco 49ers, at least not in my opinion. My 16th ranked linebacker in a bad linebacker class. This is a brutal pick for San Francisco in my opinion.
A Sperry psycho goes to the Dallas Cowboys. At least I think he is. No? Not a psycho?
Not a psycho, but I like the pick because the Trayvon Diggs.
You don't know if he's going to play.
You don't know if he's going to start the season. And if he does come back, you don't know how good he's going to be long term. Savon Revel Jr. Savon Revel Jr., cornerback out of East Carolina, dealt with an ACL tear last year. He played a lower level competition, but he's got all the physical traits that you want. At least that he shows them on film. He wasn't able to test this year. But really, really physically talented player. And this is a steal at this spot, in my opinion. I think that a lot of people expected Savon to go in round 2. He ends up going round 3 to the to the Dallas Cowboys here. So love it. I love that pick for Dallas. And then we've got Shannon Cassidy here at the 5 says Steelers taking O lineman. I think that this one's from earlier, isn't it? Is it not?
Oh, is it? Yep.
Anthony James says more likely Steelers pick Shough. And then Dion loses a toe.
Dion did lose a toe. Or was it his whole foot?
Dude, if the
it was a toe.
If the Steelers don't take him at 83, where is he going?
I don't know.
Is he going to LA? That's where I would want to go.
They have a backup though. But I guess it's
but like at this value?
Yeah.
3rd round for somebody that this is approaching Malik Willis level drop.
Do teams start to trade up for him at this point?
I don't think so. There's not enough teams that want a player like that. I'm telling you, man, he's not ready to play now, and he doesn't have star upside. I know
a team that would trade up for him. They're on your screen right now.
The Dallas Cowboys when they traded for Joe Milton.
Correct.
Milton has more talent in his pinky than Shedeur does.
I don't disagree.
By the way, I'm being mean to Shedeur, all right? I get it, but I just think, listen, man, I'm somebody that wants to, be the next Kansas City Chiefs. I want to be somebody that's consistently competing for championships here in Pittsburgh because this organization, this fan base deserves that, all right? Especially the fans. And I just don't know if Shedeur Sanders is talented enough physically to be able to be a top-end NFL quarterback that's worth $60+ million on his second contract and compete with Joe Burrow with a lesser roster.
But once you're getting into the rounds 3 and 4, I think you're more and more justified taking.
Yeah, and if Milroe's off the board, the high upside quarterback is off the board, I would be okay with taking Sanders. This is the correct value for Shedeur.
If they take him, what grade would you give it? B?
With Milroe and Johnson still on the board?
No, they're off the board.
Oh, then I would give it a B+.
Okay.
A-.
Fair enough.
Shough's off the board. All right, the 2 quarterbacks heading into the day that I said I would take over Shedeur are Shough and Milroe. All right, and Milroe's my number 2 quarterback in this class because of the upside he brings. So, listen, man, Shedeur's my 5th quarterback. And I think it's the right value. I have a day 2 grade on him, but I would have been okay if the Steelers took Jalen in the first round last night. Because the projection for him is something that excites me. With the Steelers never picking in the top 10, you have to find backdoor ways to find franchise quarterbacks. And the way you do that is you take a risk on a high upside player that you believe in. He's a high character guy, man. Hard worker, academic Heisman, so he's smart as hell. He has a master's degree. He got a master's degree in business in 4 years at Alabama. And then, he runs a 4.4 at 220 pounds. He's an absolute unit. And you give him 2 years with that work ethic to work with Aaron Rodgers and Kirk Cousins. I mean, we've seen guys like this develop. Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, Patrick Mahomes, all the best quarterbacks in the league, it seems like. Not everybody, you're just not going to run into a Joe Burrow. You're just not in the middle rounds or at the end of the first round where the Steelers are always picking. What's that?
Tom Brady was 199.
He's also the biggest anomaly ever.
Tony Romo was undrafted.
That's true. And Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant, very famously. It's not that you can't find gems.
It's just very unlikely.
Very unlikely. And the hit rate on these kind of raw upside quarterbacks are actually not that bad. Even Justin Fields, who has, you can argue, not developed that much, got a $20 million per season contract to be the starting quarterback of the New York Jets.
Now, you can argue whether or not he should have.
That's true. Anthony James says, no Rodgers, and we pick Milroe. What is this 2-year plan of the future? It is trade for Kirk Cousins, which is what their plan would be. I'm not saying it's a great plan, but I'm saying that's what the Steelers would do. They would trade for Kirk Cousins, and they would hope that he is the guy for the next 2 years that can get this team to a playoff win and hopefully more before Cam Heyward retires, and then Milroe would take over after those 2 years with Kirk under center. Obviously, you prefer it to be Rodgers, but I think Kirk would be an excellent mentor to a quarterback, and hopefully, that second year off of the Achilles, his arm strength comes back a little bit more than where it was last year. So last year it looked bad.
Answer me this. Do you think Shough has slid because A, the personality, B, the talent, C, they just want to teach him a lesson, or kind of all of the above?
A and B.
Okay.
Because it's been well reported that he turned teams off during the interview process. Okay. And, it was reported that his meeting with the Steelers didn't go well. That was reported by Aaron Wilson. Now, maybe he's over-exaggerating. Maybe the Steelers just didn't love him. Maybe they liked him and didn't love him. Maybe that's what it was. But obviously the Steelers didn't love him because they didn't take him in the first round. So, I think and then we got all the reports from the Combine where multiple teams drafting in the top 10 said, worst interview we've ever had, brash and arrogant. And it's not just one reporter that's putting this out. It was Josina Anderson. It was Todd McShay. It was Matthew Berry. It was a lot of people that are reputable that were coming out and saying the same exact things about Shough. And then you see the fall here. You have a player that apparently didn't interview well. It doesn't play on time very often if it's not his first read. He's not very physically super special. He's got an okay arm, probably below average for an NFL starter. He's not a special athlete out of structure or playmaker. In fact, he takes too many sacks. He drifts into pressure. Did you know Shedeur Sanders has the most sacks out of any college quarterback in this class? That the PFF said the sack was on him.
Interesting.
That's because he drifts into pressure, all right? And, if you want Broderick Jones to be
Quinn
successful.
Ewers has that problem, too.
Yeah, he does. And, by the way, Cam Ward has that problem. Jackson Dart has that problem. Even Jalen Milroe has, at times, drifted a little bit. But he actually, it's not as bad with Milroe. I actually thought his pocket footwork in that regard was a little bit better.
How about the Texans taking another Iowa State
Oh, my
receiver?
goodness. What an awesome pick for Houston.
They got both of them.
They got both of these Iowa State Johns.
And they have Xavier Hutchinson.
Well, he stinks. But
he's Iowa State.
You got Nico Collins. You've got Jaden Higgins. You've got Jalen Knoll. Tank Dell whenever he comes back. I mean, what a wide receiver room they have assembled for C.J. Stroud. They're crushing it. And then they got Ariante Ursary, who could be their future left tackle. I mean, the Texans are absolutely killing this draft.
I have a feeling Milroe and Sanders will be on the board.
Listen, man, I mean, Caleb Johnson's got to be high on the board too. With Caleb Johnson not going, I feel like I would take him.
Yeah, I'd consider it.
Like, I would personally go Caleb Johnson. Would I, though? Because, there's other good running backs. You know, Bashal Tootin, DJ Giddens might be there in round 4. Devin Neal. I don't know, man. I feel like Caleb is just too good of a fit to pass up on if you're trying to win now. And it's like, hey, if Jalen Milroe falls to you in round 4, if Shedeur Sanders falls to you in round 4, if Kyle McCord is there in round 4, those are all fine options in round 4. I think if you have a chance to get Caleb Johnson, you might have to pull this trigger, man. Oh, no. Oh, no.
No way.
One of my day 3 targets for the Steelers is off the board. The Steelers showed a lot of interest in Justin Wally, cornerback out of Minnesota. The Indianapolis Colts just took him with the number 80 overall pick. Oh, my gosh.
Brett said that they're backed up on cuts, so I'm going to let him know, and we may just combine the cuts. Is what he's saying. Like for the pick plus.
Grades?
Yeah.
Even if it's a quarterback?
If it's a quarterback, we're doing it.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, if it's a no-name, then we won't.
Well, Caleb Johnson, is that a no-name?
No, we're doing it.
Okay. So the Colts take Justin Wally. I haven't really loved their draft. I think this is a reach for Wally. I like him a lot. I liked him as like a round 5 or round 6 player. He goes in round 3. So good for him. Minnesota Golden Gopher. Go Gophs. By the way, my brother plays baseball for Minnesota, so that's why it's Go Gophs. Sky Uma. Row the boat, Go Gophers. PJ Fleck.
Walleye
Dude,
sandwich.
whoever this guy is, he's got no style. This Bengals presenter, he's got a black button-down shirt, a charcoal jacket, and
Who is that stiff?
and the bluest blue jeans I've ever seen. No sense of color and coordination. Classic Bengals fan, I guess. Listen, man, I think if Pittsburgh has the chance to take Caleb Johnson, they got to take him. I'm not going to say I'll be upset with Milroe if they take him. I will be upset with Shedeur if they take Shedeur over Caleb Johnson. And Jalen Milroe, for that matter. We are getting information once again early on the pick. And they are saying it's going to be Caleb Johnson, running back out of Iowa, to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
The same guy?
Same multiple people.
That's chill.
So multiple local reporters, Nick Faribaugh and Christopher Carter, are reporting that the Steelers will select running back out of Iowa, Caleb Johnson, with the number 83 pick.
We'll wait till it's official to break it down.
And we will wait for it to be officially official, but that is the early reporting that the Steelers will once again pass on quarterback, and I think it's the right decision, Coop. Because there's still a really good chance there's going to be a quarterback you like in round 4.
Is Caleb Johnson your number 1?
Caleb Johnson is like a top 5 running back in this class and might be a top 3 running back in this class in terms of fit for the Steelers. This guy is a round 2 player, and you're getting him at the end of round 3, and he's a perfect fit for your team. I mean, this is just an absolute steal. This is the type of player you just can't pass on, especially if you are a team that claims to want to run the football as much as they want to run the football. All right? Like, they want to run the football the same way that the Eagles do, that the Ravens do. You got to have a star-level running back. And I think Caleb Johnson has a chance to be a star. He's big. He's got incredible vision. His one-cut ability in outside zone is unmatched. All right? He pretty much carried the Iowa offense on his back himself last year. And then you combine his size, his ability to be a grinder and wear out an opposing defense. And he's got some pretty good long speed for his size too, guys. And you combine him with Jalen Warren and that lightning that he brings to the table. I mean, you're looking at one of the potentially one of the best running back duos in the league next year. And if you're Aaron Rodgers, you got to be pumped up to play for the Pittsburgh Steelers offense with DK Metcalf, George Pickens, Caleb Johnson, getting him in round 3. I can't believe it. and Jalen Warren. Pat Freiermuth as your tight end. Roman Wilson, a high draft pick last year. Calvin Austin III. I like this offense for the Pittsburgh Steelers, Coop, heading into next season with the players that we are assembling here.
Shout out Gary with the 20.
By the way, it's official. Jordan Schultz just said the Pittsburgh Steelers are selecting running back out of Iowa, Caleb Johnson. The new number 1 back in Pittsburgh is here. And I absolutely love the pick. I mean, you can't dream up a better fit for what the Steelers need out of the running back position than this kid right here. Listen, man, Coop, I put him in my final mock draft at number 83 as kind of like, well, maybe he'll fall to us. And he fell to us here at number 83, and I am absolutely gobsmacked that the Pittsburgh Steelers were able to land this kid in late round 3. They didn't have to trade up to go get him. I would have been okay if the Steelers traded up for him. They decided not to. I mean, what a selection from Omar Khan and the Pittsburgh Steelers. You get your defensive tackle that you wanted in round 1 in Derrick Harmon, and now you get your running back to anchor this offense from. He's a big body, man. He's going to be able to take a pounding pause, take a large workload of the future.
He'll take a large load.
Yes, Coop, he will take a large load.
You said it, not me.
I know. I said workload. You said load. Grade the pick. Caleb Johnson is a Pittsburgh Steeler. I cannot believe it. A top 5 running back in this class. The consensus big board had him.
We have green light, by the way, so just let me get a couple things together.
Sounds good. Coop's going to get a couple things together, and we will get into this pick cut. And once again, we'll be probably waiting on a potential quarterback selection from the Steelers on day 3 now, in round 4. What if Jalen Milroe falls to you in round 4? What do you mean? I mean, maybe they do trade up. A really good pick here by the Titans, by the way. Kevin Winston Jr., my number 2 safety in the entire class, goes to the Titans. That's a hell of a pick by Tennessee. Caleb Johnson is the 56th ranked player in the consensus big board this year, Coop. He is 2 spots behind Quinshon Judkins. And the Browns had to take Judkins, at 36? We got Caleb Johnson at 83. I mean, talk about one-upping the Browns. I mean, they get Mason Graham at number 5. The Steelers take an even more productive interior pass rusher in Derrick Harmon at 21. And then Caleb Johnson, who I think is just as good, if not even better of a fit than Quinshon Judkins out of Ohio State would have been. And Cleveland took him at 36, and Caleb Johnson goes all the way to 83. I mean, I can't believe a player that is this good of a fit that people thought was going to go in round 2 fell this far to the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they replaced Najee Harris with somebody that can actually see the field, somebody that is actually a really, really special outside zone runner. And nobody runs more outside zone than Arthur Smith. This is a perfect fit for player and team, and I think Caleb Johnson has a chance to be a bona fide stud in this league with the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is exactly what this team needed at this position. I am pumped up, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, baby, yeah.
Yeah, baby, yeah. Caleb Johnson's a Pittsburgh Steeler. We didn't even have to trade up to go get him. We didn't even have to trade up. This is unbelievable, man. And once again, it is another team passing on Shedeur Sanders. Is Shedeur even going to make it? Is he going to be available on day 3? God, I hate when I'm right. All right, Coop's putting some things together, man, but this is the right pick. This is the player I would have taken, and he's already playing the black, and he's already wearing the black and gold in college. He's not going to have to change the outfit all that much. God, man, I'm going to be watching Caleb Johnson film all night long tonight. It's going to be an all-nighter film session for Caleb Johnson. By the way, he wore number 2 in college. Does Mason give up his number 2 to the new star back of the Pittsburgh Steelers? Yeah, honestly, he might just wear Najee's number. Honestly, I don't like that, but does he wear number 3? That's a possibility. 3's open. And by the way, before we get into the cut, here is what the Steelers' draft looks like. Round 1, Derrick Harmon. Round 2, DK Metcalf. Round 3, Caleb Johnson. A+ draft from Omar Khan to this point. A+. No complaints. Absolutely perfect as far as I'm concerned. All right, let's get into the cut right now. Caleb Johnson is what's our cut? Is it game time? Okay, cool. All right, let's get into it right now. Caleb Johnson is a Pittsburgh Steeler. I can't wait to talk about it, so I'm not going to make you guys wait any longer. Let's get into it. I can't believe this is my life right now, Pittsburgh Steelers fan. Caleb Johnson, the most perfect fit for the Pittsburgh Steelers offense as a big outside zone running back with excellent vision and big playability, falls to the Pittsburgh Steelers all the way to number 83 in the 3rd round. And this is exactly the type of running back that you wanted to pair with Jalen Warren in this offense to have the type of run game that Arthur Smith wants to build here in Pittsburgh. Welcome into Steelers Talk. I'm your host, Jack Sperry. Before we get into Caleb Johnson, his profile, and why I think he is the perfect running back for this Pittsburgh Steelers offense, make sure you guys click that subscribe button right now, because I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Caleb Johnson touchdowns in this offense in the years to come. So if you're ready to have an actual good running game for the first time in a long time here in Pittsburgh, click that subscribe button, because it's going to be a lot of fun moving forward. All right, let's talk about Caleb Johnson, man. Excellent size, 6'1", 224 pounds, and, really good speed for that size as well. I think that he is arguably the best outside zone running back in the NFL draft this year. And what do Arthur Smith and the Pittsburgh Steelers want to do? They want to run outside zone more than any other team in the National Football League. And the thing you have to understand, guys, about the Steelers offense and their philosophy with Arthur Smith and Mike Tomlin is they want the whole offense to run through the run game. And they want their run game to be so good that they want to be able to run it even when the defense knows it's coming and they can't stop it. There's only a few teams in the league that can do that. The Philadelphia Eagles can do that. The Ravens can do that. The 49ers, when McCaffrey's healthy and they're going right, can do it. And with Caleb Johnson and Jalen Warren, you at least have a chance to be that style of running attack. That is, if the offensive line develops next year. Granted, that's a big if, but now you get the running back room that is capable, in my opinion, of delivering the run game that this fan base has been waiting forever for. You take a look at our scouting report for Caleb Johnson, extremely explosive runner who really has great vision and patience at 224 pounds. He showed for better pass catching value after just 7 receptions in just his first 2 years. Last year, he did catch the football a bit more, which is nice. Now, our scouting report does say he lacks top-end speed and true shiftiness. I agree with the shiftiness part, which is why, in my opinion, he fell, because he needs an offense that's going to run majority outside zone run scheme. And this is why I identified him as this team's perfect fit, because that's what they want to run here. And he does it so well with his vision, with his ability to put his foot in the ground, run straight. And I think that his long speed is actually a little bit underrated. He ran a low 4.5 at the combine, which actually isn't terrible for a running back of his size. But the thing about Johnson is he's so hard to bring down the field when it comes to safeties and cornerbacks, because he's just bigger than them. All right, he can stiff arm them. He can run them over. Once he gets to the second and third level of the defense, he's just a really tough guy to bring down. And you see so many explosive runs on his film, running outside zone with the Iowa Hawkeyes, something that we've been hoping and praying to see from Najee Harris for all these years. But with Najee, he had terrible vision, whereas Caleb Johnson has some of the best vision in this entire draft class. He also never fumbles, which is something that Mike Tomlin is really going to appreciate. 0 fumbles with the Iowa Hawkeyes this past season. I absolutely love it. So give me a grade for this pick, man. A, B, C, D, or F. Honestly, I can't believe Caleb Johnson fell this far without the Steelers having to trade up for him. I'm giving this one an easy A+. Make sure you guys go down there for today's pinned question. YouTube's going to throw you an ad break here in just a couple of seconds. When that happens, give me an A, a B, a C, a D, or an F for Caleb Johnson at number 83 for the Pittsburgh Steelers. You guys can see here his stats from last season. Over 1,500 yards last year on the ground for the Iowa Hawkeyes. 21 touchdowns, averaged 6.4 yards per carry, something that Najee Harris never even came close to in his NFL career. Obviously, it's college. We'll see how Caleb does in the league. But I think that this is a guy where, it just gives the Steelers versatility to do whatever they want at the running back position moving forward. If you want to play ground and pound, you can put Caleb Johnson in there, run outside zone, and, he's a big enough back to play true power stuff as well. And then you got Jalen Warren, one of the best kind of secondary backs in the league, who's got fantastic contact balance, great vision, great instincts, great play strength as well. I think that this is one of the most electric running back duos over the next half decade in the National Football League, and I can't wait to see what these two are going to be able to do together. And honestly, I just can't believe that a top 5 running back in this class and literally the perfect fit for Arthur Smith's run scheme fell to the Steelers all the way here at number 83. Before we get into the rest of today's show, let's have word from our sponsor here at Game Time. And guys, I'm someone who likes to go to baseball games on the weekends. Especially during the offseason when the baseball season's really getting going, to get my mind off of work. Of course, right now we're worrying about Aaron Rodgers. We're worrying about when the Steelers are going to take a quarterback, all this different stuff. But thanks to our friends at Game Time, I can always get guaranteed low-price tickets whenever I want to go see the Rangers play when I'm here at home, or whether I want to go see the Pirates when I take my yearly trip to Pittsburgh to Steelers training camp. I always love going to PNC Park. Game Time is the official ticketing sponsor partner of Steelers Talk by Chat Sports, and makes getting tickets to any event faster and easier all on your phone. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to first pitch. With killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying MLB tickets. Now listen, man, I'm going to be going to go see Paul Skeens pitch once again when I take my yearly trip to Pittsburgh, but I don't want to give Bob Nutting, the Pirates owner, any more of my cash than I need to, all right? So I'm going to use the Game Time app, and I'm going to be using Game Time Picks, their awesome feature that kind of filters through their entire database to find you the best tickets at the best prices. So I don't have to give Bob Nutting a single dime more than I need to go watch Paul Skeens be the best damn pitcher in baseball. So take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time today. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code ChatSports for $20 off your first purchase. Terms do apply. Again, create an account and redeem code ChatSports. It's one word, all caps, ChatSports. It's ChatSports, one word, all caps, for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. So you guys have heard me gush about Caleb Johnson all throughout this video. Let's see what Dane Brugler has to say so you guys know I'm not crazy. Johnson isn't a dynamic, make-you-miss athlete, but he is a patient and powerful one-cut runner with the instinctive vision to crease the defense using run angles and foot quickness. His play style is reminiscent of DeMarco Murray with a 3-down skill set to thrive in a zone-based NFL scheme. So like I've been telling you guys, his downsides are he's not a very shifty back. He's not somebody that's going to make you miss out in space the way that, somebody like a Travion Henderson is going to make you miss. Somebody like a R.J. Harvey is going to make you miss. A DJ Giddens is going to make you miss. All these different people. Caleb Johnson is the type of runner that is super patient, uses his eyes. He allows his blocks to form, and then he finds the right lane to run through, finds cutback lanes, puts his foot in the ground, and then he absolutely explodes for big gains. And then, like I said, when he gets to that second and third level and it comes down to cornerbacks and safeties that are a lot smaller than him to bring him down, he can run them over, he can stiff arm them, and he's got the long speed to potentially run away from them as well. Now, is he going to be like true, like number one running back in the league, Saquon Barkley level good? Maybe not. But I think that the combination of Caleb Johnson with Jalen Warren has a chance to be a super, super effective run game here in Pittsburgh. And let's just look at it, man. He's already wearing the black and gold. He's not going to have to change it up all that much. I mean, he was born to wear those colors, ladies and gentlemen, and I cannot wait to see him in a Steelers uniform. He did wear number 2 in college, though, so will Mason Rudolph give up that number? I guess we'll have to see. It's not really a Pittsburgh Steeler running back number, so we'll see what number they end up giving him, but I just can't wait to see him play for this offense this year because I think he's exactly the type of running back that the Steelers have been looking for. And it's what they hoped they were getting in Najee Harris. They did not. But whereas you took Najee in the first round and you live to regret it, you get Caleb Johnson all the way in round 3, and this is absolutely the value that they were looking for at this position. So far in the NFL draft, you've taken Derrick Harmon in round 1, who I think is an awesome player if he can stay healthy, and then Caleb Johnson, who I think has a chance to be a true stud running back, leading the way in this rushing attack for the Pittsburgh Steelers moving forward here in round 3. And by the way, your second round selection, you didn't have one this year because you traded for DK Metcalf. Derrick Harmon, DK Metcalf, Caleb Johnson. Omar Khan is getting once again an A-plus grade from me, at least so far during the NFL draft. He's absolutely knocking it out of the park. And now our focus shifts to round 4. Could Jalen Milroe, could Shough Sanders, could Kyle McCord fall to the Steelers in round 4 and make this an even better NFL draft for Omar Khan and the Pittsburgh Steelers? Let me know who you think the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to draft next down there in the comment section, because right now Omar Khan is absolutely killing the NFL draft for a 3rd straight year. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. I am so pumped that Caleb Johnson is a Pittsburgh Steeler. And the Steelers have added 2 players already that are going to make both sides of the football immediately better. And I think that if you're Aaron Rodgers and you're looking at this Steelers roster right now, you're like, yeah, I can make this work. So make sure you click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Really do appreciate all of you guys' support. And until next time, guys, here we go, Steelers. All right. Whew. I can't. By the way, Green Bay Packers just took Savion Williams. That's an interesting pick.
That is an interesting pick.
That's an interesting pick for them. They took Matthew Golden, and he's going to be like their gadget piece that Matt LaFleur.
Is Savion their next Ty Montgomery?
Might be their next Deebo Samuel. They're gonna use him. They're gonna use him like Deebo, where it's like drags, get him the ball out in space, which is where he's the best. So I actually really like that fit between Savion and the Packers. I think he's going to be a really good player for them. But Coop, we haven't heard your thoughts. Caleb Johnson out of Iowa is a Pittsburgh Steeler. And you know what makes this even better? Matthew Peterson wanted him on the Browns. Now
I absolutely love the pick.
And now he's a Steeler.
I think this is exactly what the Steelers need. I was trying to pull up the depth chart, but we had 72 files syncing in Dropbox, so it wouldn't let me move it over. But anyways, you add Caleb Johnson to a running back room with Jalen Warren and Kenneth Gainwell, and all of a sudden, you have a back for every different scenario. And that's what you're looking for in a running back room. And I think Caleb Johnson has the potential to be a workhorse for this team. And I can't wait to watch him. And he's already been playing in black and gold. But
I'm so happy, man. I'm so happy. If you would have asked me to pick 2 players that I would have loved to get in these first 2 rounds, I would have given you Derrick Harmon in round 1, and I would have given you Caleb Johnson in round 2. And they got the exact 2 players that I would have wanted. Now, I did predict that they weren't going to be able to help themselves on quarterback, and I thought they were going to get Jalen Milroe in round 1. But they did do a good job holding restraint. I guess they learned their lesson from 2022. And obviously, they feel good that they're going to get a veteran quarterback because they still haven't taken a quarterback. They're going to be waiting till day 3 to take a quarterback, guys. I'm sorry. Whoever the quarterback they take tomorrow, they're not starting next year. It's going to be a veteran. It's going to be Aaron Rodgers. It's going to be Kirk Cousins, or maybe outside chance it's Derek Carr.
No way. Carr's hurt.
I know, but like people are kind of like suggesting that like it's a shoulder injury that he could get surgery on, but he also could not if he wanted to.
No way.
He just doesn't want to play for the Saints. That's the thing.
And so he's using it.
So he's using it as leverage to get him on a new team. So it might be Derek Carr, but more likely it's going to, I think, by far the runaway favorite's Aaron Rodgers. Then Kirk Cousins is the second place option. And every day Rodgers doesn't sign, Cousins' odds go up. And then Derek Carr, we'll see what happens there. Obviously, the Saints took Tyler Shough early on in the second round. So I don't know, man. It's gonna be interesting for sure. It's going to be interesting for sure what's going to happen. I mean, is Derrick
No, he's not.
No. I'm about to ask, is Shough Sanders going to go to the Rams at 90?
I don't think so. possible, right?
If I were him, I'd want to go to Sean McVay. I'd want to go play with Devontae. I'd want to go play with Puka Nacua. I'd want to go play with the guys that they got there in L.A. And by the way, like, he doesn't have to play right away. The pressure's not on if he goes to L.A. He can learn from one of the greatest of all time. Justin says, Jack, did you see the Alabama versus Michigan? Yes, I did, Justin. Here's the thing about Jalen Milroe. Later in the season, he had some awful games.
Yes, he did.
Oklahoma, Michigan, both Michigan games, honestly, in the bowl games were bad for Jalen Milroe. But then there's also like the Wisconsin game and the Georgia game.
And the Auburn game.
And he played very well in the Auburn game too. There are games where like he looks like a top 10 pick. And like, you know it's in there with him because he's got the size, he's got the speed, he's got the vision. He might be the best rushing quarterback in the league the second he gets drafted. And then he's got the arm strength too. And he does try to get through progressions, all right? Like he tried really hard last year. I thought he could have used his legs more. And he stood in the pocket and went through his progressions. And, you know, it's not terrible. I mean, it's raw. It's too late, too frequently. The accuracy to all levels of the field is not there yet. He's going to have to develop. He's going to have to work with a really good quarterbacks coach to work on his mechanics and his footwork because that stuff needs to get better, okay? But you know who had similar issues coming out? Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes. They were all raw coming into the league. And teams took swings on them. Jalen Hurts. Teams took swings on them, and in some cases it took them longer, 2 or 3 years, to really get going and to become the players that we know and love. But like, the modern day NFL is a game of upside. It is a game of superstar quarterback talent. And if you don't have one, you are not going to consistently compete for Super Bowl. So if the Steelers want to be the next Chiefs, if they want to be, you know, the next team that is consistently competing for championships, the next Eagles, all right, you got to get a quarterback that can compete on a second contract worth $60+ million per season with guys like Burrow, with guys like Drake May, who's entering the AFC here, Justin Herbert with all the new weapons he's getting there in L.A. Jalen Milroe's got the upside to do that. I don't think Shough Sanders does. But hey, 4th-round pick, I'm happy with Shough. I'm not going to lie. $10 from Anthony James. Le'Veon Bell 2.0. He's bigger than Le'Veon, way bigger. With a new young line for him, we are one position away. Someone call Ben to come lead us to the promised land.
I don't know if Ben can throw a ball 10 yards right now.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, actually, he did at the Big Night Out.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, because the last thing was they had footballs to throw into a hoop for money, and
nice.
He threw it like 30 yards. He still got a little bit, you know. So, listen, man, I'm so excited for this kid. I think that he's everything that you wanted out of Najee that you just didn't get. You know, he has the vision. He has that one-cut ability to see that open running lane, hit that 1 foot, and then run really freaking fast and have excellent bursts through the first line of the defense. I'm so excited, man. And then you pair him up with Jaylen Warren. I think this has a chance to legitimately be one of the best running back duos in football next year. Charmander and Froky, $2, says, yes, Caleb Johnson, now Kirk Cousins time. It might be Kirk Cousins time, Coop. We'll see when the Steelers' patience runs out on Aaron Rodgers. $2. I think we got a couple super chats here as well. Did I send you the Gary Frank one?
Yeah, we showed it.
We showed Gary? Okay. Well, I got one more here.
Shout out Norm, who's popcorning in those twos.
So Gary's sent a message, I think. I think he says, go get Shough in the 6th round. If he falls to the 6th round, I have no problem taking him, man. Luis Perez says, love from San Diego, Jersey Raffle. Appreciate you,
Luis.
Dark City says, prefer Sanders over Milroe. Milroe should play wide receiver. Honestly, he should play running back. If he's going to change positions, he's big enough and he's got good enough vision and his jump cut is awesome to play running back.
Does Shough need to change positions at this point?
He's not athletic enough to change positions. That's the thing.
He could punt.
No, he can't punt. No. Listen, man, I want to invest in the upside here. That's just my personal opinion. If it's between the two of them, at this point in the draft, I'm fine with either one of them. But if I'm choosing between the two, I'm taking the upside. $5, because they're both developmental quarterbacks, by the way. $5 from Steven. Says, Tyler is already drafted by Saints. Why do we keep bringing him up?
Bringing him up.
Milroe all the way. Yeah, man. I mean, Tyler's already gone. Can't draft him.
You can trade for him.
Yeah, trade for him after he just got drafted. Obviously, the Saints love him. So, yeah, I think Milroe all the way for me. $5 from Chris says, Jack and Coop, I love our picks, but now I want us to trade into the third round and grab a quarterback. We filled our needs, so now grab Sanders or Milroe cheap.
I'd be in on trading
back in
here.
Yeah, I would too. No, I don't think that's going to happen because the Steelers are already sending Arthur Smith out for a press conference, so I don't think they plan on taking another player here. But, I think from the Steelers' perspective here, they have 3 quarterbacks that they're cool taking in the 4th round. Jalen Milroe, Shough Sanders, Kyle McCord. Right now, until 2 of those guys are gone, I don't think that they feel like they have urgency to trade up for anybody. I don't even know how to say this. Wavy. I'll say Giu Wavy. Hope I'm saying that right. Steelers have turned into clowns, filling out talent in a team with no leader. We let Justin Fields walk, and we talk about drafting Milroe. He is like Justin with no arm. I mean, to say Milroe has no arm is crazy. I mean, he had a throw against Auburn. He threw it 65 yards in the air on a dime, and he outthrew the defense. I mean, the accuracy is one thing. He definitely has an arm, though, Wavy. Sanders, easy pick for value. I mean, the value's there. I don't know if the upside's there with him. Now, listen, it's the middle rounds. Upside, whatever. But if there's a guy with legitimate upside like Milroe in there, that's the preferred pick for me, personally. Yeah. So filling out talent with no leader, they expect to have Aaron Rodgers as their leader. I'm just going to say that right now. And if it's not Rodgers, they're perfectly fine trading for Kirk Cousins. So I think people are looking at the current state of the Steelers, and they're like, oh, we only have Mason Rudolph. But it's like the Steelers expect to have Aaron Rodgers or Kirk Cousins. $2 says Will Howard over Milroe. No, I'm not the biggest Will Howard guy. I know some people are, but listen, man, his film is ugly. There's a lot of spray throws to all levels of the field. He's not as dynamic as Milroe is as a rusher. He's a good power rusher, but he doesn't have the same level of juice, not nearly. And he's just as inaccurate as Milroe.
Will Howard might carve out a career for himself in the NFL as a long-term backup.
I don't even know if that's the case. He's going to have to get more accurate.
Yeah, fair enough.
And that's just the way I feel. It's a lot of one read to run quarterbacking there at Ohio State last year. And because they had Quinshawn Judkins and Travion Henderson, and then they had, Jeremiah Smith, maybe the best player in college football, and Emeka Egbuka. The surrounding talent was incredible, and still, the film, it doesn't look phenomenal.
Do they have
that's just a huge red flag because he's just not going to have the same level of supporting help as he had at Ohio State.
Right?
What's that?
We have a 4th, right?
We do have a 4th. 123 is our next pick.
Might take Shough there.
Yeah, that's tomorrow, obviously.
Well, of course. He's not getting selected tonight.
I mean, we just got to the Rams pick and he didn't go.
Right? Josiah Jackson or whatever. The
Rams didn't take Shough, did they?
No.
Because Shough just tweeted, "Thank you, God, for everything."
You're not being selected.
What if the Saints take him and they just say Shough and Sanders
duke it out?
That'd be the ultimate Sperry blood match.
With Derek Carr on the roster? Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Emory Jones Jr. Can we recap some of the picks here? Let's recap some of the picks since the Steelers pick. Seattle's on the clock now at 92. They just selected turned in their pick. But Dylan Fairchild went to the Bengals. Georgia guard. Oh my God, that is a huge reach for him. The Bengals have been drafting terribly this year. Kevin Winston Jr., really good pick for Tennessee. Really good safety out of Penn State. Jacob Parrish, who I
like that pick.
I like that pick. Well, I don't like that pick. You drafted Benjamin Morrison, and you still have Tyke Smith and Zion McCollum and Jamel Dean. Where is Parrish playing?
Safety?
I don't think so. Maybe Tyke Smith is playing safety and you're putting Parrish in the slot? That's the only thing I can think of. Kansas City takes Noah Williams, cornerback out of California. Physical player. I think that's a bit of a reach, though. Jamari Caldwell, defensive tackle out of Oregon. The other one that was right next to Derrick Harmon. Kind of a weird mix of big body, huge size from Caldwell, but he's honestly not a very good run defender where he plays with poor pad level. He doesn't two-gap very well.
Oh, my God.
Oh! Jalen Milroe comes off the board to the Seattle Seahawks.
No way!
Shedeur Sanders will be the 5th quarterback off the board at least.
And they signed Darnold to a 3-year deal.
So this is obviously like
a project.
But Darnold's deal can be...
Yeah, you can cut it up.
You can cut it up after this year.
Yeah.
So Milroe is their long-term developmental project here. And there goes the Steelers' hopes of getting him.
Wow.
God, I would have just absolutely loved him in round 4, but listen, man.
It's Shedeur Sanders now.
Yeah, now it's Shedeur. Now I'm more than okay taking Shedeur in round 4. Now with Milroe off the board, I would have loved to get him, especially if he fell to you in round 4. But now Shedeur Sanders, Coop, do I know ball or what? I had Shedeur Sanders. I had Shedeur Sanders as my 5th quarterback this year,
and 4 QBs have been taken.
And 4 QBs have been taken, and all 4 of the quarterbacks that have been taken ahead of him are the guys that got taken.
That's so good.
So Seattle gets a potential. They draft a lottery ticket is essentially what they do. They draft a lottery ticket with their 3rd round selection, and the Steelers' potential hopes of getting a Jalen Milroe are officially dead. But I actually think the Steelers may get Shedeur Sanders in round 4. I just don't know. I don't know if there's another team that would be willing to take him. So am I a little disappointed? Yeah, I would have loved him in Pittsburgh, man. But listen, at the end of the day, the next 2 years are about winning now.
Didn't he play with? Wasn't Ryan Grubb his OC?
No, it was DeBoer.
Yeah, but wasn't Grubb at Bama as well?
Earlier, but I don't think he was there for Milroe, was he? So Shedeur Sanders, I had him ranked as my 5th quarterback in this year's class. He will be at least the 5th quarterback taken.
No, he wasn't. He never actually went.
Look at Mel Kiper Jr. crying on TV for Shedeur Sanders right now.
I want to hear this.
This is unbelievable. He is so pissed. Dude, he is so rattled.
Mel is so salty.
He is so worked up that Shedeur Sanders is not going. He was his number 1 quarterback this year. He was Mel's number 1 quarterback. And he might not go first 2 days of the draft. That is unbelievable. Where did Malik Willis get picked?
Malik was 3rd round, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was 3rd round, but what pick?
Malik Willis. 86.
86. So Milroe goes after where Willis ended up going. I mean, dude, give it a rest.
Give it up, Mel.
Give it a rest, dude. Mel is like, Shedeur Sanders is going to make a lot of people have sleepless nights. Unbelievable. Whew. So the Saints are taking Jonas Sanker out of Virginia, safety. Good run defender for them.
Never heard of him.
Good player. Listen, man, the thing about the reason why I like the Jalen Milroe pick is because he doesn't have any pressure to play.
0.
And Darnold's on a 3-year deal. If Darnold plays well, I mean, hell, you can even trade Jalen Milroe, later on.
That was the pick they got from the Raiders for Geno.
That makes sense.
Yep.
That makes sense. A lot of sense. Norm, $20. He's going, woot, woot. Let's go, Norm. Appreciate you.
Shout out, Norm. He's going to cause a lot of sleepless nights. Shut up, Mel.
Well, I mean, if he goes to the Steelers, I hope he's right. But listen, man, like, if you get Shedeur Sanders and you spend a 4th-round pick on him and he's, like, not developing and he's not, like, good, like, you have no pressure to just, like, draft a quarterback next year, which is the thing that I want to kind of stress. You know, the Steelers are a win-now team. All right? Like, they're fully expecting Aaron Rodgers to be this team's quarterback. And if it's not Aaron Rodgers, they fully expect to be able to land Kirk Cousins. And they're going to try to win now. And because of that, you don't have to take a quarterback at any round. Like, for all we know, the Steelers could take a safety in round 4. All right? Like, there's no need. There's no, like, need where you absolutely must take a quarterback at any spot. Now, I think Shedeur Sanders in round 4 is a hell of a steal. All right? I have a day 2 grade on Shedeur.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd be standing up here on Steelers Talk and say the Steelers have a chance.
To get him.
They have a chance to take Shedeur Sanders with a 4th-round selection. But I think that that's going to potentially be what it is.
Unless the Browns take him right here.
Shedeur?
Yeah.
They've passed on him like 5 times.
Maybe 6 is the charm.
Is this where Shedeur Sanders goes off the board? No way.
No way.
This is not happening, yo. This is not happening.
Oh my God.
The Browns are taking a quarterback, but it's not Shedeur Sanders.
No way.
Dylan Gabriel's a
You are in tears, almost. That is hilarious.
By the way, I'm not laughing because Shedeur isn't getting picked and he's continuing to fall. I'm not doing that. I'm laughing at the Browns who are taking the weakest arm quarterback in this class, arguably. He has Kyler Murray's height and Tua's arm strength. Those are two things that don't mix in the NFL, especially in the AFC North. You're going to be asking Dylan Gabriel to throw in the AFC North conditions late in the season? That's the guy you're taking in round 3? I would have taken McCord. Shedeur Sanders will be the 6th quarterback taken off the board at the very least.
Tom's going off on it.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. The Cleveland Browns are an absolute fucking joke of an organization. They first of all, they had a chance to take the best player in the draft, and then they traded down and took an okay player in Mason Graham. Derrick Harmon had more production than Mason Graham last year. They took him at 5 when they could have had Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter. That's mistake number 1. Then they don't take Caleb Johnson, who would have been a perfect fit for them, and allow him to go to the Steelers. They take a good running back in Quinshon Judkins, sure. They take a linebacker with their second-round selection in Schlesinger, who's a good player, but he's a linebacker. And now you take Dylan Gabriel. By the way, this just shows you these teams don't want to take Shedeur. They don't want the circus.
The teams do not want to take him at this point.
Dylan Gabriel is my number 8 quarterback in a bad quarterback class. And the Browns took him in round 3. I have a mid-day 3 grade on him. He should go in round 5 or 6.
And he's a lefty, which, believe it or not, does make it harder to coach.
Dude, Joe Flacco will be their week 1 starter. And then Gabriel will come in, and he'll just be absolutely awful, and they might be taking a quarterback again next year. I mean, it's actually crazy that Dude, the Browns have had like 6 chances to take Shedeur Sanders and have passed every time.
Will Quinn Ewers go before Shedeur?
Dude, is this the craziest drop we have ever seen from a quarterback ever? I thought Malik Willis was crazy. It was 87 or something like that. Shedeur Sanders,
It's
like
close,
2 weeks
man.
ago, was being discussed as the number 2 pick in this class, and he might not go in the first 2 days.
It's close.
I mean, listen, man, that is a terrible pick by the Cleveland Browns. Like, at least take Shedeur. Shedeur's got a better chance of working out in the AFC North than Gabriel does. Classic Browns. The Bengals are shitting the bed, and the Browns are shitting the bed. Classic. And the Steelers, of course, and the Ravens. I mean, the rich get richer. Malachi Starks and Mike Green, and then the Steelers get Derrick Harmon and Caleb Johnson. 2 absolute steals for both of them. Dude, this is unbelievable.
I actually can't believe
Round 3 for Dylan Gabriel is insane.
Dylan Gabriel.
I'm happy
genuinely
for him. He works hard. I think that his film is really good with his footwork and his mechanics. It's too early, man. It just is. When you have a quarterback that's the same size as Kyler Murray and has Tua Tagovailoa's like arm strength, those are 2 really, really bad characteristics to put in the same pot. $2 says no one wants the drama of the Sanders family.
That has to be part of the equation. Does it not?
I love how everybody that was ranking like Shedeur Sanders like a first-round quarterback is now saying it was so obvious that Shedeur Sanders was a day 2 quarterback. Well, it's starting to look like he's not even going to be a day 2 quarterback. No, there's no way.
Do you want to tweet out? Ali sent us the.
Yeah, sure. You want to take over for a second?
Yeah, sure. I cannot believe that Dylan Gabriel was drafted before Shedeur Sanders. That is an absolute joke. Absolute joke. We have, excuse me, goodness. We have about 5 or 6 picks left before we wrap up the 3rd round. And our order of operations will be we'll do the raffle, we'll sign off, and then we'll do our grades cut just like we did yesterday. Jared Wilson, the latest pick, he goes to the New England Patriots. Yeah. I think that's a decent pick.
Good pick. You know, another guy that could potentially start for them. They need to protect Drake May.
And boy, does Drake May need to be protected. It tells me that people are truly scared of the Shedeur circus.
Well, it's that.
I think that's a factor.
Well, it's that, and he's not that good of a player.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, he's not. Like, listen, this is me saying this as somebody that would be okay with the Steelers taking him in round 4. I think that's excellent value for Shedeur Sanders. Okay? He's not particularly ready to play right away. He's a developmental prospect that doesn't have high upside. He has starter upside. It's not like he has no chance to be a starter, but he needs to develop, and even if he does develop, he's going to be a mid-level starter.
No doubt.
Which is definitely worth a 4th-round pick, by the way.
The Steelers do have pick 123, so that will be in the earlier part of tomorrow's draft. The rounds 4 through 7, obviously, are tomorrow. You could see the Steelers go quarterback there, whether it's Shedeur Sanders, Kyle McCord, Quinn Ewers. Anybody else I'm missing? That's probably it at this point.
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't mind Quinn.
Yeah.
Honestly, I wouldn't.
I would take it.
I mean, if he was playing hurt last year, they would certainly understand the poor tape. Now, he's always injured. That's the problem
He is
with
always
Quinn,
injured. Oh, Xavier Watts to the Falcons.
Dude, the Falcons stealing Xavier Watts here at the end of the 3rd is such a good pick for them. That trade up to get James Pierce Jr. was so bad, but like they're clearly trying to go for it this year.
That's a great pick.
With Michael Penix.
The Cleveland Browns are the most hilarious organization in the NFL. They really are.
Yep.
Is Dylan Gabriel better than either McCord or Ewers?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I have McCord and Ewers ranked above Gabriel on my quarterback rankings this year.
Insane.
Absolutely.
Like, Andrew Berry, I know it's a 3rd-round pick and you really can't say this. Andrew Berry probably should be fired. Like,
dude, this is an embarrassing draft by the Cleveland Browns.
Will Howard as well. Do you have Will Howard over Gabriel?
No, I don't.
You don't? Okay.
He's like the one kind of bigger name guy I don't have above Gabriel. Because here's the thing about Howard. He had like the best supporting cast in the country, and he still didn't look that good. He looked better in the college football playoff, but the season tape on him is kind of rough, guys. I'm not gonna lie. And when you have Jeremiah Smith, best running back duo in the country, a great offensive line, and Emeka Egbuka, like, I'm sorry, man. A great defense, by the way. I don't see it.
You good?
Almost.
My guy Hervey Dunn says Jack and Coop, A-Rod is signing with the Steelers after the draft is the word. That's what we're thinking there, Hervey.
That's what we're thinking. I mean, the Steelers certainly seem to think that with the way that they're approaching this draft. If they get Shedeur Sanders in round 4, man, like that's one of the better values at quarterback in this entire class. Like, he's my 5th quarterback, but I had a day 2 grade on him.
Remember when I said that no one would draft him and he's going to go to the DC Defenders?
You might be right.
I might be onto something.
Nobody wants the circus, man. Well, maybe the Steelers do want the circus because they're signing up for the Aaron Rodgers circus. So they might be the team to just go full circus mode, take Shedeur Sanders, and then sign Aaron Rodgers.
What a joke.
It's just unbelievable, man.
Jalen Smith, cornerback of USC, heads to the Texans. I'm not familiar with his work either.
Jalen Smith, yeah, bigger corner. All right, it is out on my Twitter. I'm going to retweet it here, and then we're good.
Like I said, guys, we'll be getting into our grades cut here.
Dude, just imagine being
after we get off live.
Just imagine being in the Sanders household right now.
Dude, you know Deion's calling all his NFL friends. Jerry, I need you to take him.
Unbelievable, man. Dude, we have seen 5 quarterbacks go off the board before Shedeur Sanders. Is that right now? Or is it 6 now? It's got to be 5.
5.
It's 5. And Dillon Gabriel was one of them.
Ward, Shough, Milroe.
Dude, the fact that the Browns
Who else am I missing?
the fact
Gabriel.
that the Browns had a better grade on Dillon Gabriel than Shedeur Sanders shows you exactly how the NFL feels about him. And
who else am I missing? Ward, Shough, Gabriel,
Milroe.
Dart, yeah.
Darty. LOL, SSG says, what if Shiloh Sanders goes before Shedeur?
That would be insane.
That would be like if Lonzo Ball and Jello Ball were in the same draft and Jello went before Lonzo.
Yes, that's exactly what it would be like.
Shiloh stinks, man. I mean, this is a generational slide that we have seen. We have never seen, I don't know if we've ever seen a quarterback that people were talking about as a top 10 pick heading into the weekend fall out of day 2. Like, we've seen guys get to day 2. I don't know if we've ever seen somebody fall out.
Going into the draft, there was talk he was maybe top 10.
Dude, our Saints host, Trace Gerard, said he would have taken him at 9.
Well, that's...
9!
We don't have to elaborate on that.
9!
At what?
9. He might not go. He might be the 9th quarterback taken.
He isn't going in the top 100.
Dude, this is unbelievable. Like, even for somebody like me, who was lower on Shedeur Sanders, thought that he was going to go.
Nuts.
This is nuts.
What if he goes right here to the Raiders?
Just take him. We need it for the company, man. We need the Raiders report to have Shedeur. By the way, Tom Brady went 199. What if his mentor or his protege, Shedeur Sanders, goes number 99? Come on, take Shedeur here at 99, Raiders. Honestly, I'm perfectly fine just not even taking a quarterback if I'm the Steelers.
No,
or taking one later rounds, whatever. Whoever falls to you, whatever the value is. But honestly, like I can take Shough or leave him. I really can. If he makes it to round 4, all right, put it in the card. Put in the card. If he makes it to 123, that's his floor at this point, in my opinion. His floor is 123. Dude, what if the Steelers take like Will Howard over him next round?
I would love it.
Or what if they take Kyle McCord over him?
I'm all in on him sliding at this point.
Norm Brown with another $10 super chat. Is this going to be... Oh, no, this is the 98 pick here. Who is number 98 for the Raiders?
It was... Let's go back. Caleb Rogers.
Caleb Rogers. That's a little bit of a reach. Nine Ether says Caleb Johnson has been training with Aaron Rodgers. Is that true?
I mean, maybe he trained out in California for the draft.
I mean, I know Ashton Genty was there when Rodgers and DK threw.
Yeah, it's possible. What team is going to take him? Is it the Raiders?
So pretty much Arthur Smith said in his press conference here that they didn't run as much outside zone as he usually does, which is true. They didn't, because Najee Harris just pretty much didn't run it. Like, he was not good at it, so they just didn't do it. They want to run outside zone, and Caleb Johnson is arguably the best outside zone runner in this entire class, and you got him in round 3. What an absolute steal for the Pittsburgh Steelers, man. What a fucking steal.
This has to be a reach for the Raiders, right?
Oh. Guess who Caleb... Oh, so I see now. Guess who Caleb Johnson... So Caleb Johnson trains at Proactive in L.A.
Which is where
Rodgers and Deshaun Elliott work out. And he took a picture of Rodgers, and he posted a picture of him 3 hours ago and said, Aaron Rodgers, shake hands signal. Let's go. So this is what this is talking about here. 9 Ether that...
it's only a matter of time for Raji at this point.
It really is. I mean, you added DK Metcalf, who we called a specimen. Obviously, he knows Caleb Johnson to some degree and has been training with him.
Charles Grant to Vegas. They went back-to-back O-line.
They did. No Shough again. Dude, the fact that these teams are just like not taking him. By the way, this is why you don't count your chickens before they hatch.
Which he did.
Which he did. Yeah, apparently
they both did.
Apparently he was so indifferent to teams meeting with him that like teams said it was like the worst formal interview they ever had with a prospect. That's how bad the interviews went with Shough.
He thought he was so good that he wasn't going to fall.
Yeah.
And he fell.
I mean,
let that be a lesson to you Jets out there.
Dude, this is one of the greatest draft stories of my lifetime right here.
Absolutely.
Like, I don't know.
He was the number 2 ranked consensus quarterback.
Not on mine, because I know ball. And I'm going to take my victory lap on that for as long as I can cash that check, baby.
Dude, forever.
It's just too perfect, man. Aaron Rodgers is going to be a Steeler.
What happened?
Dude, the Raiders have had numerous chances to take Shough. The Browns have had numerous chances to take Shough.
The Browns took Dylan Gabriel.
Like, the Browns are completely off the board. Like, what other teams are out there that could take quarterback? Steelers, Rams, maybe.
I think anyone will take him at this point. Jerry would love to take him.
Jerry.
He would.
That's unbelievable.
Jerry Jones would love to take Shough Sanders with the round 4 pick. Now that you don't have to spend all the money on Shough. Oh, no.
Oh, no, what?
This super.
Oh, $5. Drew Aller 2026 could be a franchise QB. That would be great fit for the Steelers. Yeah, man. I'm all on board. All right?
Drew Aller stinks.
Coop, this is going to be the new Tyler Shough, where by the time the draft comes around, I'll get you on the Drew
What
Aller
I'll say
train.
about Drew Aller, the arm talent is off the charts.
It is, and he's from, he can that arm can handle the elements of the AFC North. I can tell you that right now.
He's pretty inaccurate, though.
Listen, man, I'm at the point right now where I'm like, if you take a quarterback in round 7, I'm okay with it. Because, you're going to have Rodgers. Rudolph is going to be your backup. I don't really know if I see a ton. Shough in round 4, I'd be fine. But this is unbelievable, this fall that we're seeing. I mean, how many picks do we have left in the third round? We go to 104?
Right?
So what do we have left? What are the upcoming picks? After we look at Norman's here. Norman, $10 Cash App. It says, for make sure you're getting this. Yep.
We got you, Norman.
I got you, Norman. I got you, man. By the way, he also requested $10 from me for saying, for loving the Berg or whatever. Appreciate you, Norman. That's funny. So can I see the upcoming picks here? Who is up? Who is up here?
Let's take a look. We are here.
So you got 49ers, Eagles, Vikings, Titans, and who's at 104? Browns. And they already took a quarterback. So none of these teams are taking quarterback.
Bro. What if?
What, the Steelers trade up? Or what if
the Browns do it?
The Browns just bring in, the worst quarterback competition of all time. Flacco, Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, and Shadur Sanders. That would be the most.
Oh, man.
Having 4 quarterbacks openly compete for a starting job is crazy. Crazy. God, I'm so excited for Caleb Johnson, man. He already knows Aaron Rodgers, too. They already have a relationship. Are you joking? This is too perfect.
So, apparently, is Denver trading for this pick? I believe they are. Or Philly just traded for it.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's one or the other.
The 49ers make their selection?
49ers, not officially.
Can we tally up how much Norm has donated? Because he might be getting close to Black Diamond status here.
Sure.
Got 10 on Cash App, and he's put in at least 50 super chats today or something. Norm has been unbelievable, man. Give it up for Norm in the chat. It's been unbelievable today. Upton Stout, cornerback out of Western Kentucky. I think that's a little bit of a reach. San Francisco's picks here in round 3 haven't been fantastic, in my opinion. But he goes here in round 3. Oh, no way! It's Norm's birthday today!
Let's go!
Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday, dear Norm! Happy birthday to you! Everybody spam Norm or happy birthday in the chat. Happy birthday, Norm. Thanks for spending it with us here on Steelers Talk. We love you.
He's at 300.
He's at 300? Norm, you're $200 away from becoming a Black Diamond. If you don't know what a Black Diamond gets, you get a Super Chat sticker customized for you for life. You also get a customized Steelers jersey that we wear during our live watch parties during the season. So, Another 200 here, and you get to join Black Diamond Club, my friend. Everybody spam those norms in the chat. Norm, 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 Norm. Woo-hoo-hoo! Appreciate you, Norm. So I think the Broncos are taking a safety here. Savion Jones. It's an edge rusher, not a safety. My bad. Savion Jones. That's another reach. There's been a lot of reaches in this third round, in my opinion, Coop. I don't know what it is. Everybody say happy birthday to Norm. Happiest of birthdays to my man Norm, man.
So he's at exactly 255.
Exactly 255. So he's halfway there to 500, which is the price tag. But Norm has been today's MVP for sure. Do we just give him a draft hat?
We'll give Norm a draft hat.
Norm, it's your birthday. You've put in over $250. You get a Steelers draft hat, my friend. You want to put my email?
Yeah.
Norm, if you're still watching, send me an email with your shipping address. You're still in the raffle, by the way, to win the jersey, but because you've put in over $250 today and it's your birthday, we're going to give you a Steelers, officially licensed Steelers draft hat. So make sure you go to Sperry at Chat Sports, get in touch with me, and let me know your shipping address, and we'll make sure to send that Steelers draft hat to you as soon as we can.
Are we still doing a raffle for the draft hat as well?
Yes, we'll still do the raffle. So no, we're not ditching the raffle. We're just giving away another one, all right? Because Norm has been unbelievable. So Norm, happy birthday. You're going to get a
HBD Norm.
HBD to Norm. Now the Minnesota Vikings are on the clock. By the way, I don't think this TV is up to date because they're saying that the draft is over.
Yeah, we got it on Twitter. That's why.
Oh, we don't have it on DirecTV?
That is on DirecTV. I'm saying we have the picks on Twitter.
Oh, so the TV is late.
Correct. As always.
Ty Felton, wide receiver out of Maryland, goes to the Vikings. He'll probably replace what's his face, the third receiver there, Seatman's favorite. Oh, what the fuck is his name? I can't remember. This is going to kill me, so I'm going to go look it up. But their number 3 receiver that, because Justin Jefferson gets like triple teamed, he gets schemed open all the time.
KJ.
Jalen Naylor, that's who it is. That's who it is, Jalen Naylor. But Ty Felton, I think, is going to be probably a really good number 3 receiver for him. He's small, but he can run routes, man, and he can play a little bit.
I just saw a funny tweet. It said, going to be awkward when Shough has to go back to Colorado and wear a different number because they retired his.
So listen, man, when it comes to the quarterback position, I think this year, hold
that thought. William D.
William, 20, thank you, man. Says, thank yous, guys, for doing a great job. Let's get it. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Caleb Johnson. It's with a K, by the way. Caleb is spelled with a K, so just get used to spelling his name. I think he's a hell of a player, man. Arthur Smith, he just fits this system perfectly. And, if there was one offensive player that could have elevated this team, that would have been realistic for this team to get, Cassie says, is Norm getting in the jersey raffle? Of course he's in the jersey raffle. Of course Norm is in the jersey raffle. Dude, Shadur Sanders falling out of day 2, let alone day 1.
Insane, dude.
I've never seen a drop this dramatic from where he was supposed to go.
Insane.
But hey, man, if he's there at 123, I'm turning in the card for him. Like, he deserved to fall, but like this is getting absurd now, Coop.
Oh, this is insane.
This has been absurd, all right? The Steelers like players with chips on their shoulders, and getting picked in the 4th round would certainly put a chip on Shadur's shoulders, man. No question.
I wonder what Dion's thinking.
Because his name's Sanders, he's not getting taken in round 1. They probably literally think because his last name's Sanders, that's why.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Boom, baby, boom.
We're like so behind. The graphics are.
Yeah, I know. This has just been an unbelievable day, man. The Browns make multiple stupid picks. The Bengals make multiple stupid picks. The Steelers get Caleb Johnson, and Shadur Sanders might be still available for the Steelers when they pick at 123.
No might about it.
I mean, you don't think there's a might?
They are available.
It's still. Do you think the Steelers trade up for him tomorrow?
It's possible.
Honestly, if I'm the Steelers, I'm not trading up for him. I'm just letting him fall to me. And if he falls to me at 123, I'm like, yes.
Fair.
Good value. But like looking at the rest of the needs for the Steelers moving forward, like wide receiver is something that you could add depth to. Same thing with corner. You could get another safety too. But overall, your depth and your team and your starters are really in place, I would say. Like right now, I think the rest of the draft is about supplementing your depth, making sure your roster is fortified with players that can develop.
Oh, that is it. I forgot. It was 102, not 104.
Okay, so that is it.
All right, so we're going to cut off the raffle.
All right. So, you know what? Instead of a draft hat, Norm, because you spent over $250 and it's your birthday, we're going to give you a Steelers jersey. All right? We'll do a jersey for you instead of the draft hat. So you can take his name out of the raffle, Coop. Norm, you win the Steelers jersey, or one of them. We're going to give away 2 here. Norm gets 1 because it's his birthday, and he put in over $250 today. So he's today's MVP. Norm, congratulations. Let me know if you want a Caleb Johnson jersey. If you want a Caleb Johnson jersey, again, send me an email, Norm, Sperry@chatsports.com. Let me know which jersey you want, what color you want.
Will you hit previous on the DirecTV?
The previous. Is this it? Or is this?
Oh, just kidding. It's over there. I'll do it in a second.
All right. I mean, I can't think of a better first 2 picks for the Steelers. I really can't. Derrick Harmon, is going to help your defensive rotation on day 1. I mean, how bad were these interviews with Shadur Sanders? Was he like straight up saying, don't draft me? Was he saying straight up, I'm better than you guys? I'm going top 3 anyway, so don't talk to me? Like, was he being like straight up disrespectful? Like, I'm not the biggest fan of his film. I still think he has starter upside. I don't know if I can say that with many other quarterbacks left in this class, Coop.
Yeah, no, fair.
And at this point, if the Steelers don't take a quarterback in the draft, I'm actually okay with it. Like, address quarterback next year in the draft then. Because, like, it's not like you need that quarterback this year. Because you're planning on having a veteran for the next 2. You know what I'm saying? Because you can even get a developmental guy next year if you really want. Have a guy sit for 1 year.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, the need, I don't even know if quarterback's a need. Like, it's a want. Like, if you can get one at a value, great. But, like, if they don't get Shedeur Sanders, if they don't get Jackson Dart, if they draft, Max Brosmer in round 7, I'm okay with that.
Max Brosmer.
If they take Curtis Rourke in round 7, or if they get a UDFA, if they bring in Riley Leonard as a UDFA, I'm fine with that. Because, like, we already know who QB1, QB2 is. It's either going to be Aaron Rodgers or Kirk Cousins as QB1. Mason's going to be your QB2.
You're saying we're fine with Max Brosmer?
I'm fine with it.
No way.
Because, like, when I'm thinking about the long term, I want a quarterback in there. If you're going to take a quarterback, either take a true backup or, try to get somebody that can start long term. And I think 4th round would work for Shedeur Sanders, don't get me wrong, but like if they don't get him, I'm not going to cry about it because obviously there's a reason why he's falling, and the Steelers clearly feel they are getting a veteran quarterback of some point. I can't stress that enough, guys.
Our guy Norm just keeps bringing the heat.
Oh, birthday boy, Norm Brown. How far away is he now? 200 around?
Yeah.
$200 away, Norm, from Black Diamond. No way, another $50 super chat.
Norm is going nuts.
Norm is going nuts. That's 250s. So this one's rolling in from Norm Brown. Bang! Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Woo!
Let's go.
Norm, you're a real one. You're 150 away from no way. Is he sending it in? Or is that just showing up on my screen now? I think it's just showing up now. All right, man. Let's
this is for the hat.
This is for the hat. So this is the hat raffle here. Who wins the hat? Appreciate everybody.
No way, it's Norm.
Oh, Norm!
Anthony James!
Anthony, email me, Sperry@chatsports.com. Let me know let me know what your shipping address is so I can send you your draft hat. All right. So now we do the other jersey. So Norm has already won the first jersey because he's been today's MVP and it's his birthday. So Norm has won a jersey.
We've only got like 6 entries for this one.
Yeah, we didn't
have a good chance.
We didn't have a whole lot of Cash Apps today or Venmos.
But you have a good chance to win.
Actually, you know what? You know what I'm going to say? Put everybody that was in the...
You want to put everybody in?
Put everybody in. All right. I don't want just 6 people.
We'll put everybody in.
I want to put everybody in.
We'll put everybody in.
Let's put everyone in the same pot, all right? Like we're not trying to be gready here, We want to give.
We're going to be communist China here.
We want to give everybody a chance here.
I don't know if you can say that on.
What was it? What was it? Anthony James?
Yep.
All right, let's see who wins the other Steelers jersey. If you want Caleb Johnson, let me know.
I just shuffled it, so it's at the mercy of the shuffler.
All right.
Here we go.
Who's going to get it? Is it going to be Voxy? Ali the Reaper? Come on, Ali the Reaper. Oh!
That's right there.
Voxy, are you here?
Congratulations, Voxy. Voxy's in every show.
Yeah, Voxy is here every show. Voxy, are you here? If Voxy's not here, then we'll give it to Ali the Reaper.
I'm cool with that. Voxy.
Voxy, are you here?
Voxy.
If he's not here, Ali the Reaper, are you here? Well, actually, I know how to get in contact with Ali, so
We can just get in contact with him.
All right, can you put on a 2-minute shot clock here? If he doesn't respond within the next, I want to give him some time here in case he's on a delay.
That's fine. We don't have the
Foxy's here.
Foxy!
You know what I'm gonna do though? You know what I'm gonna do because Ali the Reaper, unfortunately, there's been some bad news, some sad news. It's been a good day, but there's also been some sad news in Steelers Nation. Coop, Derrick Harmon's mom passed away today. Our thoughts and our hearts go to Derrick and his family. But also Ali the Reaper lost his brother apparently yesterday as well. So Ali, our hearts and our prayers and everything go to you and your family as you guys grieve. You guys always have a home here. Just know that. All right. So Ali, even though you didn't win the jersey, I'm gonna get you a draft hat. All right. I'm gonna get you a draft hat. I appreciate your support. So Ali, I'm gonna get you a draft hat, and then Voxy, you get the jersey. So Voxy, email me, Sperry@chatsports.com. Let me know the jersey that you want. If you want Caleb Johnson, let me know. Now, we have to wait until we know his number, so that might take a little bit. So if you want Caleb Johnson, it might take a little bit longer, but let me know what you want. All right, I think that's going to do it for today's show, Coop. To kind of recap, the craziness of the Shedeur Sanders fall continues. Somehow, he is not taken after the first 2 days of the NFL draft, but the Steelers did a great job. They got the best possible runner for their offense that was within reach for their team today.
It's simply unbelievable.
If they would have got Travion Henderson in round 1, that would have been a reach for me. Omari and Hampton, I would have been really happy with, but getting Caleb Johnson in round 3, I'm taking Caleb Johnson in round 3, guys, over Omari and Hampton in round 1. Easy. All right, like that is the best possible realistic value you could have had at the running back position in this class, and Omar Khan delivered on it. I mean, what a job that Omar Khan has done so far. You got Derrick Harmon, DK Metcalf, and Caleb Johnson out of this draft so far. What a haul. What an absolute haul from Omar Khan. I absolutely love it. All right, so Matthew is asking, are you covering tomorrow?
We'll be here.
Yes. So Voxy, again, send me an email. Let me know the jersey that you want, what color jersey you want, the size of the jersey, and then your shipping address. All right? So let me know all that information. We will be going live again tomorrow. I believe we're going to be going live sometime around 10:30-ish. We'll see. But it's going to be in the morning.
Is it?
I think so. Main coverage starts at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
So 11 a.m. Eastern. So listen, we'll get word out to you guys. Just keep your notifications on. We'll probably be going live somewhere around 11 to 11:30 Eastern time as we get ready for day 3 of the NFL draft. We're going to be on Shedeur Watch tomorrow. That's for damn sure.
No doubt.
So it's going to be a very interesting day. The Steelers have picks in round 4, 5, 6, and 7. So they're going to be the most picks of any day so far. It's just been one pick for each day to this point. Tomorrow we'll have a couple more picks for you guys, all right? So make sure you click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Really do appreciate all of your guys' support. And until next time, guys, here we go, Steelers.
Peace.